Together rabbits in the house today? Maybe a couple of rabbits here, maybe a few. Maybe a couple of nervous rabbits in the house. I'm scared. I'm scared for today's stream. Because I am very excited. Okay, but I do have a hat on just in case for my protection. Just in case if anything happens, and also if anyone comes to me today, well, you know, well, they're not going to be able to find me in Rabbitville, but if anyone wants to come get me today, you won't be able to come find me. Okay, because I live in Rabbitville, but in 100 Rabbitville Lane. But just say that I don't show up for next stream tomorrow. Well, then you know that they found me, and everything I say today is true. Okay, go to protect yourself from the magnetic waves. Well, the first thing I have to do is make sure that I have nothing with any 4G or 5G or anything around, because of the magnetic waves that could mess with my brain and anything. Yeah, well, right now, I'm coming up to the bunker in Rabbitville. I'm in the bunker right now, just because there's executed collapse. And then it's the guys in a bunker. In a bunker in Rabbitville, but it doesn't matter too much because I got something that makes it sound. I really sound like that, but you can't hear it because I have a special thing on my microphone. Yes. You got your shirt and keychain. Yippee! You got it! Yay! That's so exciting. Oh, hi, Echo. Go what? I'm inside Rabbitville's bunker right now. You can't find me because I'm in a bunker. I'm in a bunker today. Yippee! She was hit by the yap filter? I couldn't understand. Well, it's okay. If anything was to happen, you know, you don't need to worry about it. Yeah, but yeah, if you get your merch, please be sure to share it with me. Yay! Yippee! But I'm so excited for today's stream, guys, because, okay, I'll tell you how this idea came along and how it came up, okay? Basically, I was on YouTube Shorts. This is a great way to start. Okay, I was on YouTube Shorts and I was, you know, looking at videos as usual of like rabbits and badgers and hedgehogs and things and deer and like dogs. And I looked at this video that said that they found pillars underneath the pyramids, and I was like, what? Really? Is there pillars that were just found underneath the pyramids? Is that true? And I was like, whoa, there's no way. So I watched the whole video, and then the next video I got was another dog video. And then I swiped again, and the next video was like, scientists discovered pillars underneath the pyramids. It could be a vast underground city that was made by an ancient civilization. And if you're not, and there could be aliens down there that the government doesn't want us to find. And I was like, what? Is that true? There's no way that's true. So I believed it, as I should. I believed it. And basically, then I went on stream with my friend Acti, and I was like, Acti, did you know that there were pillars underneath the pyramids? It's true. I saw it on YouTube Shorts. And she's like, wait, really? Is that true? And I was like, yes, it's true. And she's like, are you sure? And I said, yeah, they could store plasma down there. Did you know that Nikola Tesla predicted that there were these structures underneath the pyramids? I saw it. And she's like, really? That's so believable, Giggles. I can't believe it. And I was like, yeah. So yeah, that was, yeah, imagine. So then I was like, is there anything else that's going on in Egypt? Egypt sounds really cool. And then I kept looking into it, and I saw stuff about other things that could be located inside the earth, like people and creatures and things like inside the earth. And I was like, whoa, is that true? So anyway, I was like, I want to find out more, and I feel like it would be cool to do a stream where we talk about it. Okay? Yeah. Isn't there something about sentient plasma? Yeah. It could be stored underneath the pyramids. Yeah. So we gotta learn more about it. Yeah. And I don't know, imagine if there were alien down there. Imagine if that's true. Yeah. There is supposed to be like energy channels. Is that true? Is that true? Well, anyway, I just feel like it could be cool. Now, I don't actually really believe these things. I feel like it's a fun thought experiment. But because I actually went to school and I learned about how the people did try to tunnel into the earth and it was too hot. And also about how Earth has layers in it. Like, we're just on the outer crust of the Earth, and there's a core in the middle of the Earth and stuff. Like, I learned about that. But, like, okay, I learned this in school, but what if the people that taught us in school were lying? Or what if they were taught by people that were lying? Or those people that taught my teachers were taught by people that were lying, okay? Did you ever think about it? Because I feel like the main thing that stops conspiracy theories is physical evidence. You need physical evidence. And I think questioning science is a great thing to do. That's how technology and scientific research evolves, right? That's the way that we learn more about the world. But what if people do know more about the world, but they're teaching people different because they don't want us to know for some reason? Okay, and who is they? I don't know, but we'll talk about it today. Because there's a lot of different theories that overarch with each other, and a lot of it is based off of not trusting the people that's telling us the scientific information. I don't know, I think I trust NASA though. Like, as far as flat earth stuff goes, I think I trust NASA because, like, I've seen videos of like the earth and stuff, but I don't know. That's like one thing that I don't really think is true. The flat earth stuff. I do think, like, the universe does, from what I've seen, it really likes globes, and it really likes spherical things. So, like, I don't know if that, I don't know, like, if that's, I don't know. So I don't know. Huh? They don't want us to know, but we do want to know. And here is one thing that I definitely believe, okay? There is a huge reason. And you know what no one thinks about with these kinds of theories? Why is no one looking at... I've said this for years, okay? My background, for my background, I've worked with animals for a long time. I used to be interested in marine biology for a long time as well. And why there's so much cool stuff in the water. Why are scientists not looking or trying to build equipment for underneath the water? Why are we not looking deep in the ocean? Do you know the amount of, like, medical research and stuff that's been done, and how much medicine and other things that we have and been able to understand about the world just because of shit that's in the ocean? It's amazing and huge. And yes, I know pressure, but I know pressure's harder. Probably cost and difficulty. But people are so, you know, you will go to space and shit, but we're not looking in our own oceans. Why not? I don't know. Like, figure it out, scientists. Figure it out. Get into the ocean. Kiki and Camps, what's up? Hope you're good. Oh, thank you so much. I'm doing good today. I'm doing good. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, this is the thing. And this is something about the Earth being a sphere that people don't really talk about. For a long time before science wasn't, you know, the science of like, kind of the world wasn't known yet. And we didn't know what was out there. We didn't know that, you know, that there was, like, really, like, space and universes and stuff like that. People did think that the world was, like, you know, we had Earth and everything revolved around the Earth instead of revolving around the sun. And when I can't remember who it was, but someone said, no, I think we actually revolve around the sun. Everyone was like, no, That's not true. That's not true. Geocentrism. Yeah, they're like, no, you're horrible. Yeah, Galileo Galilei. Is that true? And whoever was like, that's not true. And everyone's like, well, you're a conspiracy theorist and you're crazy, and that's not true. But then he went out and did the research for it, which is really interesting, and cool. So that's something that I thought was really cool. Yeah. Do you think there is underground life on Mars? I think there was underground life on Mars, maybe. Well, wasn't frozen like frozen water found underneath somewhere in Mars? I don't know if it's close enough to Earth that I feel like there's the correct conditions to maybe have like life, but it's probably very different. Yeah. I don't know. The dark forest theory. Well, let's start looking into things because I have a couple of pages up here of things that I thought was pretty interesting. Now this is the first website I saw. Let me have a look. Oops, sorry. Sorry. Okay, so this is the first thing that I saw here when I was trying to have a look at this, okay? World top secret. Our Earth is hollow. Apparently, let's see, located at 85 degrees north and south latitude are polar openings that lead into the hollow interior of our planet, where the lost 10 tribes of Israel today dwell in perfect harmony, with lifespans equal to those of Methuselah's of the Bible, whose only desire is to live in peace. The flying saucers in defense of their country at times are seen on the surface world. They don't come to destroy, they are waiting. Waiting for us to discover that world peace is the only answer, not without God, but with Him. We must prepare for their return. See the evidence, look at the possibilities, consider those who have gone there, and you will discover truths that have been hidden from the foundation of the world. Click here to learn about the terrestrial paradise that is our hollow Earth. What? Is that true? Let's look. Oh. Could the Earth, Moon, and planets and stars all be hollow bodies? Amazingly, the answer is yes. Is that true? And very likely inhabited within. Why is it like written like this? And very likely inhabited within. What is our hollow Earth like? It is a terrestrial paradise where the original Garden of Eden is located. What? The Garden of Eden is located in the middle of the Earth? No. Is that what people think? No. Where the lost tribes of Israel live, where the political kingdom of God is located, where the lost Viking colonies of Greenland migrated to, where vanquished Germans escaped to. Whoa. Hang on a minute. Whoa. Where vanquished Germans escaped to after World War II. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Why them specifically? Uh-oh. I'm not suicidal. Just so you guys know. I didn't think I'd have to say that, but maybe I do. Jesus. Where flying saucers come from, where people live to be hundreds of years old in perfect health, where peace and prosperity exist for everyone, where a real-life Jurassic Park exists with exotic animals. Wait, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I like that idea. Where heaven is located, the inner sun. So they think that the Earth's core is like heaven? Is that what they think? Hollow Earth animation. The current geological model of our Earth is well known. Unfortunately, we stick to once the idea of that. Truth through seems like more complex and hard to imagine at first. Complete understanding needs a fully open mind, power of conception, and spiritual abilities. Don't be misled. The theory itself isn't that new, and just think about why it could be not much popular. Assumed it could be not much popular. Okay. Assumed it's true. It assumed it's being true. Governments, the church, and the Illuminati have major interest of keeping it secret. Yeah. We assume our planet exists basically in 2 parallel dimensions. Yeah, I need different BGM for this. My BGM is too happy right now. It's too happy-go-lucky for this kind of stuff. Oh god. How about theory of CERN conspiracy? What's that? What's that? Why is music so happy-go-lucky? What kind of music? Spooky? Yeah. Spooky BGM. Well, not like scary, but like, ooh! I need something that's like, ooh! You know? Woo! Piano? Okay. I need some recommendations for music. You should play Deus Ex. Ooh, that's exciting. I should play that too. It needs music that like doesn't have copyright. No copyright. Let's see. X-Files? Oh, okay. Are we sure we should... I'm gonna play this the whole time. Apparently this has no copyright. Are you guys gonna get annoyed at this music the whole time? Ooh. It's perfect. Okay, I might be streaming for a few hours though. If you get annoyed at this music, let me know if it gets annoying. Ooh, scary alien in the middle of the earth. Wait, so did they just think the people from like the Germans from World War II ended up here like no one else? Anyway, let's see. We assume our planet exists basically in 2 parallel dimensions, the outer and the inner. If we accept the Earth being hollow, multi-dimensionality has to be an inevitable consequence. The dimensions have different vibrations, which is a natural protection of the higher dimensions. What? From the lower ones? Okay. Let's see how these 2 dimensions may look like if we could see them both. Okay. Now, if we slice the Earth, we can discover the structure with the inner Earth being, as we assume, the 5th dimension. Whoa. So yeah, that's the Earth's core. That's the inner Earth. Okay, Earth's shell, the crust. North Open Pole. Open Pole. Whoa! It kind of looks like a sci-fi at first sight, but truth is more complicated as shown in cinemas. So let's have a look on the facts we are able to sense already. So has anyone tried to go here? Whoa. This is a simplified model of the real magnetic field. The inner field occurs many magnetic anomalies and incomprehensible magnetic divergences on the surface. The Germans sent expeditions looking for it? Really? Wait, so this has been an idea for a long time. Arriving Sun CME. What is that? What are they doing? It looks like a big pumpkin. The hollow structures helps also to understand the behavior of earthquakes. What? What? Wait, hang on. It's not the tectonic plates, it's the hollow earth. I see. Of course. New research described the Earth shell vibrations as a belt, not as a solid sphere. Yeah, it's not a solid sphere because it's still like a planet. Like, it can't be perfectly spherical. And there's holes in it. Do you not know caves and stuff? Caves exist, right? At present, science tries to explain this with a shadow wave theory, but excludes the bell-like physical behavior completely? Speaking of earthquakes, mankind caused with the nuclear tests in their past a lot of damage on the surface. La 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 la. Take a look at the important layer of the Earth shell to understand the structure. Oh, I don't get it. Well, I don't know. I've been in a cave before. I think caves exist. Earth shell thermomap. Under the surface exists many hot areas, especially as the tectonic plates converse. Yeah. Magnetic map. Exists many magnetic abnormalities because the Earth is a shell and the Earth matter is not already in a steady position. Near to the poles, the shell is thicker as at the Earth's equator. That's the point. That's the point why the anomaly is denser. Oh, thank you! I'm so happy! In the Earth map, they're generally known as the Inner Earth land map. Focusing on the poles, they assume that these could be bridges, gateways, or borders between the fourth and fifth dimension. So do they fall in like a movie? If they say if they found these things, right? They could go in and be like, ooh, ah, like a movie and fall to the next dimension. Whoa! Thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. As for now, the first man to discover this area was Richard Evelyn Beard in 1947. Read the diary without prejudice against it. If you have 5 minutes and let your intuition lead you to any conclusion. What is his name? Richard Evelyn. Expedition blog? Is that what that is? Oh no, I don't think that's it. If anyone has the stuff for it, that's for other books. Oh, he's made articles. Let's see. Flying saucer assistance from beyond Earth. Animals of the Hollow Earth. Oh, I'd love to read about this. The history and prophecies of the House of Israel. May 2012 Hollow Earth newsletter. The Lost Soviet Flyers. The Living Earth. Expedition Update blog. The Lost 10 Tribes of Israel. Retired Cole Billy Faye Woodard. Message from Hollow Earth. German letter from our Hollow Earth. A highway for the lost tribes to return from the north. The sun is hollow and has a solid surface. What? Is that true? The coming war of repossession. Mars is hollow. Wait, so there's a hollow Mars too? Really? Interesting Hollow Earth emails. Did the lost Greenland Viking colonies go to the Hollow Earth? Scriptural references to a Hollow Earth. Huh. Well, I'll read the diary for the fellow after I have a look at this. So what's this dude's name? Richard Evelyn Beard. Let's see. So he's the first guy that looked at it. Evelyn Beard diary. So I assume he was writing and was it in English? Apparently they found it. Bird? Oh, okay. Well, do they have the diary? Let's see, diary English PDF. Does anyone have it? I'll try and have a looky-loo for it. Hey, they don't want you to know this, but this is what moon rabbits really look like. Is this true? Is that true? Do they really look like that? They're all green. They go zip zop like that. Yes, it's pronounced bird. Yeah, if you have it, post it in the bread, please. Oh, I think I found it. Why am I on Bing? I'm scared. Oh, I'm reading a preview. I want to read it. How long is it? Well, I will tell you something. I've been to the moon before, to be honest with you, but I don't wish to speak about it too much. Oh, I found it. The Missing Diary of Richard E. Byrd. Oh, he's talking about the Hollow Earth too. I guess he likes the idea of it too. Can it be possible that down in the middle of the Earth, there is another Earth that a few hundred miles or so away, separated from us by ground and rock and vapor and such things, there is a great country inhabited by a great race? Oh. Wait, so did he write this? If the moon's made of cheese? No. If the moon's made of cheese, I would have blown it up by now. I would have gone and I would have bazookaed it out of existence, if true. Okay, this is a recreation of Admiral Richard Byrd's historical flight planned by the International Society for a Complete Earth. Readers of this diary who wish additional information on Hollow Earth theory are instructed to write to... Oh, these are all the other people. Oh, he looks so comfy in his gear. I must write this diary in secrecy and obscurity. It concerns my Arctic flight of the 19th day. Wait, so we're reading this diary, his secret diary? Sorry. Day of February in the year of 1947. And you know what's so cute? Okay, can I just quickly go on a tangent? It's so cute when, like, seeing a man with a backpack is so cute. Or like a little bag. It's like, oh, you got your little bag on. And you're gonna have a little water bottle in case you get thirsty. And maybe a little apple in case you get hungry. And you have a little book just in case you need to write in it. And you have a little map just in case you get lost. Maybe a little bit of a little sandwich that you made earlier. Just in case you get a little peckish in the day. Ooh, it's so cute. Ooh, it's so cute. Very cute. Okay, there comes a time where the rationality of men must fade into insignificance and one must accept the inevitability of the truth. The Earth as it would appear if viewed from space, showing the North Polar opening to the planet's interior, which is hollow and contains a central sun instead of an ocean of liquid lava. Let's stand with the US flag, I guess. I'm not at liberty to disclose the following documentation at this writing. Perhaps it shall never see the light of public scrutiny, but I must do my duty and record here for all to read one day. And we're reading it right now! Look, that's where they're going. In a world of greed and exploitation of certain of mankind can no longer suppress that which is truth. Oh, he's got a doggy! Flight log, Base Camp Arctic, February 19, 1947. All 0600 hours. All preparations are complete for our flight northward, and we are airborne with full fuel tanks at 610 hours. Bye! 0620 hours. Fuel mixture on starboard engine seems too rich. Adjustment made, and Pratt Whitneys are running smoothly. He's in his little gear. 0730 hours. Radio check with base camp. All is well, and radio reception is normal. Oh, he's got his doggy. 0740 hours. Note of slight oil leak in starboard engine. Oil pressure indicated seems normal, however. Okay, that's nice. 0800 hours. Slight turbulence noted from easterly direction at altitude of 2321 feet. Correction to 1700 feet. No further turbulence, but tailwind increases. Slight adjustments in throttle controls. Aircraft performing very well now. Well, it's because he's going to Antarctica. Drama of human daring and courage at the bottom of the world, with Byrd at the South Pole. Whoa, that's cool. 0815 hours. Radio check with base camp. Situation normal. 0830 hours. Turbulence encountered again. Increased altitude to 2900 feet. Smooth flight conditions again. Ooh. 0910 hours. Vast ice and snow below. Note coloration of yellowish nature. 'Cause the pea! And dispersed in a linear pattern. Alternating course for a better examination of this color pattern below. Note, reddish or purple color also. Circle this area 2 full turns and return to assigned compass heading. Position check made again to base camp and relay information concerning colorations in the ice and snow below. Oh, 0910 hours. Both magnetic and gyro compasses beginning to gyrate and wobble. Oh, we are unable to hold our heading by instrumentation. Take bearing with sun compass, yet all seems well. The controls are seemingly slow to respond and have sluggish quality, but there is no indication of icing. 0915 hours in the distance is what appears to be mountains. 0949 hours 29 minutes elapsed flight time from the first sighting of the mountains. It is no illusion. They are mountains and consisting of a small range that I have never seen before. 0955 hours. Altitude changed to 2950 feet, encountering strong turbulence again. 1000 hours. We're crossing over the small mountain range and still proceeding northward as best as can be ascertained. Beyond the mountain range is what appears to be a valley with a small river or stream running through the center portion. There should be no green valley below. Something is definitely wrong and abnormal here. We should be over ice and snow. To the port side, a great forest growing in the mountain slopes. Our navigation instruments are still spinning. The gyroscope is oscillating. Huh? What? So do you guys think, those who believe this, do you think that he is now finding the the Garden of Eden or something? What do you think's going on here? What do you think is going on? Yeah. What about men with satchels? It's the same. It's all cute. It's all cute with the little satchels. Very humble. What? 1,005 hours. I alter altitude to 1,400 feet and execute a sharp left turn to better examine. The valley below, it is green with either moss or a type of tight-knit grass. The light here seems different. I cannot see the sun anymore. Wait, what? How is he still riding? Is he alive? How did they find it? We make another left turn and we spot what seems to be a large animal or some kind below us. It appears to be an elephant. No, it looks more like a mammoth. This is incredible. Yet, there it is. Decrease altitude to 1,000 feet and take the binoculars to better examine the animal. It is confirmed. It is definitely a mammoth-like animal. What? A mammoth? Is this true? Is this true? Whoa. 10:30 hours encountering more rolling green hills now. The external temperature indicator reads 74 degrees Fahrenheit. Continuing on our heading now. Navigation instruments seem normal now. I'm puzzled over their actions. Attempt to contact base camp. Radio is not functioning. Is it a woolly mammoth or just a normal mammoth or not? Let me know. 1,130 hours. Countryside below is more level and normal, if I may use that word. Ahead, we spot what seems to be a city. What? This is impossible. Aircraft seems light and oddly buoyant. The controls refuse to respond. My god, off our port and starboard wings, a strange type of aircraft. They are closing rapidly alongside. They are disc-shaped and have a radiant quality to them. They are close enough to see what markings on them. It is a type of swastika. What? What? This is fantastic. Where are we? What has happened? I tug at the controls again. They will not respond. We are caught in an invisible vice grip of some type. What? Wait. So were there other expeditions at the time? I feel like this dude is seeing things. Whoa! What the heck? Slight Nordic... Wait. 1,135 hours. A radio crackles and a voice comes through in English, with what perhaps is slight Nordic or Germanic accent. The message is, welcome Admiral to our domain. How did they know who it was? No. That's not true. That's not true. We shall land you in exactly 7 minutes. Relax. Nah, this dude is seeing shit. What the hell? Admiral, you're in good hands. I know the engines of our plane have stopped running. The aircraft is under some strange control and is now turning itself. What? The controls are useless. 1,140 hours, another radio message received. We begin the landing process now, and in moments the plane shudders slightly and begins a descent, as though caught in some great unseen elevator. The downward motion is negligible, and we touch down with only a slight jolt. 1,145 hours. I am making a hasty last entry in the flight log. Several men are approaching on foot toward our aircraft. They are tall with blonde hair. In the distance is a large shimmering city pulsating with rainbow hues of color. I do not know what is going to happen now, but I see no signs of weapons on those approaching. I hear now a voice ordering me by name to open the cargo door. I comply. Wait, I feel like this dude went on this expedition and it was just ice and snow, and he got bored, and he wrote this. End log. From this point, I write all the following events here from memory. It defies the imagination and would seem all but madness if it had not happened. The radio man and I are taken from the aircraft and we are received in the most cordial manner. We then boarded on a small great platform-like conveyance with no wheels, it moves us towards the glowing city with great swiftness. As we approach, the city seems to be made of a crystal material. Soon as we arrive at a large building, this is a type that I've never seen before. It appears to be right out of the design board of Frank Lloyd Wright, or perhaps more correctly, out of a Buck Rogers setting. We are given some type of warm beverage which tasted like nothing I had ever savored before. It is delicious. After about 10 minutes, two of our wanderers appearing hosts come to our quarters and announce that I am to accompany them. I have no choice but to comply. I leave my radio man behind as we walk a short distance and enter into what seems to be an elevator. We descend downwards for some moments. The machine stops and the doors lift silently upward. We then proceed down a long hallway that is lit by a rose-colored light that seems to be emanating from the very walls themselves. One of the beings... Beings? Are there aliens down here? Huh? What the heck? Being motions for us to stop before a great door. Over the door is an inscription that I cannot read. The great door slides noiselessly open and I am beckoned to enter. One of my hosts speaks. Have no fear, Admiral. You are to have an audience with the master. I step inside and my eyes adjust to the beautiful coloration that seems to be filling the room completely. Then I begin to see my surroundings. What greeted my eyes is the most beautiful sight of my entire existence. It is in fact too beautiful and wondrous to describe. It is exquisite and delicate. I do not think there exists a human term that can describe it in detail with justice. My thoughts are interrupted in a cordial manner by a warm, rich voice of melodious quality. I bid you welcome to our domain, Admiral. Whoa. I see a man with delicate features and with the etching of years upon his face. He is seated at a long table. He motions me to sit down. This has gone in a direction that I did not think it would go in. What the hell? And I'm seated. He places his fingertips together and smiles. He speaks softly again and conveys the following. We have let you enter here because you were a noble character and well known on the surface world, Admiral. Surface world? I gasp under my breath. Yes, the master replies with a smile. You are in the domain of the Ariani, the inner world of the earth. We shall not long delay your mission, and you will be safely escorted back to the surface and for a distance beyond. But now, Admiral, I shall tell you why you have been summoned here. Ooh. Our interest rightly begins just after your race exploded the what the fuck? After your race exploded the first atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan. It was at a alarming time, what the fuck, that we sent our flying machines, the Flugelage, to your surface world to investigate what your race had done. That, of course, past history now, my dear Admiral. But I must continue on, you see. We have never interfered before in your race's wars and barbarity, but now we must. For you to have learnt to tamper with a certain power that is not for man, namely, that of atomic energy, our emissaries have already delivered messages to the powers of your world. What? And yet they do not heed. Now you have been chosen to be witness here that our world does exist, you see. Our culture and science is many thousand of years beyond your race, Admiral. I interrupted. But what does this have to do with me, sir? The master's eyes seemed to penetrate deeply into my mind, and after studying me for a few moments he replied, "Your race has now reached a point of no return, but there are those among you who would destroy your very world rather than relinquish their powers as they know it." Whoa. I nodded, and the master continued, "In 1945 and afterward, we tried to contact your race, but our efforts were met with hostility. Our flugerads were fired upon, yes, even pursued with malice and animosity by your fighter planes. So now I say to you, my son, there is a great storm gathering in your world, a black fury that will not spend itself for many years. There will be no answer in your arms. There will be no safety in your science. It may range on until every flower of your culture is trampled and all human things are leveled in vast chaos. Your recent war has only a prelude of what is yet to come for your race. We here see it more clearly with each hour. Do you say I am mistaken?" "No," I answer. It happened once before. The Dark Ages came and they lasted for more than 500 years. "Yes, my son," replied the master. "The Dark Ages that will come now for your race will cover the earth like a pall. But I believe that some of your race will live through the storm. Beyond that, I cannot say. We see at a great distance a new world stirring from the ruins of your race, seeking its lost and legendary treasures, and they will be here, my son, safe in our keeping. When that time arrives, we shall come forward again to help you retrieve your culture and your race. Perhaps by then, you will have learned the futility of war and its strife, and after that time, certain of your culture and science will be returned for your race to begin anew. You, my son, are to return to the surface world with this message." Oh, so that's why he didn't die. I'm like, why didn't he die here? What? With these closing words, our meeting seemed at an end. I stood for a moment, as in a dream, but yet I knew this was reality, and for some strange reason, I bowed slightly, either out of respect or humility. I did not know which. Suddenly, I was again aware that the two beautiful hosts who had brought me here again were at my side. "This way, Admiral," mentioned one. I turned once more before leaving and looked back toward the master. A gentle smile was etched on his delicate and ancient face. "Farewell, my son," he spoke. Then he gestured with a lovely, slender hand, a motion of peace, and our meeting was truly ended. Quickly, we walked back through the great door of the master's chamber and once again entered into the elevator. The door slid silently downward, and we were once again going upward. One of the hosts spoke again. "We must now make haste, Admiral. As the master desires to delay you no longer on your scheduled timetable, and you must return with this message to your race." I said nothing. All of this was almost beyond belief, and once again my thoughts were interrupted as we stopped. I entered the room and was again with my radio man. He had an anxious expression on his face. As I approached, I said, "It was all right, Howie. It was all right." The two beings motioned us towards the awaiting conveyance. We boarded, and soon arrived back at the aircraft. The engines were idling as we boarded immediately. The whole atmosphere seemed charged now with a certain air of urgency. After the cargo door was closed, the aircraft was immediately lifted by that unseen force until we reached an altitude of 2,700 feet. Two of the aircraft were alongside for some distance, guiding us on our return way. I must state here, the airspeed indicator registered no reading, yet we were moving along at a very rapid rate. 201 hours, a radio message comes through. "We are leaving you now, Admiral. Your controls are free. Off Widerschen. We watched for a moment as the flugerads disappeared into a pale blue sky. The aircraft suddenly... What does that mean? The aircraft suddenly felt as though caught in a sharp downfall for a moment. We quickly recovered her control. We do not speak for every time each man has his thoughts. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. Okay. Entry in flight log continues. 220 hours. We were again over vast areas of ice and snow, so I guess they're talking about this. All is duty recorded. The president has been advised. I am now detained for several hours. 6 hours, 39 minutes to be exact. I'm interviewed intently by top security forces and a medical team. It was an ordeal. I'm placed under strict control via national security provisions of the United States of America. I am ordered to remain silent in regard to all that I have learned on behalf of humanity. Incredible. I'm reminded that I am a military man and I must obey orders. These last few days elapsed since 1947 have not been kind. I now make my final entry in the singular diary. In closing, I must state that I have faithfully kept this matter secret, as directed all these years. It has been completely against my values of moral right. Now I seem to sense the long night coming on. This secret will not die with me. But, as all truth shall, it will triumph, and so it shall. This can be the hope of mankind. I have seen the truth, and it has quickened my spirit and has set me free. I've done my duty toward the monstrous military-industrial complex. Now the long night begins to approach. But there shall be no end, just as long night of the Arctic ends. The brilliant sunshine of truth shall come again, and for those who have darkness shall fall in its light. For I have seen the land beyond the pole, that center of the great unknown. Whoa. Whoa. The secret, and then this is about the secret lost diary, I guess. So that's crazy talk. Do you think this is true? What do you guys think after reading that? That's about Hollow Earth. How do you guys feel about it? When they mean your race, do they mean, when they're talking about your race, do they mean the human race? Like the, as in like mankind? Or like, what does it mean? Does it mean his race, or does it mean like mankind? Nah, just white? Probably yes. Because I feel like it's like the human race. Depends how it's like translated, or what it's translated from. Mankind? I could sleep to Kiki's voice so good. Yippee! Oh my god, and thank you so much for the $10. Kiki love. Thank you so much. This is epic. This is like an epic fantasy reading. Nom nom nom. Oh. Well, I'm fucked then. Am I fucked? Am I not able to go? I don't know if I don't know. $10 to get more tin hats? That's crazy. So, I have a question. Was this like after World War II? Like when they saw all that stuff on the ship, like had World War II stuff ended yet? Like as in like all the, you know, all that? Oh, okay. It says the fight is in 1946. Thank you for the $5. There was recently a big expedition to Antarctica. I was about to ask why they haven't done that yet. By globe earthers and flat earthers, several top flat earthers publicly changed their mind. Oh yeah, because you know, didn't they take them to Antarctica and showed them that that like to prove the Earth isn't flat, they showed that it was like always night or something in Antarctica or something. Yeah. 2 years after the end of the war. Oh. So, like... Did they say that the sun never set or anything? Go where? To the Hollow Earth? But, like, why hasn't anyone tried yet? To go to the Hollow Earth? Has anyone tried? This was December 2024, a few months ago. They saw the 24-hour sun in the south. It's daytime 24 hours a year. Yes, that kind of proves them wrong. Yeah. This is distinct from Hollow Earth arguments. Oh, yeah, I know. I was thinking, yeah, that's interesting. You'd feel strange from being upside down under. Well, I'm already upside down all the time living in Australia, so... Isn't it a conspiracy theory in itself that Australia isn't real? Or is that a joke? Because I can't tell if people really think that or if it's a joke. This is a tricky thing about conspiracy theories, is because I can't tell which ones people legitimately believe or not. But the reason why I looked up this one, and the only reason I know about Hollow Earth, is because my sister's ex-boyfriend thought that Hollow Earth was real. And that's like, and my sister told me about it, and I was like, what the fuck? What is this about? I thought it was a crazy, like, theory that no one believed. Yeah. Yeah. No, well, Hollow Earth's a game, but, like, actual, like, Hollow Earth, like, to explain that, like, Earth, like, has things inside it, and it's not, like... You know, I don't know, scary. I'll be right back, guys. Give me like literally 2 seconds. I'm just gonna go pee. 1 sec, and then we'll look at other things. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Do you think pee is stored in the balls? Yes. Yes, I do. Absolutely. Absolutely. Piss is stored in the sun. That's why it's yellow. I have a question for you guys, actually. Do you guys think that... Do you guys think that that the moon landing is fake? Was fake? Did you guys... Who here thinks the moon landing was fake? Australia isn't a real place. I'm imaginary. Well, I don't even live in Australia. I live in Rabbitville anyway. Yeah. No. Could have happened, but I doubt. So you guys think that it was real? It could have been fake, maybe? Interesting. I was just wondering how many people actually thought that, because I believe it was real, but I know a lot of people don't think it's real. The moon isn't real? What? Hang on. The moon, I'm looking this, isn't real. Theory? Does anyone have articles about the moon not being real? Wait. Shut up! I wasn't looking at pillars under the pyramids! Okay, quiet. I wasn't looking at that before. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I hate that you can see my recent searches. I hate that you guys could see that. I wasn't looking into it. Oh, thank you for the $5. Even in Byrd's account, 100% real. The idea that ancient lost civilizations plus history literally goes underground is real, i.e. paleontology. Want answers, dig. Well yes, I think that's true. I saw this thing now. It says top moon conspiracy theories and why they are stupid. Let's see. This is the media though, they could be pretending it. The Apollo moon landings were fake. About 5% of Americans think the moon landings were completely staged. They were not. Wait, but like, is this just trust me, bro? These people cite variations reason for this belief, as Space.com previously reported. Why are there no stars in the photos of the moonwalkers? Why is the US flag fluttering? Why are there footprints, but no prints from the lunar modules from the landers? There aren't any stars in the photo because daylight on the surface washes them out, just like it does on our planet. The US flag is fluttering because it has a metal rod sewn into it to give it the appearance of moving in the wind. Are you sure? I don't know, they're being a little suspicious. And these footprints, but no impressions from the modules because the weight of the lunar modules was more evenly distributed than the astronauts' weight was in their boots. Okay, others ask, don't you need water or some kind of moisture in the soil to leave footprints? The answer is no. Particles of dust can hold various shapes because of the friction between them. And the lunar module that landed on the lunar surface did not leave a deep crater because underneath the dust the moon is made up of densely packed rock, but the dust and loose dirt on the surface was picked up. Why did you get it? There is wind in space? This is another conspiracy theory. The moon is not real, but an alien space station. What the hell? People really think this one? UFO sightings daily. The truth is within our grasp. What? UFO exits on the moon gets deleted from NASA image archived after reporting it. Ha! It's ridiculous. I reported these two photos in the NASA image atlas back in 2013, but between then and now they got deleted. Ah. Thank you for the $5. I heard they're hiding ancient human bones found in Australia. Really? Is that true? I do at this site to help edit out the existence of aliens. These photos are much more important than you think. The evidence that NASA deleted it, not just a UFO, but also 100% evidence that the moon is not real, but actually an alien space station. That's right, the moon's surface appears real, but as you can see, the surface can open up huge doors that allow ships to exit and enter at any given time. So do they think it's like in a TV show or like a cartoon, or you can just open the hinges of like a planet and like pop in on the inside of it? How'd they even get that there? What? Also, I just wanted to say thank you to all the new people that are checking out the stream today. Please, if you like me, you subscribe, okay? If you like me, just wanted to let you know. I really appreciate it. Mm. Mm. These photos are... Okay. But this is also 100% evidence the moon's not real, but an alien space station. The moon's surface appears real, but as you can see, the surface can open up huge doors that allow ships to exit and enter at any given time. How do you think the public would react if they knew the moon was not real, but an alien space station with its surface covered with debris to make it look like a moon? Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. The public would panic, chaos would ensue, and the world governments would be in turmoil. All from 2 little photos, but they stopped all that from ever happening with a single stroke of a delete key. That's why NASA exists, to control what the public knows. What? Is this true? Thank you very much for becoming a member. What? That time when the moon's image failed to load? What, is this real? Is this real? There's no way. It failed to load the image? That's crazy. That's crazy. Classic well poisoning, insert a kook theory to discredit the argument. Oh. Actually, that's true. That's true. Yeah. What is this supposed to show us? I don't get it. I found a boomerang or triangle UFO on Earth's moon in a Firefly module video on this site. This object is parked in a... What the fuck are you talking... Do these people not know that there's other things in space? Like other than like a moon? You know there's other things that are in space? Like lots of shit. Anyway, whatever. Let's keep reading this. Random things on the moon. This photograph taken by the lunar orbiter in February of 1967 shows a mile-high piece of something rising from the surface of the moon. NASA conspiracy theorist Richard Hoagland said this should be called the shard and argued that no geological phenomenon can explain it, so it must be artificially made. This? It turned out later, however, that Hoagland had processed the image, such as by adjusting contrast and using smoothing filters, so that a spot of light on the image turned into the shard. I love that it was called the shard. I found a boomerang. I was thinking that had to do with the Australian being real. Come on, come on. Thank you for the $5. Why does the moon always face the same way? Awful convenient that we only see the same side forever. Are you sure though? Because the moon... Because I don't think that's true. Right? I've seen other... Well, now that I think about it, every time I've seen a full moon, it does look the same, but... Maybe I'm crazy. These people literally think space is fake. Really? Do you guys think... Does anyone here think space is fake? It's real. If you point a laser at a specific point on the moon, the laser reflects back because of a number of reflectors placed on the moon. This is in the bread, and someone replied, "You ever learn to stop spewing propaganda like a good little NASA cocksucker?" What the fuck am I reading? I'm skeptical of a government brand spends millions of dollars a day to shit out CGI comm sites and try to convince the public they're a descendant of a monkey on a rock hurling millions of miles an hour through infinite nothingness. I don't know. I like to think about that we're in space because it's cool. A couple years ago, rumor had it that the moon would turn green. What? What? It didn't go green? The moon is made for cheese. The moon is unfortunately not made up of cheese. If it were made of cheese, that would mean there is a gigantic cow somewhere in the solar system. What? Yes! Yes! Suck on that. Suck on that. Haha. It's true. A popular lunar myth holds that a full moon can affect our well-being. Well, that's just astrology. I'll be honest with you guys. You know what's stupider to believe than all these conspiracy theories? is astrology. If you believe in astrology, you need some help. You need some help. You need to go get some help, please. The supermoon can cause disasters. These are things about the moon. Yeah. Anyway, so I want to tell you guys about something really cool that started this off, okay? Look at this! Archaeologists believe that they have discovered a vast underground city spanning directly beneath the iconic Egyptian pyramids in Giza. It's true! It's true! It's true! It's true! No credible evidence! Shut up! Shut up! Get off of this page. Shut up. Shut up. This is my magnum opus, okay? Okay? Shut up. While some experts have refuted this claim, idiots sent from government agencies, a new study has deployed radar pulses to depict high-resolution images of thousands of feet below the ground to discover hidden structures beneath. The report has identified 8 separate vertical cylinder-shaped objects spanning more than 2,100 feet under the pyramids, which is also accompanied by an array of other unknown structures. What? There's more! 4,000 feet deeper. Whoa! Whoa! If the data is accurate, it would be groundbreaking and could change the history of ancient Egypt. Look! Look! It's real! Look! This is on Britain's news channel. Britain said it was true. No, it is true. Look. Look at these. Isn't that awesome? Radar... Imagine, okay? Radar expert Professor Lawrence Conyers has explained that such technology could not possibly create images of structures thousands of feet below the ground and dubbed the paper's finding a huge exaggeration. Shut up, Lawrence. Why are you such a downer, Lawrence, huh? Why don't you just be quiet, okay? Why don't you just stop? However, he added that it could be possible that smaller structures such as chambers were built before the pyramids, as it was a site which used to be special to ancient people. He stressed out that the Mayans and other people in ancient Mesoamerica often built pyramids on top of the entrances of caves or caverns that had ceremonial meaning to them. Speaking to the Daily Mail, the paper's findings are still due to be analysed by a group of independent experts and scholars. You know what they're going to be analysed by? Some government agency that is going to say that it's fake. They're going to say that it's fake or exaggerated or wrong, okay? Which I feel like isn't good. Isn't going to be good. And they're going to say that it's a lie, but it's true. Okay? It's true. It's obviously true. Conyers admitted that the only real way to prove the theory would be to carry out targeted excavations of the area, and no one wants to do that. No one wants to excavate the area because they want to protect all the ancient technology and historical evidence down underneath the pyramids. Okay. My take is that as long as authors are not making things up and that their basic methods are correct, the interpretation should be given a look by all who care about the site. We can quibble about interpretations, and that is called science, but the basic methods need to be solid. How come we can excavate the whole earth, basically? We can excavate anything we want to, like, find fossils, we can find other things down there, we can mine anything, but we can't look underneath the pyramids. They're like, no. And you know what? You know places that the government lives, like anywhere, like government property, like even the White House and stuff, it's probably built on top of some huge secret. It's built there for a reason. It's probably some huge secret they're covering up by trying to put a big building on it. Okay, that's why they're trying to hide it. That's why people want to make more houses and want to build more houses, because they're trying to cover things up and trying to stop people from excavating it so people can buy it as like private property. It's true. My take is that as long as authors, okay, He explained that he could not actually identify any hidden structures underneath the set of pyramids. Shut up. The Giza Pyramid complex houses the Great Pyramid, the Pyramid of Khafre, and the Pyramid of Menkaure, as well as the Great Sphinx. Each pyramid was built and named after a pharaoh of the ancient civilization. Beyond the iconic megastructures, the area is also home to a number of smaller temples, cemeteries, and an ancient village. Project spokeswoman Nicole Cicelo said a vast underground city has been discovered beneath the pyramids. Yes, it's true. It's true. Did anyone see this? Did anyone know this? Huh. Oh, this is from 15 hours ago. Wait. There's new details. New details. Nom nom nom. Wait, look. The mystery surrounding an alleged underground city beneath vast pyramids has deepened as scientists revealed new details about what could be hidden more than 4,000 feet beneath the Earth's surface. A team of Italian researchers have claimed they uncovered massive vertical shafts encased in spherical staircases and an enormous limestone platform with two vast chambers containing descending channels that resemble pipelines. During a press briefing on Saturday, the researchers explained that a water system has been detected beneath this platform. The water! There's ancient life down there. They're still living down there, okay? They're breeding and they're living down there, okay? And the water that goes down these ancient shafts have been able to supply life to these people, okay? It's true. It's true. Yeah. Has been detected beneath this platform, located over 2,100 feet below the Khafre Pyramid, with underground pathways extending even deeper into the earth. The team used radar pulses to create high-resolution images deep below the surface, similar to how sonar is used to map the ocean floor. Although these startling claims have been met with skepticism by some idiots, not experts, who label them as false and exaggerated, the researchers are confident that there is an entire hidden world of many structures more than 2,000 feet below the water system. We can magnify the images in the future. When we magnify these images in the future, we will reveal that beneath it lies what can only be described as a true underground city. It's like Atlantis. It's like Atlantis, a lost underground city hidden beneath the ocean. But it was right beneath everybody's nose the whole time. Yeah, said Corrado Malagna from Italy's University of Pisa in a statement. I've been to Pisa before. The team's findings, which have not undergone peer review, also suggest that the Khafre Pyramid might conceal undiscovered secrets, including the fabled Hall of Records. This legendary concept is often associated with ancient Egyptian lore, believed to be a hidden chamber beneath the Great Pyramid or the Sphinx that contains vast knowledge about ancient civilizations. What? Professor Lawrence Conyers, a radar expert at the University of Denver who focuses on archaeology, told Daily Mail that it is not possible. Well, he's in Denver, in America, okay? Of course these Americans are gonna say it's a lie. Of course they are. He's covering it up. However, he suggests that it is conceivable many structures such as shaft and chambers may exist beneath the pyramids. Yeah. The project spokesperson shared a video on Saturday of them discussing the research that is yet to be published in a scientific journal, when they would need to be analyzed by independent experts. Oh, thanks for the $2. As an American, I say we conquer it. Yay! Yeah. Yippee. Yeah. If Atlantis isn't real, how did they make a whole movie about it? I don't know. It's obviously real. All three were built 4,500 years ago on a rocky plateau of the west bank of the Nile River in northern Egypt and were constructed in the name of the pharaoh. See? Look, it's real. Look at all of the columns. Guys, this is scientific history, okay? This is new history we found right that was right under our noses the whole time. Isn't this crazy? Like this is gonna make history for us. And they look like plasma coils. They look like coils of plasma. Look, look. Nom, nom, nom. Plasma coils. They look like plasma coils. See? See? What? What? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Coincidence? Coincidence? Listen to the music. I think not. I don't think so. It's just a drawing. They look like plasma coils. Okay. The vertical shafts identified underneath are about 33 to 39 feet in diameter. Imagine all the shit that's down in there. Located at depth or at least 2,130 feet, the team suggested that the structure could be supporting the pyramid. Yeah, but they could be keeping stuff in there. Okay, I'm not gonna be rude to Egypt. Okay, but say that this is real, right? Is the internet going bad? Is the internet going bad? Is it okay? Is my internet bad? Is it okay? Not for me? It seems fine for me? Okay. Okay, I was getting worried. They're trying to silence me! Anyway, so say this is true, right? Imagine all of the stuff that they could that could be down there. Even if they were support structures, they could keep stuff in there. Like, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything to Egypt or to the people of Egypt at all, but how fucking dumb do you have to be to not look through the whole fucking pyramids and excavate it? Okay, I get that they're like important structures, but like, look at it. Look at everything. There shouldn't be a secret anymore. It's been 4,000 years or something. It shouldn't be secret what's in there. There shouldn't be a secret anymore. Let's look at them. It's more... No, just bulldoze it. If you must. They're big, but like... We've gotten rid of worse. No, I'm really not trying to be rude. But like, why is no one like trying to do anything? They're very heavy. I'm not asking them to lift it up. I'm just asking them to dig around it and have a look. No, well, don't destroy them, but like, look through them. Like, let's have a little look. We deserve to know what's underneath the pyramids. It shouldn't be a secret. Like, how is it a secret? How could it be a secret? Like, I don't get how something that obviously has so much important stuff in it is not being looked at. Well, I mean, they could send more little robots or something. Yeah. We did calculations and saw that the Khafre pyramid is incredibly heavy, and to hold it up, it needs a solid foundations. Otherwise, it will sink. It also noted that the cylinder structures appear to serve as access points to this underground system. Imagine they slide down them like firefighter poles or something. During the briefing, the team revealed an image produced by radar pulses. The existence of vast chambers beneath the Earth's surface, comparable in size to the pyramids themselves, have a remarkably strong correlations between the legendary holes of Amenti. Whoa. Yeah, this new study used similar technology but benefited from satellites orbiting Earth. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but you could like dig around it. Have you never seen like mining sites? Like, they've dug really... We have really big excavators now. Yeah. What's this? The time cube? Let's have a look. I watched this on video about a hole in America, and it took me like 8 minutes to realize it was AI stop. Really? Sand? Just dig around it. Guys, am I fucking dumb? It's sand? Just dig. It doesn't matter if it's sand. You can still dig sand. Have you ever been to the beach? Like, just dig it. What? What? Just dig the sand. Just put the sand, make a pole. Yeah, but you can like hold the... You can get the sand and then make another spot to dump the sand. Like, just put the sand somewhere else. Yeah, sand is real. They could wet the sand with a big hose. They wanted to. She's correct, just dig and give me all the sand. The technology just isn't there yet. Why not? We have rocket ships. We have big mining equipment to help us mine like huge things. Are we that like badly? China will do it. China would do it. I bet China's gonna do it. If we're not gonna do it, it's probably gonna be China that's probably gonna dig it. How come we don't have the technology? There's no way. Just like get a big shovel and dig. Or a big like mining... Like, have you guys never seen the big machines in the mines before? It's because it absolutely is because it takes money. Absolutely. I'm gonna go. Okay, how many people are here right now? 160 people in my stream, okay? How about let's all go grab a shovel. I'll provide you with one. Let's go right now to the pyramids and dig underneath the pyramids. And we will be able to do it. Okay, and I won't need any money. I won't pay you either, but we won't need any money as an entity. We'll go and we will dig underneath the pyramids, and because we got there first to the new civilization underneath the pyramids, we won't let anyone in. We'll go, nah, you can't get in, and then we'll conquer it. And then I will be the queen of the pyramids. Okay, people will call me the queen of the pyramids, and I will get a crown and everything. And you guys will be in there with all your plasma energy and we can fight people off with our plasma energy, and then I can be the queen of the pyramids as like a pharaoh. Yeah, I'll be like a pharaoh or whatever. Yeah. Dig a hole? Well, we're rabbits, aren't we? We're all rabbits here, so we could go and we could dig because we're rabbits. And everything, yeah. I know. I'm the queen of the pyramid. I'm the queen of the pyramid. I like the pyramid. Yeah. Kiki may be stupid. What? How am I stupid? I'm literally just saying it's not that hard to dig in the sand. It's really not that hard. What do you mean we don't have the technology? What do you mean we don't have the technology to dig in the sand? That's so stupid. I dig sand at the beach. I've dug a hole in the beach before. Can you not do that in Egypt? Is it just the Egyptian sand, like, dumb or something? Like, why can't you just do that? How do you keep the cave from caving in? You just dig a hole. It's not a cave. You dig the hole. You dig it like a hole. No. You just dig more. Infallible logic, Queen Kiki. Thank you. I just don't understand how you guys think that's stupid. Like, just dig more. You know how you stop it from going back in? You keep digging. What do you think a cave is? I don't know, like a place, like a big place in the rock. You would have to excavate the entire desert? No, you wouldn't. You just dig a hole. Guys, no one's listening. No one's listening. No one understands me. All we have to do is dig a hole. But you need a really big shovel and a really big bucket? I can provide those. Okay. Just move the bricks one by one? No, just dig underneath. We don't need... You know what? We can do without destroying the pyramids. We just dig. Like, maybe it's because I have rabbits and I understand how this works, unlike any of you. But, like, I have rabbits that have dug, like, holes. Like a rabbit hole. Have you ever seen a burrow before, dum-dums? Okay? We can build a massive burrow underneath the pyramids and it's not gonna go in. Like a sand burrow, yeah. It's so funny. That's a lot. Like, whatever. Let's learn about something new. My sides? No one understands. Okay, this is called Time Cube. For some reason it was deleted. I don't know why, but let's see. Time Cube 4CE. In 1888, Meridian Time personnel met in Washington to change Earth time. What first word said was that only one day could be used on Earth to not change the one-day Bible, so they applied the one day and ignored the other 3 days. Huh? Thank you! I'll check out Valiant Thor. I will. Thank you so much for the $2. Yeah. Oh, he died? That's so sad. The Bible time was wrong, and then it proved wrong today. This is a major lie. What? Has so much evil feed from its wrong? No man on earth has no belly button. It proves every believer on earth is a liar. Children will be blessed for killing... What? Children will be blessed for killing of educated adults who ignore 4 simultaneous days. Same Earth rotation, practicing evil oneness upon Earth of quadrants. Evil adult crime versus youth supports lie of integration. One educated, a most dumb. Not one human except dead one. Man is paired 2 half for self. One of God is only quarter of God. Bible a lie and word is lies. Navel connects four corners. Four as God is born of a mother. She left belly B. Signature. What the hell? Do you know about Overton Bridge? No, I don't. This is ESL. Go back to your country, webman. Every priest has must sign, but lies to honor queers. Belly B proves four corners. Your dirty lying teachers use only the midnight to midnight one day, ignoring 3 other days. Time to not foul, already wrong. Bible time. Lie to corrupt earth, you educated stupid fools. Belly button logic works. When do teenagers die? Adult eat teenagers alive. No record of their death. Father-son image, not God's. Every man born of woman. Belly button is the signature of your personal creator. I believe her name Mama. Pastor told his flock that God created all of them. Truth was that they all had mama-made belly buttons. Church was full of liars. Earth has 4 days and same 24 hours. 4 days in 24 hours. What? It's 4 days in 24 hours. One day God was wrong. Einstein was onist brain. Try my belly button logic. No, God knows about 4 days. It is evil to ignore 4 days. Does your teacher know? Fraudulent oneness of religious academia has retarded your opposite rational brain to a half-brain slave. You ignored 3 of 4 days. Force 4 days on Earth. They already exist. Why are you yelling at me? 4 horsemen have 4 days in only one Earth rotation. 4 angles stood on 4 corners. 4 corners rotate to 16 corners, which equal to 4 corner days. Teachers are evil liars. The oneness of God is stillness, death. You were oneness. Retard. I can say that. On the earth opposite all your life. Love of God is hate of children. Support time cube or be cursed. Earth has 4 corner. Simultaneous 4 day. Time cube. How long does this go for? Do I read this? Oh my god! Oh my god! What the fuck? There's multiple pages? Physics of Santa Claus. What the fuck is the physics of Santa Claus? Is there more pages? Did you see? Oh god! Why not the time cube? The only reason is educated stupidity. I have demonstrated absolute irrefutable proof of 4 simultaneous 24 hours. So that was all proof. Okay. In a single rotation of Earth, no other man or God can claim such truth manifestation. The academic brainwashed mind is corrupt and can't comprehend cubic magnificence. University of Michigan is a racist and anti-white institution offering 20 points for registration. If you are not white, it is already evil in that they suppress student free speech for discussing and debating nature's harmonic time cube principle. So I guess this guy has gone to the University of Michigan and tried to talk about the time cube principle. Integration equates unnatural racial slop. Does black mentality need the 20 points to equate the mentality of the... Oh god. Jesus. Force teachers to debate time cube sites. Word teachers are the most evil humans. I think we got that from the beginning of that. Since I have informed you. Wait, let's see what the end says. Maybe... Oh, you know what? You are educated stupid as teachers lack intelligence. Time is cubic. Truth is cubic. Time is cubic. Life is cubic. Form is cubic. Family is cubic. Village is cubic. Evil is cubeless. Self is cubeless. God is cubeless. Language is a human invention of an evil cubeless singularity. Whoa. I am a cubic thinker and far wiser than any god, any scientist, and any educator who... So, I've got a question. What did this guy pass away from? I'm just genuinely curious. Oh, let's see that he's gonna... Let's quickly read this for the end. Of old age? Wow. I thought it was like gonna be an overdose or something, but that's nice to know. Sorry, absolute cubeless behavior. I need to add that to my vocabulary. Proving human stupidity. Revelations 7.1 recognizes 4 Earth corners. I mean, if you look at it that way, it kind of does have 4 corners, if you think about it. 3 equator, 4 corner Earth. Time rotates 96 hours as stimulantius 4-day cube. You were taught that Earth has only 1 equator, as if the Earth was flat. You were taught ignorance. Creator has 2 sex poles and 4 corner races of humans. God is cornered as a queer. Your word, murder your children. Human metamorphosis has 4 corner. Lifetime stages known as baby, child, parent, and a grandparent. Bible God equates 1 corner and bare earth for children. 4 corner earth truth is ineffable, and no self or God can speak truth. Only baby is born, adults not born. Without metamorphosis, no adults. If Earth stood still, it would have midday, midnight, sun up, sun down as 4 corners. Sorry. It has... So he thinks that it just switches? The 16 space-times demonstrate cube proof of 4 full days simultaneously on Earth within one rotation. The academia created 1-day Greenwich time is bastardly queer and dooms future youth and nature to hell. Ignorance 4-day harmonic cubic nature indicts humans as unfit to live on Earth. I will give $1,000. 1,000? Or is it 100,000? Any person who can disprove 4 days in each Earth rotation. It's a pity that religious and academic world is a crime against nature and enslaves children. Wow, that's a pretty good diagram. So we have like, that's day 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's day 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Midday, sundown, midnight, sun up. You are 1 corner rotating 4 corner family time ages. Ah. He means $1,000 to any civilian, but $10,000 to any academic. Oh, wow. What? Socrates has a midday, Clintons have a sundown, Einstein has a midnight, Jesus has a sunup. What? Wow. Yeah, so that's interesting. That was interesting. Yeah, this is what he thinks like it's like. You think that I should read this whole thing one time? I should do a stream where maybe I read the whole thing. That would be kind of fun. I'll really try to learn about the time cube one day. I know it's a bunch of babble, but it's kind of interesting. Time cube ASMR. I'll do some time cube ASMR. Not now. No time cube research by evil academic bastards. Students are told stupidity. Denying free speech rights to debate the truth cube. Is your university so evil? As to suppress time cube, students are really stupid. Without cubic life, wisdom, and yellow-bellied cowards, only MIT was courageous. Time cube is DOVA theory. Time is cubic, non-linear as in stupid, and evil educators teach children. Wow. Wow, that's interesting. Wow. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he obviously has some issues, but I don't know. I do enjoy like stuff like this. I think it's interesting, like to try to figure out how someone else's mind works and like what kind of, because if you think about it enough, maybe there's a little logic in it, you know. Anyways, yeah. So, what else did I see? Oh yeah, here's something else I wanted to look at. Something called the decrypted matrix. Honestly, anything that's like based off of the Matrix or whatever, I think it's kind of silly, but it's interesting. Welcome to the decrypted matrix, so we can see reality for what it is and for what it is not. So it's like, apparently, if I'm gonna truth share, like, you get taken down. So sad. If you had accounts interfered with, welcome to the winning team. Whoa. Whoa. Great Awakening map. So all this stuff is like weaponized food, big pharma rig elections, all this stuff. And then what's all this stuff? Solar system warming, dense energy cloud, lucid dream, ancient artificial intelligence. It all comes back to the pyramids. Let's see what it goes into at the bottom. Non-dual mind, love and light of the one infinite creator, enlightenment. And this is all like buzzwords to me though. Empty awareness, escaped samsara, cycle rebirth, endless suffering, hall of mirrors, the mystery of the universal creation, rainbow light body ascension, telepathy, law of attraction, fasting, crystal healing, qigong. I mean, I fasted before. Am I on this part of the iceberg? Oh, let's see. What is the meaning of life? To learn, grow, experience, improve, love, and most importantly, to remember. We assert more control of the hologram than we realize. Use this power carelessly or wisely. Creation doesn't create pointless creations. Learn from mistakes and evolve, or cycle, rinse, repeat. You're here because you exist. Get used to it. That means you always have and always have been. You aren't going anywhere, so relax. You've merely forgotten the fact that you can transform. What? And choose to limit yourself when it is required in order to learn. Huh? Is that true? What is the nature of reality? Oh, the actual basis of reality beholds a holographic construct with regard to the mind-body consciousness connection. Through past control, misdirection of all media and info distribution, TV. I feel like the older I get, like. Okay, this is the thing. I feel like the older I get, the more I'm like. I don't know how to explain it. The more I'm confused. I don't know, the more, like, I don't trust things. The more skeptical I am with everything. As far as, like, not only the things that I do know, but things that I don't know. So I'm quite skeptical with everything, really. I don't know how to explain it. The more skeptical I am, I guess. Seeing, like, patterns and stuff, like, within society. Seeing, like, the patterns in society and the patterns in people, you know. And the way that things kind of shift on a pendulum, but like don't evolve at all past any points as far as like what people think. I don't know. It's called wisdom, and it's like tiring. It's tiring. Yeah, and see trends come and go, things come and go, like ideas be thrown out, and then. You know, and then being seen as stupid or whatever, you know, it's like it gets a bit tiring, yeah. We are matter. Matter is energy, and our thoughts and belief systems implicitly shape the physical reality that we manifest into existence, moment to moment. I guess that's why we enjoy stuff so much when we're children, because we are ignorant to the world. But I'm not like upset at the world or angry at the world. Like, honestly, I think one of the reasons why I'm most comfortable, you know, living and existing is because of my own faith and my own, like, ideas of the world is probably why I'm most comfortable. But yeah. The best place to start is reading The Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot, based on both rigorous scientific study and global human experience. Our minds are connected because consciousness is like the internet. Each of us creates a unique experience through this one consciousness, as does every other computer terminal connected to the one internet. We are in the driver's seat at the keyboard, and we have connectivity to consciousness in order to create our own realities. It really is that simple. I don't think it's that simple. I really don't think it's that simple. I think our brain is a lot more complex than we think it is. And you're born with so many predispositions to certain things in the way that you're thinking. Like, your DNA does kind of affect the way that you think, or your upbringing kind of affects the way that you think and the way that you communicate with others. I don't really think it's that simple. And yes, you can reprogram your consciousness, and somewhat you can change kind of the neural pathways in your brain to kind of think or start to think in a different way. I've done that before in the way that I think. I used to have quite a bad way of thinking all the time. You know, I'd be more self-destructive with my thinking. And you can definitely change the way that your brain works. It's very difficult to do, though, and you need to have a good understanding of your own mind and brain to do it. But I don't think it's in the same way that they're talking about, you know. The most intriguing of all, it is that we seem to get what we deserve. Some would call it karmas, while others would call it universal balance between positive/negative, good/bad, yin/yang. I actually don't agree with that. I don't think everyone gets what they deserve. I think some people deserve terrible shit to happen to them, and unfortunately it never happens. And some people deserve really good stuff, but unfortunately they never end up getting good things. I think you can create the good things or the bad things, but you can definitely change outcomes if you work really hard. But, you know, yeah. Within the holographic universe concept, there exists a paradox where both opposing truths are true. The whole contains all the pieces, but each individual piece still contains the whole. Interesting how we've all heard God is within us, but we also an expression of God is Christ consciousness or the Great Spirit. Why does the idea of God complicate religious belief? To do it effectively, it often involves breaking someone's will first, reprogramming, organic change of the brain wiring, you're improving or allowing yourself to regress. Yeah, I think so, yeah. So much time has passed, with so much real truth and history forgotten, lost, or overwritten. Modern-day religions have not only been manipulated and perverted, but evidence implies even highly controlled from origin. In the purest forms, existentialism, Taoism, and Buddhism are lifestyles most in line with great governance and personal accountability, as in direct accordance with universal law, harmony, balance, and love, and how alignment and will against that is directly relative to what kind of reality individuals will ultimately manifest for themselves. To be honest, the only people I've met that are Buddhist, and this is probably not good, but I don't know, they kind of they say they're Buddhist, but they're not actually Buddhist. You know what I mean? So I've never met an actual Buddhist person before. Right now, Jordan Peterson has by far the best and most comprehensive breakdown of this from a psychologist's perspective, and his vast direct human experiences via patient stories, etc., has applied against his incredible knowledge and critical analysis of most relevant and misunderstood psychological references of our time. Yeah. Not practicing? Yeah. Is there an afterlife? An extremely high percentage of near-death experiences live to tell indescribable awareness, connectedness, and love during this in-between time, or outside of the typical fabric of reality. The most puzzling of all is that the majority of individuals see what they expect to see, with visions often aligning with their religious or spiritual belief system. Yeah, so that's an interesting thing I've heard about people having near-death experiences. A lot of the time what they see is what they expect to see. And I think the reason as to why they do that is because your brain biologically cannot understand what it is like to die. So a lot of the time what it will do is just make you kind of see, or kind of see visions of what you think you're going to go to, but you don't actually know. In an in-between phase like that, it takes a while for your brain to fully die, and your brain to stop kind of working, so it's hard. From what I know about near-death experiences, a lot of people feel intense joy and peace. So I don't know. Yeah, that's why people see angels and stuff. Yeah, I believe in an afterlife. So, but I know not everyone does. And as they go into kind of religious elements of this, because a lot of conspiracy theories sometimes have things to do with religious concepts and ideals, and I just hope we can be respectful to all religions and stuff, as we're talking about this. Why does the idea of God complicate religious beliefs? Oh wait, I've already read that one. Why are countries always at war with each other? Countries at war are controllable and profitable. For the international interests, TB, focused on controlling Earth's resources through globalization and technological domination. America and Israel are the only chosen pawns to play leader and instigators of perpetual global conflict by this incredible small sadistic minority. This plays out for all of us to watch at alternative reality of the mainstream media news mafia. It's hard because I wish I could talk about this on stream. I wish I could. But I'm not. I shouldn't. For my own sake, as a VTuber, because I know that I have to bow down, unfortunately, to these kinds of things if I want to be successful. I have to be careful because I don't want to get in trouble. I have to keep, but I completely agree. I don't think this in itself is a conspiracy theory at all. I think it's pretty obvious. Absolutely not a conspiracy theory at all. There's enough evidence out there. So I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. What happened to the United States of America? Generally, people on Earth just want to be happy and keep their families and loved ones safe. It is the corrupt element within the global government framework that has bankrupted the financial and corporate sectors under the protection and direction of TPTB, the powers that be. Countries and nationalism are simply clever ways to control humanity using ancient divide-and-conquer techniques. We can produce ways to protect local cultures but allow for safe travel and immigration. Perpetual war by the way of doctrine and religious division keeps this separation in place. What places, such as America and a lot of places in the West want, is for us to hate everyone else. Is for everyone to be in their own little countries, happy. We love our country. We hate everyone else. We don't want anyone in the country. But within the country, we also want to divide people between such like political ideologies and other things like that. So you can't, like, they really like to separate people in and put them into groups so everyone hates each other, and it's not good. Yeah. Who runs the world? Well, we already know that, don't we, everyone here? Should I get a psychic reading so I know my future? I don't really believe in psychics personally. I don't know, it's scary. Psychics scare me. My mom actually went to a psychic before, and they told my mother that she was going to have twin girls, and my mother did have twin girls, which is crazy, but yeah. Oh well, hello. Yeah, that's okay if you're not into conspiracy theories. I'm gonna play Final Fantasy 9 probably tomorrow, or Mario 64. So yeah. Technology seems limited, but how? Because weaponization number 1 until system crash/reset. Technological advancement depends on weaponization weighted by profitability for them, not us. Some technology can reach commercial application for positive benefit of humanity, that the majority does not, i.e. wireless free energy, teleportation, unlimited water filtration, etc. The Earth has more than enough space for billions, billions, and billions more people. When you have the ability to generate energy anywhere needed forever, previously in hospital environments become a non-issue when you have unlimited energy. Building, heating, filtering, moving, growing, all become painless. In a rocky mountain, snowy hillside, or desert plains farther than the eye can see. None of that would matter anymore. What if we are the aliens? Ugh, I don't like it. I don't want to be an alien. I want to be rabbit. I don't want to be an alien. What if we are? What if we're aliens? Guys. What if we are the aliens? I don't want to be an alien. I want to be rabbit. What if we are the aliens? A large variety of evidence indicates that we have never been alone. And have simply forgotten our history, either by accident or intentional. Well, yeah, we've obviously, such as, you know what we've forgotten? The huge pillars underneath the pyramids. It all goes back to it, doesn't it? A combination of ancient genetic engineering and evolution has brought about the current variety in human racial distribution. Investigate complexities, some impossible in today's technology, found within our hidden history, the things our corporate textbooks choose to leave out. Evidence? Over 500 government contractors and witnesses dating back to the 1940s have gone on record to various levels of experience working with such top-secret projects and hidden programs to exploit the advanced technologies. Army intelligence officer Clifford Stone told the Washington Press Club that the US military at his time in service had catalogued 57 different types of ironically hominid like us off-world beings. 57? No, that's not true. I don't believe that. The secret space program has been described by countless of whistleblowers to date, i.e. Gary McKimmon, Randy Kramer, Mark Richards, James Caspel, among others. Are humans the highest evolved species on Earth? Unlikely. Even putting aside the taboo/hidden/unacknowledged alien presence, the oldest cetacean animals, i.e. dolphins, cetacean animals, i.e. dolphins, orcas, and whales, are arguably more advanced. Yeah, that's true. Did you know that? That's true. Yeah, all those animals are extremely intelligent and have been around for so long. And that goes back to what I was talking about before about the ocean. That's I know scientifically it may be tricky to go into the ocean, but and to explore the deep sea. But imagine all of the stuff that we could probably find at the bottom of the deep blue sea. Yeah, and also with the use of AI technology, we're going to be able to communicate better with whales. And figure out patterns in their communication. So maybe we can learn more about technology or other things in the water from them or something. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah. Existing many millions of years longer on Earth than Homo sapiens, these creatures have full natural balance with their ecosystem. Dolphin, orca, whale brains also cycle or process data at a minimum of 100,000 times faster than the average human. Whoa. The whales are saying, stop peeing in the ocean, please. Well, people are saying that actually by doing this, it could help people try to save our oceans more. If we, by being able to communicate with them, we'll become more, we'll feel more of a connection, so people will want to do that. Really, head molding to shape the head to be elongated? I never knew that. Evidence suggests there has always been more to reality than meets the eye. If people and things matter are just abstract energy, then isn't it hard to consider a person's soul or personal essence energy can be left imprinted in the fabric of reality during or after one's lifetime? Ectoplasmic, ghost, paranormal, harmonic resonance are good keywords to dig in there. Oh, can I tell you something? I have a story for you guys, and I think I've told you guys this story maybe before, but I was with my family. And we went to see we went to a cemetery to see my grandma, and my grandma, and we were there, and it was really sad. We were really sad, but I was there right in front of it. It was like a some kind of shelter that she was in, and there was beautiful forest and stuff all around. It was really beautiful, and I was sitting in front of her grave and just praying that she was okay, and to know that I'm doing well, and I was thinking of her, and I loved her, and I hope that she could see how I was now and how proud and you know, be proud of me. And then a bird from the right side of the grave hopped on the grave and then flew into a tree. And my mom, she bursted into tears, and I said to her, you know, what are you okay? What happened? And she said that was her favorite bird. Isn't that crazy? I mean, like, what if it was her trying to tell me that she was proud of me or that she was there, you know? Like, that was her favorite bird. She had, like, paintings of that bird in her house, and, like, she used to paint. She was a painter. She used to paint that bird all the time. And I actually have a painting of that bird in my house. So, yeah, anyway, so that's, like, a story about, like, you know, I never even thought about that before. I didn't know what it was, but it was really cool that, yeah. And I looked around, and I didn't see that bird again. And there was no other birds in that area, which was really cool. I think octopi are aliens. Yeah. I feel like octopi is so intelligent. It's interesting. Yeah. This paranormal effect seems to be connected and almost evident when extreme pain, emotional agony was actualized at the time of physical death. The sensitivity of the individual who observes this energy/plasma. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your physiology. It's interesting. Yeah. We probably can't know it all, but we can absolutely learn more than we know now. We can be more than we are. I think even if we can't figure out what the world means or about these things or about what's in the earth, what shaped the earth, whether it's like what's under the pyramids, what shape the earth is, if there's things inside the earth like about our world, even if we don't know everything, I think it's good to, personally, I think it's cool to understand it, because I think it can help us understand ourselves a little bit as well, which is why I wanted to look into this, because it's interesting. I enjoy learning. I enjoy learning about new things. I enjoy learning about, you know, scientific things, and I don't know, it's really fun to think about and learn about, even if we can't understand, you know. It's like a big problem that you can't, or a question that you can't figure out properly. And even though I have my own faith and ideas of the world, I think it's, I actually was thinking last night, oh, what if, do you think this is bad? Like, I was thinking, I feel bad thinking about this. I feel bad questioning the world or questioning things. But I was thinking, you know, in my brain, if this is, you know, God's creation, don't you think he would be amazed to see so many people trying to figure out how it works, or like what's there, you know, trying to understand the world? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with questioning things either. I think that's what, yeah, I think that's why these kinds of things happen, because it's to make us think. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. I just gotta pee, but give me 1 second, okay? 1 minute. Do 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 do. Hi. Hello, I'm back. Quick. So there's something I kind of want to look into, but I feel like this deserves its own stream for me to learn about. But something that I would really like to look into a little bit more, you know, on stream and stuff is like about quantum physics and quantum mechanics and stuff, because like it's really fun and interesting. And my dad was talking to me about it the other day, and like kind of about how there was so many tests. There was a test done. I don't know that all these like tests and experiments that they've done, or how like it's right now like still kind of unexplainable, a lot of it. And I feel like it would be really fun to learn about a little bit more. You know? Do you think that we should... Yeah, the entanglement stuff is really cool. Like the quantum entanglement and about like how... Yeah. Actually, can I tell you about some of the... just quickly, just something, because I think this is what my dad was talking about the other day. The light slit? Yeah. So here... in the following paragraph, we will describe a thought experiment that we perform at 2 different length scales, with bullets as known from pistols, the large scale, and with electrons, the very small scale. While the experiment is essentially the same, but for the size, we will show you the same result is very different. This will be your first lecture in quantum mechanics. So this shows like how at a level like beyond atoms, like smaller than atoms, physics doesn't make any sense. And all the laws of physics go out the window. It's really interesting. My dad was talking to me about this, and I was like, oh, what the hell? And it kind of goes into something that I feel like we should talk about for the next conspiracy theory that I'm thinking of, which is about being in a simulation. Okay, so let's have a look. So consider first a machine gun that fires bullets to a wall. Between the wall and the machine gun, another wall has 2 parallel slits that are big enough to easily allow a bullet to pass through them. To make the experiment interesting, we have a bad machine gun that also has a lot of spread. This means sometimes it shoots through the first slit and sometimes through the second, and sometimes it hits the immediate wall. If we block the second slit, all bullets that reach the outer wall will have come through the first slit. If we count the number of bullets as a function of the distance from the center of the outer wall, we'll find a curve distribution that will be similar to a Gaussian curve. We call this the probability of curve P1. If we block the first slit, all bullets reach the outer wall will have come through the second slit. The probability curve will be mirrored around the center, and we call it P2. If we open both slits, the bullets at the outer wall will have come through either slit 1 or 2. Typical for classic mechanics in this situation is that the total probability distribution between P can be determined as the sum of the previously mentioned probability distributions, P1 plus P2. So that's kind of a little bit about this is just how it would work in a basic experiment. This is just normal physics. But this is in quantum mechanics, the outcome is very different if it's on like a smaller scale. Now consider the same experiment on a much smaller scale. Instead of bullets from a machine gun, we consider electrons that, for example, can stem from a heated wire parallel to the 2 slits in an intermediate wall. The electron direction will have a natural spread. The slits are also much smaller than before, but much broader than a single electron. The electron experiment's results. Consider again the case that the second slit is blocked. For proper sizes of the slits and distance between the wires and walls, the probabilities distribution P1 will be similar to before. Similarly, if we block the slit P2, we will, for a proper distance, find a probability distribution P2 similar to before. What do you expect will happen if we do not block any slit? We will find a probability distribution P equals P1 plus P2 as before. Well, after all we said, you may guess that that is not the case. Indeed, we will instead find a probability distribution that has various minima and maxima. That is, for x equals 0, there would be a strongest peak of electrons for a certain plus minus delta x. There would be any electrons at all, but for plus minus 2 delta x, there would be another peak of electrons and so on. How can we explain these results? Well, the explanation is rather straightforward if we assume that the electrons in this specific case do not behave as particles but as waves. So it's like a little bit weird, the results. Waves, you may ask. Well, consider a plain water and the same wall as before and the same immediate wall with a double slit as before. As you place where the machine gun or the wire where consider a pencil punching periodically downwards in the water. If you do this, you will get a concentric wave around the point where you punch the water until an immediate plane with the 2 slits. Behind each slit, there will be a half circle of concentric waves up to the point where new waves from the 2 slits cross each other. There, the waves from 2 slits can add up or eliminate each other. As a function of the periodic punching, you will find points where the height of the wave is always the same. Can you visualize it, if that makes sense? You know, there will be other places where the wave is sometimes very high and sometimes very low. At the outer wall, these 2 phases will be repeatedly following one another. The places where there is a lot of variation corresponds... I've seen videos that explain it more intuitively. Well, maybe we could see... We could see the... We could see it in a video, maybe, if someone has a video of this experiment. This will show it? Oh. Okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was being, the feds came in. Anyway, I guess, shut it down. Well, anyway, so stuff like this, the fact that the basic principles of quantum physics don't make sense on such a small level, and about quantum entanglement and stuff like that, it kind of works similar to how it works in a video game, like a Pixels or something, which kind of goes into my next thing that I want to talk about. If anyone has a good article where I could read about it, please post it in the thread. But I want to talk about how we may be in a simulation now. And I don't know if this is really a conspiracy theory, but kind of that we're in a simulation. Yeah. It does it through time as well. That's terrible. Let's see if I can find anything. Yeah. A scientist says there's evidence that we live in a simulation. Oh, this is just one person though. I would like to maybe talk about it in another way. Confirmed! We live in a simulation. I'm scared. Alright, let's read about it. Ever since the philosopher Nick Bostrom proposed in the Philosophical Quarterly that the universe and everything in it might be a simulation, there has been intense public speculation and debate about the nature of reality. Such public intellectuals as Elon Musk have opined about the statistical inevitability of our world being little more than cascading green code. Recent papers have built on the original hypothesis to further refine the statistical bounds of the hypothesis, arguing that the chance that we live in a simulation may be 50-50. Isn't this lovely? The simulation argument posed by Bostrom suggests that we may be living inside a sophisticated computer simulation. If post-human civilizations eventually have both the capacity and desire to generate such Bostrom-like simulations, the number of simulated realities would greatly exceed the one base reality. Ostensibly indicating a high probability that we do not live in said base reality. In this work, it is argued that since the hypothesis that such simulations are technically possible remains unproven, statistical calculations need to consider not just the number of state spaces, but the intrinsic model uncertainty. This is achievable through a Bayesian treatment of this problem, which is presented here. Using Bayesian model averaging, it is shown that the probability that we are sims is in fact less than 50%, tending towards the value in the limit of infinite number of simulations. This result is broadly indifferent as to whether one conditions upon the fact of humanity has not yet birthed such simulations, or ignore it. Well, it's not true because now we have created such simulations. So this is in 2020. In 2024, we actually do have such simulations that exist now. We've been able to do it with computers. We've been able to give computers consciousness where they could feel like they're actually butterflies, and you can rent out these. Yeah, we can rent out these this technology to people to use now for testing. It's a thing. I can't remember what it's called, but if someone finds it, it's like now you actually can. So if this is bordering on the if this is like, now that we have such technology, it's more it's probably more of a possibility. This result is broadly... Well, who can simulate the entire universe like that? Well, I don't know, but like maybe give it a few hundred years, you can, yeah. As argued elsewhere, it is found that if humanity does not start producing such simulations, then this would radically shift the odds. It does. It is found that if humanity does, which we have, producing such simulations, then this would radically shift the odds and make it very probable that we are in fact simulated. So anyway, that was the test. These claims have been afforded some credence by repetition by luminaries no less esteemed than Neil deGrasse Tyson. So what? Yet there have been skeptics, yep. However, all these discussions and studies of the simulated hypothesis have, I believe, missed a key element of scientific inquiry: plain old empirical assessment and data collection. To understand if we live in a simulation, we need to start by looking at the fact that we already have computers running all kinds of simulations for lower level intelligences or algorithms. For easy visualization, we can imagine these intelligences as any non-person characters in any video game that we play. But in essence, any algorithm operating on any computing machine would qualify for our thought experiment. Nails! We don't need, anything, if we live in a simulation, anything could be programmed into us or simulated to us, such as the idea of the universe, such as the idea of time passing, the idea of history, anything like that. If you've gone into Animal Crossing, and you change the time like a few hundred years and you come back and everyone's like, oh my god, a few hundred years have passed. Oh my god, this has been such a crazy 300 years. And it actually hasn't, but they act like it is. They could do that, Any current events, etc. could be simulated. We don't need the intelligence to be conscious, and we don't need it even to be very complex, because the evidence we are looking at is for experienced by all computer programs, simple or complex, running on all machines, slow or fast. All computing hardware leaves an artifact of its existence within the world of the simulation it is running. This artifact is the processor speed. If for a moment we imagine that we are a software program running on a computing machine, the only and inevitable artifact of the hardware supporting it within our world would be the processor speed. All other laws we would experience would be the laws of the simulation or the software we are part of. If we were a sim or a Grand Theft Auto character, these would be the laws of the game, but anything we do would be constrained by the processor speed, no matter the laws of the game. No matter how complete the simulation is, the processor speed would intervene in the operations of the simulation. In computing systems, of course, this intervention of the processing speed into the world of the algorithm being executed happens even the most fundamental level. Even at the most fundamental level of simple operations, such as addition or subtraction, the processing speed dictates a physical reality onto the operation that it is detached from the simulation reality of the operation itself. Here is a very simple example. A 64-bit processor would perform a subtraction between, say, 7,862,345 and 6,347,111 in the same amount of time as it would take to perform a subtraction between 2 and 1. Granted, all numbers are defined as the same variable type. In the simulated reality, 7 million is a very large number, and 1 is a comparatively very small number. In the physical world of the processor, the difference in scale between those two numbers is irrelevant. Both subtractions in our example constitute one operation and would take the same time. Here we can clearly now see the difference between a simulated or abstract world programmed mathematics and a real or physical world of a microprocessor operation. Within the abstract world of program mathematics, the processing speed of operations per second would be observed, felt, experienced, noted as an artifact of underlying physical computing machinery. This artifact would appear as an additional... Well, is time real, guys? Maybe that's what the speed is. It's like comparative to time. Or maybe like the speed of light and stuff is like our processing speed or something, Felt, experienced, noted as an artifact of underlying physical computing machinery. This artifact will appear as an additional component of any operation that is unaffected by the operation in the simulated reality. The value of any additional component of this operation would simply be defined as the time taken to perform one operation on variables up to a maximum limit that the memory container size for the variable. So in an 8-bit computer, for instance, to oversimplify, this would be 256. The value of this additional component would be the same for all the numbers of the maximum limit. The additional hardware component will thus be irrelevant for any operation within the simulated reality, except when it's discovered at the maximum container size. The observer within the simulation has no frame for quantifying the processor speed except when it presents itself as an upper limit. If we live in a simulation, then our universe should also have an artifact. We can now begin to articulate some properties of this artifact that would help us in search for such an artifact in our universe. The artifact is an additional component for every operation. What is it? What is it? Now that we have some defining features of the artifact, of course it becomes clear what the artifact manifests. Yes, that's what I said! Manifested as the speed of light. I just said that. I'm so smart. Everyone give me a round of applause. Yippee! Because it's like when a game's trying to render something, it takes a few seconds sometimes. So like, and that just goes to like the speed of what your machine is. So the speed of light would be like the machine trying to render something if we were at a simulation, right? Space is to our universe what numbers are to be simulated reality in any computer. Matter moving through space can simply be seen as operations happening on the variable space. If matter is moving at say 1,000 miles per hour per second, then 1,000 miles worth of space is being transformed by a function or operated upon every second. If there was some hardware running the simulation called space, of which matter, energy, you, me, everything is a part, then one telltale sign of the artifact of the hardware within the simulated reality space would be a maximum limit of the container size for space on which an operation can be performed. Such a limit would appear in our universe as a maximum speed. Maximum speed is the speed of light. We don't know what hardware is running the simulation of our universe or what properties it has, but one thing we can say is that the memory container size for the variable space would be about 300,000 kilometers if the processor performed one operation per second. Is that true? The scientific speed of light is an arbitrary number. Elon Musk very badly oversimplified Nick Bostrom's argument for simulation hypothesis. Bostrom is smart and wrote a good paper, but he never actually argued that we probably live in a simulation. Oh. Logic dictates that we can't simulate a reality yet. That we have to be the original reality, or the very last reality that is simulated but hasn't achieved the ability to simulate things yet. But what if that's what the simulation wants us to think? What if we just think we can't because the simulation hinders us from thinking that? Like, logic dictates it, but what if our logic has been created by simulation? And like, that's just the rules of the simulation. It's like people's logic. And no matter what you do, you can't break it. Is there anything else you want me to look into, guys? Oh, actually, this is something I saw before. But I feel like this is a bad idea to look into. The Bermuda Triangle? I'll look at that next. My mum told me I should look into the Bermuda Triangle too. No, guy, Nana. You want me to look at the New World Order, don't you? It's an evil and sinister conspiracy that involves very rich and powerful people who mastermind events in controlled world affairs through governments and corporations, and are now plotting mass population reduction and the emergence of a totalitarian world government. Using occult secret societies, the Illuminati will bring the nations of this world together as one. They must have order out of chaos. The Great Reset. The New World Order, one possibility. In regards to the current economic situation, because of last year's global recession and also the recent economic slowdown, a catastrophic... Well, I'm actually kind of believing that this is happening right now. Because the Kung Flu was a good example of that happening. That they were trying to cut down the population. I believe that was the thing that was happening. And also trying to be used to control people, probably. After the stock market crashed, all the financial market... Well, I don't know what the Great Reset is, so I'll have to look at this. After the stock market crash, financial markets... So I'm learning about this. Stock markets were closed for 2 weeks. Many were in a state of shock. Hyperinflation, already a concern in Latin America, had begun to affect other economies as well. Because of those concerns regarding hyperinflation and the stock market crash, there was total chaos globally. Everyone panicked so much that there was a run on the banks, so all of the banks were forced to close. Some have since reopened. The media and the press had 24/7 coverage of all of this on every TV channel. Some businesses were forced by the government to temporarily close their doors during this time. Government employees examined business records to any companies/corporations they wanted. Also, kind of talking about stuff like this, don't you guys feel like, okay, 2020 was 5 years ago now. Does it feel like 5 years ago? Because when I think of 2019, I think, oh, that was like last year. No, it wasn't. It was 6 years ago. Like, don't you feel like time has stopped since then? Like, it makes me feel like time stopped. And that, like, time doesn't, like, exist anymore. And, like, the years keep going on, but it feels like that was, like, a way of, like... It's a way of, like, understanding time now and how much time has passed. Yeah. Feels like time's been, like, completely warped. But maybe it's also because nothing's happened in my life since then either. Also, the internet and all social media sites were shut down so they could start a new internet service with only government-sanctioned streaming news programs. The reason they said was that it was a necessary evil and we had to accept it. Now they're telling us on the daily news reports that some sort of global restructuring is going on behind the scenes involving all of the world's financial markets and economic blocks. And that everything... Wait. I feel like we were talking about something that's already happened. Or happening. But this is like a theory? This is already happening. I'm so confused. Thank you for subscribing. I feel like this has already happened. Am I crazy? The other day we heard that they would be implementing a new global cashless system any day now, and when this happens we'll no longer be able to use cash. What? This is kind of what is happening. Or what this is what they tried to do, because we were cashless for so long during this time because, oh, the germs, you only use card. No, we have to go cashless. Biometric and offered systems such alternates are being installed everywhere. Our hands, fingers, and retinas were scanned and recorded. That's what they're doing in Australia right now. They're making everything. There's facial recognition everywhere, and they're trying to make us only go by card, and they're trying to give us digital identification, digital ID that will be able to scan, like they'll be able to scan our faces and link that to a digital ID. Isn't that crazy? That's what's happening right now. Our newly appointed global leader made his first appearance, and he somewhat explained our economic situation. Everyone's shocked. Everyone's shocked that all this has suddenly come to pass after the recent stock market collapse. It's difficult to believe this is happening. It's crazy. Everything that the global president says now becomes the law. New World Order banners and slogans are showing up everywhere. They are every neighborhood, street, and city. Massive TV displays are now installed throughout every region and major city. These are easily visible and are currently displaying the daily news reports. Rest in peace. They all agree martial arts has become a reality. UN troops... Oh, martial law. I said martial arts. UN troops, the military police, and the local police have been stationed throughout every city. I never imagined anything like this could happen. Biometric and ARFID identification systems are a part of life. Everything's gone digital overnight. Those who have resisted this new system are trying to live off the grid and are already facing serious problems going about their daily lives. That's scary to even think about because it feels like this is what's happening. Scary. Guys, I don't want that to happen. Oh, should I change it to this song? I'm getting an ad. Is this okay to play? Is it a game? Just recently, there were new policies established for the masses regarding those who haven't gone and received the biometric identification, stating that it's now considered mandatory. Guys, this is scaring me because it's all real. I'm so scared. A friend of mine and his family have decided not to be included in the biometric program. Were on their way to live underground at one of their relatives' properties. They were then stopped at one of the many local law enforcement checkpoints. Afterward, he and his wife and kids have turned up missing and they haven't been seen or heard from since. I really hope they haven't been sent to an internment camp. What? Oh wow, so... Oh no. Living in the global fascist state. What the heckity ho? Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yay. Thank you. We're learning about conspiracy theories today. Thank you for so much for coming, guys. Thank you. If you don't know me, my name's Kiki. I don't usually do streams like this. I usually play video games. But this is a really fun thing to look into, so I'm really enjoying it today. The whole aim of practical politics is to keep the populace alarmed, and hence clamorous to be led to safety by menacing it an endless series of hobo goblins and all of them imagery. Yeah, well, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. Soylent Green or bugs, your choice. A nightmarish futuristic fantasy about the controlling power of big corporations and an innocent cop who stumbles on the truth. In the future, food shortages are so extreme that a jar of strawberry jam is... It's happening! It's happening! It's happening! This is happening right now! Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god! It's fucking happening! Have you seen the price of milk at the moment? It's crazy! Jesus is $150 and people weep at the sight of beef. Housing in New York City, where Soylent Green is set, is only affordable to the richest of the rich, the elite they're called. Everyone else sleeps in their cars or on the street. It's happening at the moment. At the time the earth is overpopulated and totally polluted, natural resources have been exhausted, and the nourishment of the population is provided by Soylent Industries, a company that makes food consisting of plankton from the oceans. Jesus. That's so scary. It takes place in 2024? Really? Jesus. Georgia Guidestones outline New World Order plans that involve mass culling, new rule of law, future... Oh my god. Destroyed 2 years ago? Really? That's fucking insane. That's scary. And it's happening. They're just being more quiet about it, aren't they? At this time, the Earth is overpopulated and totally polluted. A natural resource have been exhausted, and the nourishment of the population is provided by Soylent Industries, as we've read before. Most of the world's population survives on processed rations produced by the massive Soylent Corporation, including Soylent Red and Soylent Yellow, which are advertised as high-energy vegetable concentrates. The newest production is Soylent Green, small green wafers, which are advertised as being produced from high-energy plankton. It is much more nutritious and palatable than the red and yellow varieties are, but like most other foods, in short supply, which often leads to weekly food riots. Whoa! Yeah, it's going how people predicted, but slower. In New York City, when Soylent's member of the board, William R. Simonson, is murdered, apparently by a burglar at the Chelsea Towers west where he lives, efficient detective Thorne is assigned to investigate the case with his partner Solomon Sol Roth. Thorne comes to the fancy apartment and meets Simon's bodyguard, Tab Fielding, and the furniture. Women that is rented together. What? The furniture is women? And the furniture, women that is rented together with the flat? Cheryl, and the detective concludes that the executive was not a burglary victim, but executed. Further, he finds that the government, Santini, and the powerful men want to disrupt and end Thorne's investigation. But Thorne is determined to continue his work and discovers a bizarre, disturbing secret of the ingredient used to manufacture Soylent Green. Whoa. Toward the end of the movie, Thorne is injured and taken away by paramedics and shout out, "Soylent Green is people! Dead people to be exact!" Here's what we might expect soon in the New World Order diet. Comparison to pre-collapse time. In wealthy countries in pre-collapse times, it was customary for people to buy most of their food at large corporate warehouse stores called supermarkets. Often, when people see pictures of these facilities, their reaction is that the photo must be fake. The vast size, the piles of fresh-looking and exotic vegetables, the shelves and shelves of varied boxed and bottled and immaculately wrapped products, the neatly plastic-wrapped, perfect-looking meat. It seems impossible. It's all historically accurate though. Those images are nothing like the modern reality of going to the market. It's hard for us today to imagine how this magically fantasy land of food that our ancestors took for granted was even physically possible. Whoa, the New World Order has not come close to resorting to the pre-collapse global food system, but with decades to reshape the ruined global system of the early 21st century, a global trade and transportation network, and access to the entire world, they have been able to shape a new global food system, which by large and fairly viable relative to a purely local food system. Some New World Food Order food choices. Bugs, and more bugs. How would you like your bug burger prepared? What? Bugs! There's no way. Ew. Insect farming will be more sustainable. Will be a more sustainable solution to help meet the world's growing nutritional needs. There are huge environmental benefits when compared to other animal protein sources. Farmed insects emit less greenhouse gases. They need less land, and they need less water. Guys, that's terrible. So insects will be well positioned to help feed the world while having a smaller impact on the planet. And the best part, they're tasty. Food security and diet in the New World Order will depend heavily on the outcome and social class. Or income and social class. We can speak in generalities before getting into those differences, but suffice it to say, the types of food that people will have access to and the reliability of the access varies very markedly across income levels and geography. What? That's ridiculous. That's terrible. I don't like that. You will eat sea bugs and you will be happy. Oh god, are they gonna be talking about cryptocurrency in this? It's too scary. Have you ever had red nerd ropes? No, I haven't had that before. Oh, it's... Guys, did you hear that? Okay. Someone was at the door. The Jehovah's Witnesses that come to my house are onto me. They're onto me. No. This is such a good song. If this was the theme song of the New World Order that was playing all the time, I think I could get used to it. I think I would be okay. I think I'd be alright. I am a speech made on February 9th, 2022. Let me start by thanking the Atlantic Council for providing a fitting venue to discuss central banks' forays into digital currencies. Since its founding in 1961, the Council has made important contributions to strategic, political, and economic policy debates. Those debates have served us well, helping us to test the boundaries of our thinking and be better prepared for what lies ahead. So today we aim to test our thinking again. We have moved beyond the conceptual discussions of our CBDs, and we are now into the phase of experimentation. What? Central banks are rolling up their sleeves. You know that some banks here in Australia have shut down and have gone like specifically just digital? They've like closed their actual like physical locations and have just gone digital. It's crazy. Central banks, because no one does real life banking anymore. Central banks are rolling up their sleeves and familiarizing themselves with the bits and bytes of digital money, because it's all digital now. These are still early days for CBDs, and we don't quite know how far and how fast they will go. What we know is that central banks are building capacity to harness new technologies. Well, that's not right. Yeah. Because they're going away now forever, all the banks. Yeah, well, no, people totally do. The goal of the Illuminati is a new world order. I want to read about the Illuminati today because I don't really understand. Does anyone have a good article on the Illuminati? The perception is that our day in and day out world is real. The truth is that this world is a hoax, an elaborate deception spun by an all-powerful Illuminati-controlled secret society. Have you seen... Okay, I'm sorry, this is kind of going on a tangent. But have you seen the stuff with Beyonce and the Illuminati, and how people are saying like that she's like one of the top dogs, And if people don't thank... Because I've always thought, why are people always thanking Beyonce all the fucking time? Why are they always referencing her in the media? Why are they always... They always talked about Beyonce on BuzzFeed for some fucking reason. Like, they love her. Everyone's talking about her at the Grammys and shit. They're thanking her. Apparently, if you're not thanking her... If you win, you're not going to win any Grammys or awards anymore. It's all built around her. She's an evil, evil lady, apparently, from what I hear. From what I hear. Ooh. Ooh. The truth is that this world is a hoax. The Illuminati call the shots in every major upheaval that they cause. Their sphere of activity extends over the entire globe. Their ambition and greed for wealth and power knows no bounds. Yeah. Yeah, she stole a country genre award or something. Yeah, apparently. It is also the target to depopulate the globe and maintain a much lower population compared to what we have now. Yeah. I don't look like a Hershey's Kiss. Hey, you better not kiss me. Just because I look like a Hershey's Kiss, okay? You better not say that. I don't look like a Hershey's Kiss. So don't upset me with that, okay? It is also the target to depopulate the globe. There is a certain methods of subjugation and control which are indispensable to the Illuminati. One is, of course, complete authority over all financial systems, especially borrowing and lending, with all banks under their direct supervision. At the highest level, the World Bank decides the fate of countries. And in an interesting and amazing fact, that both the Federal Reserve Bank and the Bank of England are controlled by these Illuminati dynasties in spite of the names of these banks. It is said that both Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy wanted to change the system. When a real power move is made, it will be done suddenly. If you want to bring about a new world order, you must first crash the current system. The Illuminati will never allow their global hegemony to be destroyed. The expression of this global control has been the US dollar. They will trigger a global fiat currency meltdown. The last currency to collapse will be the US dollar. They will bring in one world digital currency under the purview of a world government. There's going to be somewhat prepared response for any controlled opposition, but their needs for this is going to be relatively limited since there's not going to be a realistic threat of these Illuminati and their plans. We shall have world government whether you like it or not, by conquest or consent. James Warburg to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in 1950. It's Bitcoin, yeah. Uh-oh. Yes, this already happens, kinda, right? It's so much harder to commit crimes for people because of all these cameras, which is good, but I don't know, I don't like being watched all the time. With sophisticated cameras and smart sensor systems, law enforcement agencies and transportation departments across the United States are able to proactively monitor and respond to crimes or accidents as they unfold. The sensors can also assist transportation departments in analyzing traffic patterns in real time. The system could allow officials to change one-way streets, design real-time traffic signals and multiple speed limits to make traffic flow more smoothly. It seems to... This is what's happening in Australia, guys. Is Australia the first ones to do this? The East Orange, New Jersey Police Department was the first US agency to install a smart imaging sensor system as part of its broader... Because they put these in security cameras now, so there's facial recognition in security cameras. People are going to have to start wearing, like, huge masks over their faces. Yeah, it was New York. Oh... These smart sensor process images that the high-resolution cameras record in real time and can automatically detect and or predict a new crime in occurring. when it senses something, it will alert law enforcement officials instantly. I feel like this isn't even like a conspiracy theory. This is just like the way the world is going. When was this first made? I feel like this is giving the government too many ideas, to be honest. Government agencies and businesses around the world have already taken notice of predictive senses. Yeah. Recently, an automated camera system called Eyesight, pronounced Eyesight, was installed in Boston after the 2013 marathon bombing that monitors camera feeds in real time and alerts authorities if it spots unusual activity. This stuff was predicted back in the late 90s? Whoa, that's ridiculous. Eyesight cameras use a statistical method called machine learning. What? What? Are you fucking kidding me? Machine learning's everywhere now. Fucking hell. I'm gonna fucking jump off the cliff. No, I don't want to. 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 Don't use that in court. Normal for an area and then alerts and a normal activity. That could be picking up anything from unusual loitering to activity occurring in restricted areas. Who's the dictator? Who is he? Does he look like this? It's going to be Mr. Beast. Sorry. I'm sorry. The New World Order dictator is Mr. Beast. It will be. He'll do it. I brought the whole of Australia into one room and only fed them Soylent for a week. Here's what happened. It is a fact that advocates of the New World Order will attempt to fulfill the world's messianic expectations with an antichrist. 2 Thessalonians 2:3 tells us that the last days will not come until the man of sin is revealed, the son of the perdition, commonly called the Antichrist. He's gonna start putting bugs in his lunch, Lease. He will sit in the temple in Jerusalem and demand to be worshipped as God. 2 Thessalonians 2:3, he is also called the Beast! This is too real for me. This is getting too real. This is getting too real. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm gonna have to go into hiding. Shut it down. Shut it down. It's over. It's over. It's the end of the world. The world is going to end. I feel like I know way too much. I'm scared. The beast in the book of Revelations. This tyrannical world dictator will be empowered by Satan and be the embodiment of all that is opposed to God. Thank you for the $2. They replaced with that faucet. The Antichrist will have a mouth that will speak very great things and will look... And his look will be more imposing than his fellows. He will think to change times and laws and is referred to the king of fierce countenance, who shall have understanding of dark sentences. Because of this man, all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, will be forced to receive a mark on their right hand or on their foreheads, so that no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark or the name of the beast. Or say something only you could say, just no. Yeah, humble. I'm very humble today, and I'm feeling like a rabble. Wait till she learns that every single crisis event has had a glowy hand in it. Remember, every crisis is an opportunity. God. I'm scared. This looks like the Mr. Beast logo. This looks like the Mr. Beast logo. Woe to the idle shepherd that leaveth the flock, the right, the sword shall upon his arm, and upon his right eye. His arm shall be clean dried up, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened. Oh my god. This man will come on the scene and will offer to lead the world into total peace. He will be recognized throughout the world as a man of peace. He will promise to solve the Middle East conflict. He will bring harmony to the ecumenical Celestial Church. He will offer economic solutions to the world's problems. It's Mr. Peace! He will arise as a world leader of peace and prosperity and reign exactly 3.5 years as the world's greatest dictator. Beware of when this man appears on the world scene. His leadership will take the world to a great tribulation of terrors, wars, suffering, and death. Uh-oh. By the end of this decade, we will live under the first one world government that has ever existed in the Society of Nations. A government with absolute authority to decide basic issues of human survival. One government is inevitable. Oh god, I'm scared. What the hell is this? No, this is true. This is already true. I don't want to read about this. That's too scary. Yes, I want to read about the Illuminati. I want to know what it is. Illuminati means the enlightened ones. They believe they have ultimate wisdom and truth. The Illuminati have been closely guarded secret for centuries. The Bavarian Illuminati are going to bring in this New World Order. The Illuminati New World Order NWO conspiracy is for real. It is unfortunate but true. It would be hard to believe that such an unsavory conspiracy that is so massive, so far-reaching, and so dark has a strange hold on humanity's very existence and its way on being. If you were wondering if it can be true, read the quotes throughout this page for the words from presidents and world leaders who profess its coming success and its reality. No, I don't want to read it. Scary. It has been a plan that has been in development for many generations, and the final chess moves are about to take place. There are secret societies behind the world's most powerful governments, and the masses are seen as a chattel, animals to be controlled, manipulated, influenced, and used as they see fit. And it's so true. You see people switching up on their ideologies and everything like it's absolutely like nothing. They have no principles, they don't believe in anything, and they have no backbone or spine at all. Like, that's crazy. Like, everyone just believes everything that they see, and they just switch up their opinions and principles so fast. It's really crazy. So no wonder people maybe that are higher see these people as fucking stupid, because they are fucking stupid. Well, you have enjoyed many freedoms in your life. You're not as free as you have thought you were, and the freedoms you have will be fully removed if the New World Order conspiracy has its way. It is not a conspiracy really, it is an agenda that is put out in the open. The New World Order is being established by the elite and of the elites and consists of the internal bankers, top government officials, leaders in the energy cartel, and media monopoly owners, including the power elite of the 13 old line families throughout the years. This group envisions a one world banking system and currency that will give in to cashless computer financial system. Well, the thing is, if we go to such a digital route, and trust me, I love technology, I love the internet, my work is the internet, this is how I make my money and I live, right? I love the internet, but like, I don't want to become too reliant on the internet for everything, because what they'll probably want is for us to become way too reliant on the internet. They're going to set rules and laws to be used on the internet, and then eventually they won't make the internet accessible for normal people. They'll only make the internet accessible for the elites. So then these people that have become, and generations that have become so reliant on the internet are going to not know what to even do with themselves anymore. And they're probably going to not be able to function and not know what to do without it, you know? So, and you can turn off digital money. Exactly. It's not like something that you can have. The banks probably didn't like that people sometimes don't use banks and you know? It's crazy. So, let me just have a look at more of this. But before they fully realize their goals, there's got to be more and more false flag operations occurring with new laws being established and security cameras going up everywhere. A giant step has been already taken in the year of 1945 when they drafted and created the United Nations. These men have unbelievable power and they've spelled out their agenda in advance. A 6 global agenda is constructed around 6 goals. Number 1, the establishment of international economic orders. A cashless society, which they're already trying to do. Goal 2, establish of a one world government. I haven't seen that starting to happen yet. The conquest and subjugation of 2 superpowers, USA and the USSR. The ascension of the United States. The ascension of the United States of Europe as the dominant nation in a confederated one world government. The ushering in of a supreme world leader to preside over the one unified one world government, the establishment of a one world. Is this a new? Oh, okay. The ushering in of a supreme new world leader to preside over the new unified one world government, the establishment of a one world religion, which will coordinate all of the world's religions, cults, faith groups and spiritual beliefs under one guidance of a supreme pontiff. The method by which these are going to be brought about will most likely either be manufactured global economic depression, Third World War, or maybe both. It has been said that Albert Pike or the Freemasons have established a plan long ago that calls for 3 major world wars that they will use to bring about their Masonic goal of a new world order. It's necessary to establish a universal regime and empire over the whole world. Now it begins. Close your eyes and imagine a world without electricity and modern convenience. See, this is what I was just saying. God, you know what? I would end my life. Sorry. Wait, what are you saying is better to look up? The Black Illuminati is more fun to research. Look up the Ball Society. Alright. I will, but just 1 second. Oh, this is so scary. This is so scary. It's scary. What would I do without you guys? Scary. What's this? Meeting advisory to the king, informed in 1904. It was the first African American Greek secret society and was organized in Philadelphia by Dr. Well, how's it secret if we all know about it? Dr. Henry Minton and 5 of his colleagues, Dr. Eugene T. Henson, Edwin Clarence Howard, Algernon Brasher Jackson, Robert Jones Abele and Richard John Warwick, the Bully, an acronym for Sigma Phi and pronounced Boule, was formed to bring together a secret group of educated black men and women, fashioned after Yale's Skull and Bones. The Boule historically takes pride in having provided leadership and service to black Americans during the Great Depression, World War I and II, and the Civil Rights Movement. What could the Boule offer America's blacks in the early 20th century? Joining the exclusive secret society offered advancements to perks to secret in returning for loyalty to its objectives. What is it? The late conspiracy theorists the importance to steal the black professional away from Garvey. I feel like this is dangerous to read about. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is not good for me to read. Oh my god, okay. Wait, so can someone explain to me, like, what they were doing? Nom nom nom. I don't get what they're trying to... What are they trying to do? Ask Sawa? I'll ask Sawa to read it for me. They're trying to be rich? Oh. Okay. Because I thought I read about it before. I don't know. Or heard about it. Consolidate power, etc. So it's just like the same, but except that like African American. I don't get it. What's the... It's quite racist, isn't it? Not include everybody else? Huh. What's something else I should look into, guys? They needed their own secret societies. Did they not let them in? Hops? Okay. Oh, Bermuda Triangle. Yeah. And then a Bermuda Triangle. I don't want this song to end. I don't want to go into another topic because I really like this song. Just, can we have a quick dance break in all this sadness and theorizing? Turn it up. New World Order. New World Order. Sorry. What a banger of a song. Okay. Anyway, let's put this one back on for now. Okay, let's read about this one. Okay, the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle. Ooh. A part of the ocean which has supposedly caused the demise of countless ships and planes that have passed through it has puzzled scientists for years. The triangle is in an area of the North Atlantic Ocean between Bermuda to the north, Puerto Rico to the south, and Florida to the west. An average of 4 planes and 20 boats were said to vanish in the zone every year, leaving no trace behind. What the hell? As the Daily Mail says, from subsea pyramids to hexagonal clouds and alien bases, scientists and conspiracy theorists alike have drummed up every imaginable scenario over the years to explain the mysterious disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle. What? Is that true? However, one scientist has suggested a new theory that may solve the mystery once and for all. Rogue waves. Here are 6 theories behind the science of the Bermuda Triangle. Rogue waves. According to Channel 5 documentary The Bermuda Triangle Enigma, scientists now believe conditions in the area are just right for massive rogue waves. Bullshit! Nah. And have used simulators to demonstrate how these could put ships at risk. Nah. There are storms to the south and north which come together, said University of Southampton oceanographer Simon Boxall. And if there are additional ones from Florida, it could be a potentially deadly formation of rogue waves. The Huffington Post reports that rogue waves of this type of wave could reach 100 feet tall, which would be on par with the largest wave ever recorded, a 100-foot tsunami triggered by an earthquake and landslide in Alaska's Lituya Bay in 1958. Jeez. Yeah, it's just the water. The water just got too big. Bullshit. Magnetic forces causing compass malfunctions. The Bermuda Triangle is one of the 2 places on Earth where compasses point to true north, the geographical North Pole, rather than the magnetic north, the shifting magnetic North Pole. Says how stuff works. Some theorists have suggested that the agonic line, the point where the magnetic and true north are perfectly aligned, passes through the Bermuda Triangle, resulting in a magnetic phenomenon which could explain cases where pilots and ship. Well, how about if the people that we learnt about from the Hollow Earth are just trying to use the Bermuda Triangle as a way to point people in the correct direction for the Earth's opening to get into to get into the Hollow Earth. They're trying to show the explorers where to go. Maybe. Some theories have claimed that compasses ceased to probably causing them to veer off course. The problem with this theory is that the 18th century scientists discovered that the agonic line shifts each year. While it did pass through the Bermuda Triangle at one point, it now goes through the Gulf of Mexico instead. Actually, it's the Gulf of America now? Methane bubbles, a series of huge craters discovered on the seabed around the coast of Norway in 2016 may also give scientists vital information in solving the mystery. Why are you just not going into the freaking water, scientists? Look in the oceans. Look deep inside the oceans, okay? I don't get if it's hard. Just do it. What's your problem in life? The craters measure up to half a mile wide and 150 feet deep, and are believed to be formed by bubbles of largely methane gas leaking from deposits of oil and gas buried up from the sea floor. Why though? Why? Is it Atlantis down? Atlantis is down there. They're pulling the ships into Atlantis for materials to keep building. Okay, that's what they're doing. It's actually where Atlantis! I said Atlantis! Yes, Atlantis is real, okay? Yes. One of the most outlandish conspiracy theories around the Bermuda Triangle actually being the location of the real lost city of Atlantis. A lost city, once bustling with activity, beautiful sea creatures, beautiful scenery. I love Atlantis. Well, they ruined... Isn't Atlantis in America? Isn't there a place called Atlantis there? Maybe that's where Atlantis was and they built on it. Yeah. Well, the ruined temples now play host to multitudinous underwater creatures. The great Atlantean fire crystals that once provided so much of the tremendous power and energy that was found in Atlantis still exists. True. Atlanta. No. Aliens. The Sun explains that some writers have blamed UFOs for the disappearances, and they believe that the aliens used the triangle as a portal to travel to and from our planet. Well, why doesn't anyone look in it? Why are we not exploring it? This area is like a gathering station where they capture people, ships, and aircraft to construct research. Well, no, rogue waves isn't true. It's not just big waves, okay? It's not true. It's a casino, Atlantis? Really? Wait, I want to look at Atlantis is real. Yeah. It's real. Look at Atlantis. It's Atlantis. Look, isn't it beautiful? Atlantis. Being one of the story's greatest mysteries, the legend of Atlantis has inspired books, movies, games for centuries. You probably have heard about Atlantis at least a few times since childhood. I remember hearing about it in an episode of SpongeBob SquarePants. It was a great depiction of an amazing utopia that was highly pleasant to watch. But is there any truth to the tale? Or is it just a philosophical allegory? Let's dive into the roots of this mysterious society. The story of Atlantis originates from Plato's dialogues with Timaeus and Critias, carrying the meaning of Atlas Island. Atlantis was described as a utopian society with advanced technology, architectural marvels, and abundant natural resources. Plato described the location of Atlantis as beyond the Pillars of Hercules. The Atlantis was just hollow earth before it turned hollow. Although there are allegations on where it refers to, the exact location it refers to, or whether it refers to any proper place at all is still unknown. If you have watched some movies or read books that somehow refer to Atlantis, you probably know that it is depicted as a city under the ocean. According to Plato, over time, Atlantis grew greedy and corrupt, which led to their downfall. The gods punished them by sinking the city into the ocean in one single night of disaster. It's just like Florida. Is it just like what they're doing? No, it's not Florida. It's like, where in America are all the bad... California. It's like California. Or whatever, isn't it? Which one of those states is gonna be underwater at some point? California. No, I'm correct. Was I correct with Florida? No, it's like Florida. Yeah. Let's talk about some theories. Yeah, I don't like that person. Florida. Huh. Both? Really? It was supposed to be underwater? Oh, is that true? That's really bad. It's really bad. I want to go back on ourhollowearth.com. Huh. How do I know more? I want to know more. Yes, I want to know about the animals of Hollow Earth. Yes. Yes! Yes! What are some of the animals in Hollow Earth like? When Olaf and Jens Jensen were arriving at the seaport city of Jehu, after being picked up on the river Hiddekel by the Hollow Earth pleasure ship, the Naz, he reported seeing cattle. He wrote, "In many directions along the foothills of the mountains, vast herds of cattle were seen during the last day of our travel on the river." A meat-eating creature is mentioned in the book, The Coming Race. The Coming Race. Huh? I am a native of in the United States of America. My ancestors migrated from England in the reign of Charles II, and my grandfather was not undistinguished at all. In the War of Independence, my family... No, I know there's a new BGM in the bread. I read what you said. I don't want to switch it over right now. My family therefore enjoyed a somewhat high social position in right of birth, and being so opulent, they were considered disqualified for the public service. My father once ran for Congress, but was signally defeated by his traitor. After that event, he interfered little in politics and lived much in his library. I was the eldest of 3 sons, and sent at the age of 16. Sent at the age of 16 to the old country, partly to complete my literary education, partly to commence my commercial training in mercantile firm at Liverpool. My father died shortly. Okay. So what is this about? What is it about? Stupid. A woolly mammoth? Wait, so there's a Tyrannosaurus Rex, woolly mammoth, hairy rhinoceros, reindeer, hippopotamus. Oh. Hippopotamus, lion, giant deer, horse, and hyena. Is that true? Giant penguins! Giant sea turtles! Fish and bird life. Do they have rabba? Where are the rabbits? Where are the rabbits? What? I want to know the messages. Wait, so they go to... I have in my possession a copy of a letter written on the 2nd of March 1985 from a gentleman named Carl Unger to Mr. Woodard concerning the submarine U-209 commanded by Heinrich Broder. Given certain coordinates, their mission was to travel to the center of the Earth, which they did. The letter is written in German, and I have translated it into English. Sorry I haven't gotten back to you. Have had massive rain, flooding, power out, phones down, etc. Diane Robbins emailed me back. Oh, wait. This is about an email. Steve. Sorry. What the fuck is this? Where's the letter? Huh. Stupid. Wait, what is this? Mars is hollow. Mars is hollow! Clearly visible below in this Hubble Space Telescope photo in the North Polar opening of Mars, it appears like a huge depression is on the planet's surface, like a huge crater. So big! You can see clouds down there on the sides of the polar opening. Do these people not know how, like, the atmosphere works? NASA admits these are water ice clouds, so the interior of Mars must have water. And if water, then likely the interior of Mars could have a life nurtured by the interior sun. Click here to see an image of Mars, where its interior sun is lighting up the clouds of the North Pole. So what? Just from a photo? What? Is that silly? The coming attack on the United States. Everyone has heard of Armageddon, a prophecy in the Bible which the land of Palestine, now the modern country of Israel, is invaded by 200 million man-made army from the north. However, almost no one has realized before Armageddon happens to Israel, our dear home of America will be invaded by hordes of what the scriptures call the heathen nations. In describing this coming attack on the United States, I will use the standard works of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, of scripture accepted by millions of Mormon, the Doctrine and Covenants, and the Pearl of Great Price. It must be understood, however, that the conclusions drawn by the author in this paper are his only and not to be considered the official doctrine of the Church. Wait, I don't get it. I will send fire. Oh, this is just a scripture. Americans, Britons, and the Australians are those that are dwelling carelessly in the isles of the sea. The ancient American prophet. What are they talking about? I don't get it. So, when fire is set upon those who dwell carelessly in the isles, included are America, Great Britain, Ireland, Australia, and other isles who are the descendants of Israel. Why would the scripture say, we are in the isles, dwell carelessly? Just ask yourself this question. Why the heathen nations of Russia and China are building up military might for coming invasion of Armageddon. What are they talking about? What are we doing here in America? Oh, I get it. Okay. Interesting. Oh, this is interesting. Celestial phenomenon over Nuremberg? On April 1561 broadsheet by Hansweiser described a mass sighting of celestial phenomena or identified flying objects above Nuremberg. Whoa, really? Wow. Then a free imperial city of the Holy Roman Empire. Ufologists have speculated that this phenomena may have been extraterrestrial spacecraft. Skeptics assert that the phenomenon was likely to have been another atmospheric phenomenon, such as a sundog, although the print doesn't fit the usual classic description of the phenomena. Oh wow, that's cool. Everyone seemed to be a little nervous about it though. In the morning of April 14th, 1561, and when you think about it, this wasn't that long, like, I mean, it was that long ago, but it wasn't that long ago if you think about the history of the world. And after this stuff started to really ramp up, I mean, you know, technologically. In the morning of April 14th, 1561, at daybreak between 4 and 5 a.m., a dreadful apparition occurred on the sun. And then this was seen in Nuremberg in the city, before the gates and in the country, by many men and women. At first, there appeared in the middle of the sun 2 blood-red semicircular arcs, just like the moon in its last quarter. And in the sun, above and below on both sides, the color was blood. There stood a round ball of partly dull, partly black, furrous color. Likewise, there stood on both sides as a torus, and the sun such blood-red ones and other balls in large number, about 3 in a line and 4 in a square, also some alone. In between these globes, this is scary. There were visible a few blood-red crosses, between which there were blood-red strips, becoming thicker to the rear, and in the front malleable, like rods of reed grass. What? Should I show it? Whoa. That's a bit scary. Within the small and big rods, there were 3 and 4 more globes. They all started to fight among themselves, so that the globes, which were first in the sun, flew out to the one standing on both sides. Thereafter, them among themselves fought vehemently with each other for over an hour. So I guess a lot of people saw it. And when the conflict in and again out of the sun was most intense, they became fatigued to such an extent that they all, as said above, fell from the sun down upon the earth as if they had all burned, and then they wasted away on the earth with immense smoke. So they couldn't deal with it, maybe? Hello. Hi. After all this, there was something like a black sphere, very long and thick, sided. The shaft pointed to the east, and the point pointed west. Whatever such signs mean, God alone knows. Although we have seen shortly one after another many kinds of signs on the heaven, which was sent to us by the Almighty God, to bring us to repentance. We still are, unfortunately, so ungrateful that we despise such high signs and miracles of God, or we speak of them with ridicule and discard them to the wind, in order that God may send us a frightening punishment on account of all our ungratefulness. After all, the God-fearing will by no means discard these signs, but will take it to heart as a warning of their merciful Father in heaven, will mend their lives and faithfully beg God that he may avert his wrath, including the well-deserved punishment on us, so that we may temporarily here and perpetually there live as his children. For it, may God grant us his help. Amen. By Hans Glaser, letter painter of Nuremberg. What? That's scary. Would you guys not be scared? I'd be so scared. And that's what it looked like. I can almost visualize it the way they're describing it. And that's funny because no one was... Yeah, why... There was like a space battle and then I can imagine the arrow going whoosh, like that. Swoosh. That's so scary. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get hit. I almost because I was thinking about this. If we're talking about aliens, like, if aliens did exist, how do we know that they'd even be able to survive here? You know, how do we even know? Because, like, probably that would happen. Like, they would be really messed up if they got here and not be able to, like, exist. Well, apparently there's a more modern version. The Phoenix Lights UFO sightings in 1997. An oral history. All Chris McLean wanted to do on the night of March 13, 1997 was a quiet session of skywatching. What she got was a close encounter with one of the world's most famous UFOs. The night started out simply enough, but McLean had planted her 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain reflector telescope in the yard of her North Phoenix home at the time. She'd intended to get close-up views of the comet Hale-Bopp, the naked eye comet that Earthlings were going gaga over because of its unparalleled brightness and visibility. Fate or possibility, otherworldly forces, had other plans that early spring night in 1997. Around 8:30 p.m., McLean looked into the northwestern sky valley where Hale-Bopp had been appearing and saw another sight, a series of 7 glowing orbs arranged in a chevron-shaped formation. As they cruised by silently and headed to the southeast, McLean was stunned. I couldn't comprehend just what they were, she tells Phoenix News Times. They were so bizarre and unnatural. They just didn't look man-made. She attempted to get the formation into her telescope's field of vision, only to be hampered by unearthly maneuvers. I kept trying to focus on them, but they'd move in the weirdest ways. They'd be in one spot and then suddenly go much lower and then back, like zigzagging, she says. It wasn't how you'd see planes move in the air, move in air shows or normally flying around overhead. What? Feeling anxious and scared, McLean ran up her boyfriend, now husband Jim, who was living in London. It was the middle of the night there, but I had to tell him. This is really strange. Am I crazy? Am I the only one seeing this? She wasn't, McLean was among the thousand who witnessed them. What? The mysterious lights on March 13, 19... I thought, oh, this is just one lady. This doesn't have much merit, but there's so many. What? Exactly 25 years ago this week, above the valley and elsewhere, approximately 30 minutes before McLean's sighting, others saw the phenomenon traveling southeast from Nevada, across Prescott, and into Metro Phoenix. It then reportedly continued to Tucson and southeast Arizona before heading into Mexico by 10... Why were they doing that? They shot at them too? Seriously? By then, the city had encountered a second set of lights, a line of glowing orbs seen near the Sierra Estrella mountain range in the Southwest Valley. The two incidents became known as the Phoenix Lights, one of the largest and best-known UFO sightings in history. That's down to the sheer number of people who witnessed it. As many as 10% of Arizonians, according to a Rocky Mountain poll at the time, and a hullabaloo followed. It didn't take long for the fervor to build. In the following months, it grew into a worldwide obsession. The late Art Bell, host of syndicated paranormal radio show Coast to Coast AM, called it the second biggest case of ufology after Roswell. Whoa, that's so cool, look at that. I got it in the sky. Yeah. Is that true? The media reported on the lights and aired the sparse footage that existed. Politicians jumped on the bandwagon. Some, like then Phoenix City Councilwoman and Vice Mayor Frances Emma Barwood, called for an official investigation. Others dismissed it as foolishness, as Arizona Governor Fife Symington said that he was called a lampooning press conference with aide dressed as an alien. Yeah. Throughout, the public clamored for answers, chiefly about what caused the lights. It started locally but went global after USA Today's story. Skeptics theorized that man-made aircraft from Luke Air Force's base in Glendale or other nearby military facilities engaged in exercises caused the eerie light show. What? Man-made aircraft from Luke Air Force Base? No. Well, then why wasn't it like shot down then? Locals were super pissed about the alien costume because they knew they weren't being taken seriously. Yeah, that sucks. Something anomalous happened that night. There's no doubt about it, he says. Whoa. For many decades looking into the Phoenix Lights and accumulating evidence, he admits the cause will never be 100% proven. And still raging, one aspect of the Phoenix Lights that can't be argued is its influence. Over the past 25 years, it's inspired movies, been fodder for programs such as the 2021 Showtime docuseries UFO, and became an opportunity for entrepreneurs and crafty types, vendors on websites like Etsy to sell Phoenix Light merch ranging from t-shirts to jewelry. That's funny. It's also become part of the Valley's lore, woven into its cultural fabric. Over at the Arizona Heritage Center of Papago Park in Tempe, it's a permanent exhibit dedicated to the sighting since 2015. Local electronic dance music promoter Relentless Beaches put on Phoenix Lights themed DJ festival. Well, that's pretty cool. I like that. But how come they got down there? How'd that happen? Thank you for subscribing also. That's ridiculous. That's really scary. Do you have any other aliens things? Area 51. Here's the harrowing recording that's still... Wait, what's Art Bell? Wait, I'll be right back. I got a tinkle. Just give me 1 second. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So much for the $20. Don't know how much longer you'll stream. It was an absolute pleasure to share so many cool things with you tonight. Oh, I have a particular set of skills and this is my wheelhouse. Well, I'm gonna do more stuff like this in the future, but thank you so much. I'll listen to the art bill thing on stream, but what is it? What is it? Oh, well, actually, next time, I'm gonna do it maybe next week. We'll talk about paranormal sightings and mythical creatures. Like, mermaids, because I saw stuff about mermaids. Because I thought that maybe needed another thingy-majiggy. Alright, let's listen to this. And the Loch Ness Monster. It's alien related? Okay. Well, let's listen to it. There's a conspiracy theory that the world is 200 years old. I want to do another one of these. Maybe, because I feel like there's so much stuff that, like, I haven't even looked into yet that I would love to hear. Would this be okay to play on stream? Let's listen to this. Let me know how the volume is, guys. In 1997, syndicated talk show host Art Bell received a frantic call from a man claiming to have worked in Area 51. Okay. Thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you. This call does not appear to be a hoax. Instead, it has an eerie sound of truth. The call was immediately knocked off the air. Alright, you can't hear anything yet. Just wait for it to start. Could it be that the government or the aliens silenced him to keep the people from knowing their plans? Oh, that's scary. Alright, let's wait for it.
You're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art?
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time.
Well, look, let's begin.
Is the volume okay?
Whether you're using this line properly or not.
Area 51.
Yeah, that's right. Were you an employee or are you now?
A former employee.
Former employee.
I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago.
Is this okay?
And
I feel bad for this guy.
I've kind of been running across the country. Oh man, I don't know where to start. They're gonna they'll triangulate on this position really soon.
So you can't spend a lot of time on the phone. So give us something quick.
Okay. Okay. What we're thinking of as aliens, Art, they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military, I'm sorry, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now, Art.
But they're not doing anything.
They are not. They want the major population centers wiped out so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
Huh? the fuck? What? What? Is he gonna come back? That was fast. Wait, what the fuck? It's now up and running. Okay.
Hear it.
Oh wait, here we go.
Yeah, because you were
Okay.
in some way, something knocked us off the air, and we're on a backup system now.
It's a government, or
I don't know.
it has to be something, though.
Well, did you hear? Now, you tell me because you were listening.
That was awful strange.
There was a really weird guy on the air when it went off?
Yeah, real weirded out.
Like, going sort of sounding paranoid?
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Like crying and everything.
Yeah. And how far into the conversation was it when it went off?
Just a couple, about 15, 20 seconds, I'd say.
Oh, you
Something like that.
guys missed, you really missed the call then, and I've got a feeling somebody didn't want you to hear it.
Oh.
Yeah. Because it was really strange. All of a sudden, I'm hearing Mark Furman, and when I
That's right. Well, the network, of course, went immediately to a backup tape while we tried to figure out what blew up here. So that's what you heard happen. And then we're now on a backup link system to be on the air at all right now. So,
Whoa.
well, I'm telling you.
Am I on the air right now?
You're on the air right now. Well, you better be, yes.
And
where are you, by the way?
I'm in Michigan.
Michigan.
Yeah, I called the other night, and I wanted to ask two things.
Real quick.
Well, I wanted to say one thing, and I wanted to ask another.
Real quick.
I wanted to ask if you could play that remote viewing one when you were in while you go to Egypt.
Yes.
And also, I wanted to know all this stuff about like Area 51, if it's like the government's trying to put it out there like that, so like some other place isn't being watched as much.
In other words, it's a big decoy. I see what you're saying here, and apparently we'll be back after the news, I think. Sandy here, inviting we lost all transmit capability on this end. Here in Nevada, the transmitter went belly up suddenly for some unknown reason. I've never seen it do this in all the years that we've been on the air. I have never seen the transmitter in this way just simply fail, massively fail, like a massive heart attack or some kind.
Whoa.
And so we have gone to a backup system.
That's fucking insane. That's scary. That guy sounds so scared. And how that happening? What? How did that even happen? So scary. I'm scared. I don't like aliens. I don't like the alien doing that. I don't like it. That's scary. Yeah, scary. Wait, what's this? Wait, what's this video? Let's try to do something a bit more lighthearted now. I found something really crazy.
Also, my brothers, coming at you with an emergency video because this entire alien in UFO or UFO alien attack in Miami has blown up, and I got a bunch of videos that I'm gonna share with you guys. We're gonna jump right into it because our first video, in this one, we see a 10 feet tall creature. Oh shit! Yay! And we're gonna dive right into it. I want to show you a bunch of other footage as well. And guys, if you're new here, do not subscribe. I just usually cover GTA 6 gaming content, Call of Duty, and PlayStation news. Don't subscribe here. This is my second channel. This is where we cover all of
this was uploaded 1 year ago. It was never deleted.
Testimony from a guy that was actually in the mall. So I would love to have you there, and I will link you that video at the end. But first of all, let's actually play this.
Let's see.
Nobody had time to create an illusion like this. If this is captured on that same day, it really brings a lot of substance to what we're looking at. I'm not sure, Dr. J, have you seen this footage of this shadowy?
Rockstar better put this in GTA 6, bro.
Maybe
like
it almost looks like 11 feet. This
like it? No, I can't watch this. This is stupid. I'm sorry. I just thought he was gonna. I just thought we were gonna be looking at like a real thing in Majiki. Right, I think this is gonna be. Palace underneath the pyramids. No, I don't want to see this ball. Wait, so they were already talking about this before.
In Mystery History's opinion, the ancient ruins found upon the plateau of Giza are some of, if not the most, heavily debated, heavily guarded, and most academically protected ancient site on Earth. Yet it remains one of the most talked about, mysterious, intriguing, ancient stonework of them all.
No.
Many people are now aware of the anomalies, which were once tightly controlled secrets surrounding the exterior features of the build, and more importantly, the achievements that these feats once were. These inexplicable factors, the size of the megalithic exoskeleton, the vastly different ages of the casing stones, are now thought by many as the defining motive for a cover-up regarding the pyramid's true age.
It's a cover-up! It's a cover-up!
Counterintelligence, and many other outlandish conspiracies now rife among the research of the site, from giants to UFOs. The ideas and theories people have put forward for their function, or indeed, what could be hidden in voids constantly discovered, yet to be penetrated. These hidden rooms, along with their ancient
Why don't they look at the fucking rooms? Just dig in it.
Recent years, as advances in penetrative radar become a reality.
Is it too much React Annie to watch Wendigoon's list? I don't know if I'd be allowed to look at it. Like, I don't want to get taken down.
And even air shafts not known of before continue to be discovered within these enormous,
I know.
mystifying
They cover
structures.
something bigger up.
As mentioned, the subculture, many genuine yet misguided in their investigative method, yet also many funded individuals involved in many other hard-to-deny subjects, has successfully swamped the field with dis- and/or misinformation, creating opinionated followings with a successfully corrupted impartiality, deceptively manipulated into becoming said misinformation's advocates, rather than whence they came, an open mind, a skill for discussion,
They were
and an
probably
unbiased
grave
critical
robbers.
approach to subjects whose true nature are actively being protected. The predictably far fewer articles, books, and other logical, critical, impartial
What's
to
it
all
called?
but fact, unwavering, competent research done by many capable
They've
individuals.
reportedly been seen
although
flying around
adrift
ancient
within an
monuments like the
ocean
Pyramid of Giza for
fallacy,
ages. Really?
shines much light upon some highly compelling, yet albeit highly controversial
My ma
features
was
of
the one who
Plateau
told
of
me about the
Giza.
Commander Valiant
Features
Thor
which
of
may one
Venus,
day
supposedly an
lead us
alien
to
that was chilling in the
ultimately
White House.
unlocking the pyramid's secrets, and allowing us to finally understand what these structures' past functions truly were, not only in detail, but perhaps in an attempt of replication. During our own research, we have found some interesting similarities between Giza and Bosnia, among other lesser-known pyramid structures. And this curious yet continually reoccurring feature is now being more frequently discovered all over the world. The Great Pyramid of Bosnia, for example, a site discovered by Samir Osmanagic, has an ingenious river, which, after 3 years of research, was confirmed by him and his team to have had an artificial current. The reason for this is currently unknown, but it seems water was a significant factor in the past function of these ancient structures. Water is a curious thing, and in many situations acts just like that of electricity. It runs in currents and travels through tubes like electric through cables. Yet no one seems to know what electricity is. We hypothesize...
Geez, sorry, hang on. I'm looking at Wendigoon's channel. They've got the conspiracy theory Iceberg, but it's 9.5 hours long. What? How am I gonna watch a 9.5 hour long video? What? That's ridiculous. He's detailed? I could maybe watch the first layer. We could try maybe watching the first layer. But I don't know, I feel bad like reacting to that. Let me see if anyone else has it's timestamps? Conspiracy theory Iceberg reaction? Let me see if anyone else has reacted to it because I don't want to get in trouble. Oh, he's made them. He's made them in like videos. Let me see. We're 4.5 hours in right now. Oh yeah, but like I just don't want to get in trouble by reacting to it. Okay, I think they did do a reaction to it already. I've seen some people. He wouldn't mind? Okay. Alright, well, I think I found a playlist. If anyone if you're upset by me watching this, I'll cut it out of the video and I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Yeah. It would be a YouTube auto flag. Oh. Let's see. Let's watch this then.
Boy, am I excited. So there's been this image floating around for a while called the Iceberg Conspiracy List. And for those of you that don't know, it is a picture of an iceberg, and on it there are several separate tiers that gauge conspiracy theories from how known they are to how unknown they are. I'll actually throw it up now so you can look at it. As you can see, it is huge.
Whoa!
There are several variations, but I think this one is the best, not only because it is the most...
No wonder it's like so much. Hopefully the volume's okay, guys. Let me know if you need it to be changed.
Also is the most comprehensive.
Let's get through the intro.
City of Broken Candles, or the Vat of Mysteries. Most of this stuff is well documented and known to a good portion of the Western citizens. A lot of common theories may be grouped in broader terms, or may not even appear on the chart at all considering their meaning and popularity. Also, quick disclaimer on this first tier, this doesn't really apply to the others, but some of these are so well known, or you've heard so many times, I'm not even going to cover them, like fake news, or Bigfoot, or UFOs. Like, we all get it. I don't need to go into detail about them. But without further ado, let's get into this, and thank you for watching. First up, we have Big Pharma. Most of you know about this. It's pretty much
maybe what I'll do. Maybe what I'll do is I will look at the big video, and then we can go through and look at the ones that I'm interested in hearing about. Is it timestamp? Okay, let's see. That's tier 1. Let's go from tier 2. Let's go from tier 2. Okay.
Never caught, but some sketches. Tier 2's title is Deep Researcher, and it's described as theories and Twilight Zone level stuff. Most of these entries can easily be studied through the use of mainstream.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
They require a good
we'll do the second, and then we'll do the last tour. The last tier, sorry.
First up, we have lucid dreaming.
How
lucid dreaming is
I know about lucid dreaming.
Sleep, some people can control their dreams and what happens in them.
Tell me if you know them while we go.
However, the theory comes in where people who can lucid dream.
I've actually lucid dreamed before. I hear about lucid dreaming a bit. And I've tried it before. Apparently, you could like stare at one thing and like see it in your dream. I've lucid dreamed like a few times, but I haven't tried like specifically. No, I don't think this was a conspiracy.
Things that happen in the real world or affect their thought process by manipulating things in the dreamscape. Next up is MK Ultra. MK Ultra is a rather well-known experiment that happened with the CIA in the 1970s, late 60s, in which people were brought in and influenced with psychotropics and other mind-altering drugs for the CIA to view the effects of and potentially use in PSYOPs, which again was something mentioned in Tier 1. This is a rather well-known event. Most of the theories stem from the idea that either it's still going on or it was done at a great larger scale than the populace is aware of. Next up, we have hypnosis. Again, this is.
I don't believe in hypnosis, really.
But as we all know, hypnosis is influencing the watcher to either recall things.
I feel like you can kind of hypnosis yourself.
Next up, we have fluoride. Fluoride has to do with the fact that in the U.S.,
I love fluoride.
Into the tap water in order to help with tooth enamel and digestion and yada yada things.
But people think it's really bad, fluoride.
It comes from the fact that fluoride is a chemical and can therefore chemically castrate or influence other biomechanical things in the body. So this will be more tied in later, but such as
I'll talk about fluoride quickly. My dad for his whole childhood did not have fluoride because the only water that they drank, my dad's family, was was rainwater. They had a rainwater catcher and they watched rainwater, and they drank rainwater from a rainwater tank, and he had a lot of fillings. So yeah, he did a lot of fillings. So I don't know.
Pineal gland calcification,
I think it does help.
Is believed to be
a
side effect of fluoride poisoning or fluoride control.
It's bad unfiltered, yeah.
Speaking of, pineal gland calcification is the idea that the pineal gland in the body calcifies after a certain point.
Oh.
This is actually true, however, the side effects of the theory are not. The way the pineal gland works is it has to do with growth and hormone supplements in the body, but after someone passes puberty, it's not really needed anymore, and the gland simply calcifies and dies out. The theory comes from the idea that things such as fluoride and other things taken in the body causes the gland to calcify
it impairs
and keeps us from reaching either our full brain or physical potential. This goes into weird theories about how to uncalcify and things such as, but it is true that as you get older, you don't need the pineal gland anymore, so it kind of just withers away. Next up, we have cicada. This is
I know about this
cicada
one.
3301, which was a large-scale codebreaker event that happened in 2012. A random account appeared with the name Cicada 3301.
This is silly.
Puzzles for people to solve. There have been a total of 3, with a new one being added every time the last one gets figured out. However, the third one, to this day, despite being posted in 2016, has still not been found out. The site says the reason for this is that they are recruiting
people.
Some kind of secret project that no one's aware of. It's a very interesting rabbit hole to go down. I may make a video on it someday. There's several videos out there, and give the third puzzle a look. You may be the code breaker. That's one in 4.
Anyone here want to give it a crack?
Activity they got planned. The McFly code is our first look at one of the more kooky ones.
I don't know this.
The belief that the Back to the Future movie predicted 9/11. evidence of this is saying such as the shopping mall that takes place in the movie is Twin Pines Shopping Mall, or the fact that the first clock of the movie shows 9:55, which on a hand dial would be 9:11, and things such as, and this all connects to the idea that the people who did 9/11 make movies and blah blah blah, you get it. Dowsing, is an idea that using a fork of metal, people can pick up on sonic vibrations from the earth in order to find underground supplies of water, oil, etc.
Is that
it's
true?
more of a wives' tale than anything now.
It's true.
But there is some truth to it when it comes to how people used to found oil refineries. However, the way this leads back into a theory is it's one of those establishing, once again, that there are sonic vibrations within the earth. Next up, we have Admiral Byrd, and this is one of
We
the
learn
first
about
really
him.
interesting ones in my
We
opinion.
learn about him.
Admiral Byrd was sent to Antarctica shortly after World War II.
We learn about him
in something
today.
called Operation High Jump, which was essentially an idea to figure out whatever the Nazis
It's a bit
were
quiet.
looking for
Oh,
in
okay.
Antarctica during World War
I'll turn
II,
up a bit.
which relates to this place called Base 221, which was supposedly a Nazi outpost in Antarctica.
This better?
When he returned back, he was put into isolation for 36 hours and was told not to speak of what he found to anyone under any circumstances, to which he was then given the Medal of Honor and told to leave. While this is odd, many connected to the idea of what the Nazis were looking for in the first place, which is something known as Agartha. Which brings us into our next topic, Agartha. In theory, Agartha is a civilization located beneath the Earth. This gets into a larger idea called Hollow Earth theory, that inside of the Earth, it is essentially a flipped gravitational pull, and there's an entire world operating beneath us. What's interesting throughout history is how different civilizations and leaders have been dedicated to finding this quote-unquote Agartha, such as Hitler during World War II, and other ancient tribes have tales of people that live beneath. How it's connected is since Agartha is what Germany was looking for in World War II, and since that's where Admiral Byrd went to go look and then was told to shut up and never talk about it, many believe Admiral Byrd found Agartha and then was told to simply never
Well, didn't
talk
he
about
say?
it. Next up, we have Weather Control, or HARP.
Huh?
HARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, which is an actual military base located in Alaska. The purpose of this base is to monitor weather activity, although many have accused it as being a weather control base, such as Hugo Chavez saying that the earthquakes that occurred in South America were due to meddling at the HARP location in Alaska. This goes deeper. There's a lot of people who trace the weather around the area.
Do you guys think it's true?
So you can check it out yourself. But basically, the idea in Alaska that the government has a weather control base.
You live there?
Freemasons is another one of those
You
establishment
should try.
ideas. It essentially goes off of the well-known idea that the Masons are shady and they influence several politics and events that happen around the world.
I thought that was a known
So,
thing.
This is another one of those asterisk ones. Keep the Masons in mind for things that come later. The 23 enigma is simply that. An idea that the number 23 is suspicious throughout history.
It's suspicious?
Dates and events, a number of casualties, and things such as. You can look into this one yourself. It's really long. There's even a movie about it starring Jim Carrey. But essentially the idea that the number 23 is to be avoided. Next up, we have astral projection.
Oh, I've heard about
relates
this.
a lot to lucid dreaming, although it's a little bit different. The idea of astral projection is that while sleeping or in a trance-like state, someone can remove their soul or their consciousness from their body and walk around and influence things. Experiments with this include hospitals who have put messages on the roof, and people who claim to astrally project have projected above the hospital, so to speak, been able to read what was on the roof, come back down, and tell the doctors what they saw. Next up, we have succubi. This will relate more in theories on, such as giant,
Succubi.
but essentially...
I'll just quickly tell you something. Sorry, bit containment breaky. I went on X yesterday to just have a little look before I streamed, and there's a whole general for succubus. They're like, ooh, let's try to summon our own succubus. There's a whole thing for that on there, so yeah. Guys, you don't need to summon a succubi or succubus. I'm right here. All you have to do is put a salad sandwich in your house, and I'll pop on over, okay? I'll pop on over for you, alright?
The idea is that there are these supernatural entities disguised as women that feed off of men's energy by appearing as a sexual being or feeding off of their life force or things such as. Eastern philosophy is incredibly vague. I can only imagine this is also a setup. as it applies to Hinduism and Taoism, and just general ideas of spirituality, yin and yang, so on and so forth. Nephilim is what I was referring to earlier when speaking of giants.
Oh,
Nephilim is a more specific concept. Specifically,
they've evolved into VTubers?
Some of the angels that fell to Earth whenever Satan was cast out had children with humans on Earth, and that created creatures known as Nephilim, or giants. In the Old Testament, several of the tribes that were wiped out, or ordered to be wiped out by God, were these Nephilim creatures. Famous characters such as Goliath from the Bible are specific instances of it. Where this goes further is the idea that they still exist in modern day.
They're in Sweden.
Small tribes and civilizations.
There's Nephilim. Aren't they Swedish?
The missing cosmonauts relates to the Cold War space race time before Yuri Gagarin was successfully shot into space. That Russia shot up several other people, but since they all died or never made it back to Earth, they simply kept it quiet as a way to not cause bad publicity during the Cold War. This one is definitely more feasible than others on the list, the idea that the Russian government would cover up failures in its space program, but it does make it horrifying to think about how many people could have died in the search for the man in space. The Dyaltov Pass is an interesting one that I will absolutely make a video on.
Dyaltov Pass.
The short version is 9 researchers went missing in Russia, in the Siberian area.
Why is it always Russia?
Found. They were all dead. Either from
okay, you know what I don't understand, okay? I get it, okay? But, like, why do people find Russia so elusive as a country? I don't understand. It's just, like... It's just a country. People are like, ooh, Russia! Ooh! 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 And it's like... Yeah, I mean, it's had some pretty bad, like, things happen there, you know, some tragedies and stuff, but, like, it's not, like, it's just a country like any other, you know? There's scarier countries out there, you know? Was Atlantis a country? I think Atlantis is in America, right? If Atlanta... Like Atlanta. Maybe it's mostly unexplored on the Siberian side? Yeah. I feel like it is like some kind of propaganda or something. But I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. Okay.
From having all of their bones shattered, their jaws ripped off, other horrifying scenarios that in no way seemed natural, to the point that the coroner's report on it says they were killed by a, quote, overwhelming compelling force, which could be literally anything. Like I said, it's a very interesting story and very creepy, and I encourage you to check it out yourself. Declassified documents is also super vague. This is probably just referring to the JFK files and other government documents that have been released in recent years, and the fact that they proved and disproved several conspiracy theories. So, yeah, go figure. Summoning is also a setup concept.
Summoning.
Basically just the idea that people can bring in evil or good entities, either through actions or rituals. So specific supernatural beings can be conjured up by an individual. One of which is another concept on the iceberg.
Yay!
Tulpas. Tulpas are what we would traditionally figure as an imaginary friend.
No! Champy, listen. Listen. It's time. You can summon a geeky tulpa into your home. Okay? You can summon a giggle into your home, and I can be your tulpa right there by your side any day. Okay? Now, this is very easy. Alright, I'll tell you a trick to summon a giggle tulpa, okay? Now just give me 1 second. Okay. Now just give me 1 second, okay? Uh-huh. Now just give me one moment, alright? Okay. Yes. Was Champy ever a Toba before you started streaming? Yes, yes. Okay, so to summon a Giggle Toba, it's very easy. Oops. All you need, there's a few things you may need, alright. Okay. So, what you'll need is... some carrots. You'll need about 3 carrots. Okay. You need 3 carrots, alright. Wait. Hey, why are you not letting me draw? Oh, this is better. No, but that's stupid. Stupid! Forget about it! Forget it! Forget it! So you need carrot, okay? And then you need... big stupid. Stupid! It's not letting me draw. It doesn't want me to let you... The computer doesn't want me to tell you how to summon me. How rude. That's terrible, isn't it? Oh, here we go. Okay, you'll need 4-leaf clovers. Okay, so about 3 of them. And then what you're going to need is then you're going to need a MacBook. A MacBook, okay? Specifically a MacBook Air. And I know, but this is what you're gonna have to do. Basic on. Basic on. Basic on, alright. Basic on. And a Kiki body pillow. No cheese! Yeah, carrots. These are the carrots. And Kiki body pillow. And in the middle, what you're going to have to do is sit in the middle and go, giggle, wiggle, giggle, wiggle, giggle, wiggle, woo. Summon me a giggle dopa right now. Yahoo! And then you go, giggle, wiggle, giggle, wiggle, giggle, wiggle, woo. Summon me a giggle tupa right now. Woohoo! And then you do that 5 times. And you spin around in a circle. And then I'll come around for you. Yes, very easy.
Essentially the idea that someone can think an entity.
Thank you for subscribing.
And imagine them to the point that a spirit inhabits that being.
Yeah.
So the idea that imaginary friends kids have, or ideas that always sit in your mind, are not merely ideas, but are now possessed by a specific entity. So don't worry about that monster under the bed too much. Operation Bluebeam was an idea put forward by Sergey, whatever, Manast, which said that NASA was working with the UN and world governments to pose a new religion in which NASA would fake the second coming of Christ in order to set up the Antichrist as the Godhead. It essentially relates to the end of times, the idea that all world governments are working together to destroy the population, and he called this entire thing Operation Bluebeam. So yeah, occult knowledge is also a super vague one. Basically the just knowledge of the occult itself. So occult's defined as anything that is supernatural but not strictly spiritual. So werewolves, monsters, creatures of the night, etc., etc.
Let's go to the final layer.
It just occurred to me that we are not like even halfway done.
Let's go to the last layer.
really not that hard. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final part of the conspiracy theory iceberg. Bank of Souls is a concept that originated from Jewish mysticism, however, it's been adapted into several other religious theories as well. According to the legend of the Bank of Souls, there is a finite amount of souls that can ever exist within human history. Specifically, this pool of souls is known as the Chamber of Guff and exists at the base of the Tree of Life. According to this legend, the Tree of Life bears fruit, and that fruit is actual human souls. Whenever a child is conceived, Gabriel reaches into the chamber, which is around the base of the tree where the fruit has fallen. He draws out a random soul, and that is passed into the new human that was just created. However, this tree has seasons of plenty and seasons of famine. In other words, there are some times when there are more people in the world than the tree can provide. According to the theory around the Bank of Souls, if someone is born or conceived at the time that there's not a soul for it, it will simply be born as a person without a soul. This is especially true in the modern age when population is at the highest that it's ever been and the tree cannot sustain the amount of people being born. These soulless people, or NPCs as the internet so delicately puts it, exist on Earth along with people who do have souls, and as a matter of fact, in some cases are used specifically to test those who do have souls to judge their worth. In other words, according to the theory, there are some people who exist and simply do not have control of their own actions.
I know those people. Those are most people in the world, to be honest. Most people in the world don't even have souls. I'm not even kidding. I genuinely think that, like, so many people in this world are not real. Like, they're not, like, they're real, but they don't have souls. Like, they do not have actual thoughts or ability to control their own actions. They can't do anything like that. There's nothing that they can do. There's way too many people. Yeah.
So they are purposefully made as a means to judge those who can be judged. You can follow that theory further and say that the reason you're so used to seeing people who have what is to you completely mind-numbing opinions and are constantly at opposition with you is a deliberate choice from whoever is controlling the system.
Yes, they're not real.
As a means to see how you deal with opposition.
Oh my god, yes, that's so true. No. I believe it because there's so many fucking people where I'm like, you guys are so stupid. You're so stupid. Like I see people like on the internet sometimes and they spend their day writing the most dumbass shit I've ever heard in my life, arguing with people, just like being so fucking stupid. Yeah, you know, that's so fucking crazy. And I'm like, whoa, like I don't think that they're specifically put out there to like see how I deal with like, you know, like how I deal with it. But I feel like just as people, like how we deal with fucking such stupid people. No, okay. It's just like, you're so fucking dumb. Like, I don't even know how you're real. I don't even know how you exist. Like, maybe some of them are real, but like most of them are so stupid. And they're around to like guide most idiots, guide most stupid people. I don't know. Most people are just stupid.
The theory has several continuing shoots similar to that coming off of it. For example, there is one side of it that says several different cults or quote-unquote satanic rings who perform human sacrifices are just doing it as a means of sending a soul back to the tree for replenishing, as well as other theories that say whenever the tree finally runs out of souls completely, that is the apocalypse and when the world will end. So yeah, soulless people are put on the world simply as morality speech.
And you know what the thing is? Something that people don't even really think about, okay? Most people are so fucking stupid, okay? Most people are so fucking dumb. Like, I swear, half of the people that I went to high school with were not real. They were not real at all. You know, like, they were so dumb and stupid, and I feel like they were just not even real. It's like there is no way that you were that stupid that you're real. You were so like mind-numbingly stupid and dumb, and you just ran. Yeah, they're like cartoon characters. Like they're not even real people. Like they're so one-dimensional. and I don't know, so stupid. Yeah.
Checks. Try not to think about it too much. Incorruptible saints is a phenomena that has been reported specifically in Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches. According to these religions, several people have been found throughout history whose bodies have been completely untouched by decomposition. Specifically, throughout the 14 and 1600s, bodies were exhumed that had been buried for hundreds of years, and whenever they were found, it seemed as if the person was simply sleeping. This has been such a common occurrence that there's actually a rule in Orthodox common law that says a bishop has to show up and affirm that the body is in fact incorruptible. In several of the instances where an incorruptible saint was found, they were placed underneath the altar of churches as it was shown God had favor on that person, and hopefully that favor will apply to the church. Also, for those that don't know, to be considered a saint within Orthodox and Catholic tradition, there is a set of requirements.
Could you please stop spamming, or I'm gonna have to ban you because you're spamming a little bit. Okay. Yeah. There is kind of bleak solace in the idea of not having a soul. No afterlife means an end of suffering. Yeah, I'm gonna just ban him for spamming. Being annoying. Yeah, I think it may be a bot. What was I saying? I can't even remember what I was talking about. Why did this? No. I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, no, I don't think that's true. I think it's silly to say with no soul and no afterlife, meaning that they that that would mean there would be an end to suffering. The afterlife is an end to your suffering, assuming that you're a good boy. Okay, just be a good boy, and there will be an end to suffering, and you'll have eternal life and peace, prosperity, joy, and happiness with all those that you love. Okay.
One of them is to perform a miracle. For a long time, having an incorruptible body was seen as a miracle in itself. So if that person followed the other steps in their life that qualified them for sainthood, and then their body was found to be incorruptible, they were then affirmed as a saint. Between things like this and Saint Padre Pio,
I do not believe in reincarnation. I think reincarnation is total bullshit, and the idea of reincarnation is stupid. And anyone that believes it does. No, well, okay, no, that's not true. That's not true. Okay, that was rude. No, I don't believe in reincarnation personally. You can if you want. I don't. I think the idea of being born again, having to live life out again in a worse and worse economy and society is a terrible thing to think about, and I would hate to think about it. No, because you wouldn't go to Rabbitville. You could be born in like the middle of India or something again, and then you'd have to deal with living in the middle of India. And like, I don't know, and then you don't even remember your life. Then you have to live again and learn everything all over again. That would suck. Actually, my sister had this friend where he was like so convinced that he was reincarnated, and he lived in America, and he and his wife got killed, and his wife like soul became like trapped in some kind of stone, and he found her, and they like lived together and everything. I don't know, it's silly. His like girlfriend's like a stone or something, you know.
And the miracle of Lanciano, which are things I'm going to casually mention and maybe talk about in the future. This has been seen as evidence to some as proof of the Christian God. We're now breaking into the first philosophy one, which there's going to be several more of, with the God of the Gaps never existed. Now, it's kind of debated where the phrase God of the Gaps first originated.
What's
Nietzsche
that?
said in one of his writings, specifically, I believe it was in On Priest,
There's
that
conspiracies
he said
of children
there is a gap
seemingly remembering their past lives. I think that's total baloney. I think that's baloney. I think that is a whole bunch of baloney.
understanding. Christians specifically feel it with God, and that's where God comes from. So according to Nietzsche, God isn't real, and whenever people say there is a God, it's just because humanity can't explain something, and God makes for a good scapegoat. The other place the phrase may have come from is from Henry Drummond, who was an evangelist who also accused the idea of God of the Gaps as being a lazy write-off for understanding. Drummond said that Christians constantly have these gaps in their knowledge that they choose to fill with God, and that was the wrong way of going about it. According to Drummond, God either has to be the God of everything, or he just simply doesn't exist. In other words, we can't have God be this spontaneous miracle worker who shows up to fill in things that we can't quite explain, and then explain the rest away as natural processes of science. In other words, God is either absolute or he doesn't exist, and that's what God of the Gaps never existed is trying to get across. See, the whole God of the Gaps mentality is believed by many to be part of the reason that Christianity and belief itself has declined so much in the last century. In other words, before modern science, there really wasn't a way to explain the world outside of some supernatural entity. But now science is at a near complete point in understanding the world around us. Those gaps have gotten smaller. So people who apply God to those gaps have caused God to become smaller.
What are you talking about?
This is why the concept is considered a bad thing by both evangelists and atheists. The reason that it's this low on the iceberg is because it implies that if there is a divine creator or some God above us, then it has to be 100% all-encompassing in every aspect of our lives. This is sort of the antithesis to the agnostic point of view. There can't be a God who works some of the time and then everything
But that's not what it means.
Because if we just apply God to those little miracles, we'll eventually figure
that's not
out
what
that
people
they're all
do.
different rules of the world that we live in. So if we were created, then a creator had to inspire and create every single one of those rules, meaning that the entire human experience is completely curated, which is either very comforting or very terrifying, depending on who you are. Oil and resources from humans is the rather depressing thought that there is a good chance a lot of biofuel comes from humans. Now, while with crude oil, it could take a really long time
for
the matter of humans to compress into it. It is not a secret that humans go through methogenesis, where their body produces methane, which is absolutely a fuel. So the theory saying that perhaps the methane gas that you use to heat your home isn't entirely dinosaur fuel and could potentially be one of the 108 billion people who have died on this planet. And of course, some have taken this theory farther to say that perhaps those in power have figured out a quick way to make crude oil and that humans are being farmed as the resource. Feelings autosuppression relates to a sort of global desensitization that has taken place over the last several decades. So to make it more personal, remember the first time that you saw a scary face pop up on YouTube or in a movie and you were a little kid and it scared you really bad, but then after you saw more and more over and over, you kind of quit caring? And you know how that same thing also happens with human suffering? Like the first time you may have heard about a dangerous attack against a group of people, you were very worried, but then it just became such a common thing you quit caring.
It never worried me.
That constant loop of negative emotions can cause you to suppress them whenever they come to the surface, which is a totally natural human response. However, when this response happens across the entire population for years on end, the results can be a little concerning, particularly on the next generations moving forward. In other words, children today are not nearly as worried or concerned about world events as perhaps the generation before them was at their age.
I feel like, okay, when there's so many people that are in the younger generation to me, that are the world is going to get hit by an asteroid. That's a good example. People talking about that. And there were so many people yes, I want it to happen. Or so many people when thinking about another world war potentially happening. Everyone was like, oh, I'm just not going to fight. I don't care about my country. I won't do it. I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to take it seriously. It's kind of like that, Yeah. People are not worried about it and don't care. Yeah. No one cares about anything that much anymore. I feel like that's a bit of an issue, you know? Yeah. Anyone with the tech to turn humans into oil would have the tech to have infinity nuclear reactors.
This constant stream of negativity has served to cause a worldwide auto-suppression of negative emotions. Not only that, but it's been shown that apathy or simply holding in emotions can cause feelings of depression as well as illnesses if gone on for too long. So similar to earlier on the iceberg where I said that things like toxoplasmosis has changed the whole of human history, simply disregarding our basic human emotions has quite potentially changed the course of humanity forever. Adult film stars leeching your energy is the natural conclusion of several things that I've talked about up until this point. Remember the succubus that I talked about way back? Essentially these demonic or spiritual entities that want to steal your life force. And I believe it was in the last year I talked about erotic energy that you literally give off whenever you give off those emotions. Well, in the 21st century, what do you think would be the most effective way for those entities to steal that energy from you? That's right, the internet. And according to this, the energy that you feel being drained from you afterwards is quite literally energy that has been drained from you. Earlier in the iceberg, I talked about Kundalini energy and how it can be stolen from someone over a distance. Well, this is saying that perhaps through the digital screen, it has been stolen from thousands.
Okay, but listen, I'm not an adult film star, okay? I'm not, no, because am I making you guys, you know, am I making you guys, you know, like, you know, right? No. So how could that even happen? Okay. But I will say, actually, funnily enough, the way, since I started streaming, I feel a lot more love and a lot more happy and comfortable and pleased. Okay. And like, you know, so maybe you guys give me positive energy, but not like that. I don't feed off of it like that. I mean, not like in a literal sense. It makes me happy though.
If not millions of people for the past
But again, the reason why it does make me feel happy is because I'm making you guys feel happy. You guys are getting my positive energy, and that's making you feel better. So, you know, I feel like maybe it's like that. Give it back, Steve. Oh, okay, let me try. Do you feel better now? I tried my best.
Decades, and no one's the wiser. Virus 23 is kind of the predecessor to things like the Despair Code. According to various board posts, Virus 23 has traced its way all the way back to old Cold War Russian documents. Specifically documents that were researching memetic entities. There's this entire theory that's worked its way around the globe for a while around things like shared consciousness and shared stories. I've talked about earlier on this iceberg, and I know I keep saying that, but this is the final tier and it does put the bow on a lot of theories. But I talked earlier about how someone on one side of the planet can develop these spontaneous ideas at the same time that someone on the other side of the planet does as well. Well, this isn't only seen in things like technology, but is also
Tier 9 maybe? No, Tier 8. Let's try Tier 8.
in the population at large with things like perfect sense. Aliens caused the bubonic plague is the theory that aliens
What?
caused the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague, also known as just the plague or the Black Death, was a disease that swept through mostly Europe but the rest of the world in the 14th century. It's estimated to have killed 25 million people, or a third of the world's population. There were several prevailing theories at the time that mostly came from the church, that the bubonic plague was either God's punishment for the immorality of the people, or that it was a curse brought onto them by
I thought it was. I thought it was spread by
witch thing is
mosquitoes.
interesting because there are several theories that things relating to astrology and spells and sorcery are the relation of extraterrestrial beings. So, combining some of the ideas we've talked about in the Iceberg
Wasn't it?
until
No,
now,
no.
create magic, or that aliens are just beings in a plane that we can't see.
Actually, it was not caused by rats. It was caused by fleas. Fleas that were on the rats. And the fleas were the ones that were carrying the disease. The rats just spread it around, but the fleas caused the Black Plague. Not the rats, the fleas. It's true. It's true.
So if you think the bubonic plague was called by sorcery, then that sorcery may not have been of Earth. And the motivations for this could be population control, an attempted total extermination.
Rating.
Enchanted websites is related to the idea that there is a sort of fake success that is bestowed on some people through the use of magic. While there's a joke somewhere in here about how to fix the algorithm, you pretty much have to get lucky or use black magic to get there. The idea is that certain famous people came to the power that they have through the use of these magical enchantments.
Can someone
for this, I came across
Okay, can someone please, if anyone here knows magic, could someone enchant on me a spell to see if you can make me really, really, really big, okay, like really famous, okay? Do it now, and then let's see. We'll give it like 6 months, and we'll see what happens. Okay, we'll see what happens. Someone, if you know, do it now. Okay, we'll see what happens if it's true, please.
Website called Enchanted Websites that is really, really old and was advertising that they can make you famous by just giving them a website.
Thank you so much for coming to Champion. Appreciate it.
And saying that they can bestow their special capabilities onto whatever
No, monkey paw.
and then you'll get popular. Of course, I tried to see if I could get some magical whatever advice, but all the websites and links were dead, so sad. But it all relates back to that greater theory that some of the success we see
I'll give you some MP. Hang on, I'll give you some MP to do it, okay? I'll give you some money. Okay, there you go. Okay, off you go.
Popular is artificial. Sun collapse is related to the concept of solar farming. Solar farming is exactly what it says, the fact that us as humans continuously farm the energy that's expelled by the sun.
We do.
The basic idea with this is that we're farming it too much. In other words, through using its heat or its light in order to grow agriculture or just solar panels.
Interesting.
We are taking away from the equilibrium that once existed. And it all goes back to the whole idea of like energy conservation. And essentially, while the sun's believed to be a burning star, this is saying that the net value of heat that it expels has to be kept at a sort of even level, and that we're throwing that too much in the balance will eventually make the sun run out of energy and therefore collapse.
Well, the sun will eventually run out of energy, but...
Neat. Microchips found in fossils is not a joke, and there have been fossils that have been opened up
What the fuck?
Things found that were initially said to be...
What? What? Wait, what? Guys, this just goes to show that there was an ancient civilization that was more technically, like, technologically advanced to us, or it was aliens that did it. Duh. What the fuck? Wait, is that not actual proof of that? Is that not actual proof of aliens, or, like, something, like, is that not actual proof of it? What the fuck?
be microchips. Now, in every single one of these stories, the details of it have been walked back afterwards. For example, a T-Rex bone that had a microchip found in it, they later said was a fossil of some ancient bacteria. Another one they said was just a bone fragment that looked a whole lot like a microchip. And kind of related, I remember in research reading about stories for previous sections about fuses being found in ancient pots. So for example, they open up this completely undisturbed grave, they're going through all of the pots in there, and then they find what appears to be modern day fuses.
What?
This all relates back to a concept called the Great Reset.
Yes!
Which I don't know how much in detail I want to get about it now, because I'm pretty sure like the Great Reset itself is mentioned later on. But short version for now, the Great Reset says that we constantly exist on a cycle. We go from the first remnants of humanity to a point where we destroy everything, and then thousands or millions of years later, the whole cycle repeats.
It happens again.
Now, to explain things,
I believe
like
that.
why the Earth, despite being hundreds of millions years old, humanity only has history around 10,000. The idea being we'll all get wiped out.
Why?
There will be a reset.
How come?
People that come.
How come? How come we only have history from a certain amount of time back? It feels like everything that's happened wasn't even that long ago, you know. And it feels like we're just getting more and more advanced, and maybe and the Earth is so old, and maybe it keeps happening again and again and again. Is that true? I think it's real. Yeah, we don't even know. And like something happens, whether it be like natural disaster or whatever. Like it could just keep on happening and happening again, and everything, and it could be ridiculous. Yeah. Oh my god. Hey, why would you make this? Why would you create this horror? What's your problem? What the fuck? I hate It's true, we have found analog computers? Seriously? We need to do a whole stream like soon about the Great Reset. I need to do one, because there's so much I want to know. There'd be leftover technology that could be studied and rebuilt. No, but there has been. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. You know, Mesopotamia was like 12,000 years back, but most history only goes back to Egypt. I know, it's crazy.
3 million years from now, we'll find remnants of our existence and then gather them. The reason that T-Rexes had microchips on them, and the reason people used to put fuses in jars. That's your basic intro.
It's true.
I'm sure it'll come up later. If not, I'll do a video on about it. Whatever, next topic. The Black Snake prophecy relates to a legend of the Lakota tribe. Essentially, the Native American tribe of the Lakota had this legend that near the end times, a great black snake would come across the land and destroy everything. The legend says that it will desecrate ritual sites, that it will destroy villages.
It's very interesting that this is a thing, because I know this is Native Americans. For Native Australians, they have a specific theory kind of similar called the rainbow serpent, which is the exact opposite of this, which is apparently there was a serpent that came along the land and carved out all of the valleys and hills and everything and rivers and things like that. It created the land, which is interesting that they have a prophecy where a black snake is to destroy it. That's interesting. Yeah.
And that it will come from the ground and then return back to the ground. As many modern Lakota members have pointed out, this is a perfect example of the ideas of oil pipelines, roadways, and other modern industry. The idea being the idea of a great black snake coming and destroying the ritual sites of the Lakota, and now a giant oil pipeline is trying to do the same thing is alarming. But politics aside, this has a greater expanded idea when it comes to prophecy. Things that most people would brush off as being not true, if you can view the black snake as being the modern fulfillment of an old prophecy, then what other old prophecies could also be true? Things I mentioned like the Wetico, a disease that essentially consumes someone with greed, could be the idea of modern corporatism. You could take it on and on and on and say maybe some of those crazy spiritual beliefs weren't so crazy after all. Underground caverns. Oh boy. So every time another hollow earth theory thing comes up, I mentioned sort of a different facet of it, and one day I'm going to do a video putting it all together, but there's a few I want to go over with this one. For example, the Tibetan holy books said that beneath Mount Everest specifically, there were these tunnel systems that went all over the world. Now, if you know anything about cave systems, the majority of them are completely unexplored. Near a cave system that I live by that's a popular tourist attraction,
Why does no one go
they
in?
tried to drop trackers into riverways to see where they end up, and they will totally disappear forever. And
why does no one look?
The majority of underground systems,
You know what? There's
closed
these
up.
fucking cavers that will go into really tight places to like try to go through it and find things. But like, why don't they go in the easy caves and look through the caves and stuff? Like, why don't they do that? You know? It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Up by the government, and in most cases it is a
Most of the
felony
Westerns
if
have
you
dragon and the
destroy or
Eastern
try
have
to
a
get
serpent,
access to
like
them. This
dragon
leans
and
back
said?
into the thing I've kind of hinted
Yeah,
at in a lot of
robots.
theories, that the entire world has these underground systems that work towards
Easy
the
cave
bigger
club, yeah.
concept of
For
Hollow
cavers,
Earth.
but you don't
And
want
think
to
about it.
slide through
Every
things and
single
risk
group
your
of
life.
people have some form of legend of creatures living underground. Either it be old Chinese tales of frogmen that come from underneath caves, or old night stories of these troglodyte creatures that they would fight on their expeditions. Even religions with the common idea that demons live underneath, or the idea that you can dig your way down into hell. That, combined with the fact that it's believed underneath the pyramids is a massive underground cave system.
And you know what? And you know what
that-
there actually is? There's not an underground cave system. It's an underground civilization underneath there. All we have to do is go out, go to the pyramids of Giza. We got to bring our shovels and we got to dig. And we got to dig underneath the pyramids and we'll find it. I swear. Do you understand? Critters and creeps and ghouls are underneath in the underschnaz. Ooh.
That these random structures on Antarctica were constructed a long time ago as a signal to get underground for some reason, and other ancient societies who had a distinct interest with caves, and some of them disappearing altogether at once. It makes you wonder. Biblical aliens is basically the idea that several things that are mentioned in the Bible as rather innocuous concepts are actually about extraterrestrials. Put it this way, there's a ton of mentioning in the Bible, especially the Old Testament, that people will worship the stars and the things in them. Well, if you think about other concepts we've talked about of UFOs and the fact that they've been here for however many thousand years, then it puts together the idea that these people may not just be worshipping the constellation.
Oh, you're scared?
And
I'm
some
sorry.
take this to mean several
Sorry.
mentions in the Bible of either angels or these great sightings appearing before people are actually aliens being described by prophets. Some go as far as to say biblically accurate angels are actually just what extraterrestrials look like, which is a terrifying
That's
concept.
really terrifying.
Air's poison isn't necessarily saying air is going to kill you, even though technically it kind of does, but that's besides the point. More so, it's saying that air is a drug. For one, oxygen itself is a sort of like hallucinogenic, and
No,
if you
it's
take
not.
100% oxygen at once, you can pass out or get very lightheaded. The idea being all the
is that
trace
true?
particles that we breathe in every day from the point that we're born till now create a sort of blurred idea of what reality is. So that asks the question, if air causes these sort of long-term psycho events, then what does reality really look like, and has anyone really seen it? This could also explain why things like the supernatural and spirits aren't visible to us, because maybe there's a sort of fog in the way of our viewing. The Luna Park Train Fire Demon, which is one heck of an entry title. On June 9th of 1979, the Luna Park amusement park had a ride known as the Ghost Train that caught on fire and ended up killing 7 people.
I
The
tried
story
all my
itself was
breath,
really
but it didn't
tragic.
work.
Basically, people who were on the ride were killed while within the ride from a very brutal fire. And an investigation that occurred later ruled that the fire was
I tried to quit my air addiction cold turkey.
Although the perpetrator was never
Cold
caught.
turkey.
Then one day, while a woman who lost her son and her husband to the fire was going through pictures of the park that day, she came across this image. Now, other than being absolutely terrifying,
What the hell?
person in the costume is especially alarming, as no one was able to find him after the event. There was never a record of them hiring or having a costume like that, because Duh, why would a park make that a mascot for kids?
What?
And from all points and records, this guy did not work at the park and was just a bystander.
What the
So for
fuck?
one, it's really creepy
is
that guy
he?
was there on the day of the fire. And two, it's doubly creepy that presumably the dad or someone took a picture with their kid next to him. What some have pointed out that's especially creepy about this is that the costume bears a striking resemblance to Moloch. Moloch is one of the gods of the Canaanites mentioned in the Old Testament of the Bible. Essentially, Moloch is always depicted as the golden bull with horns. That the primary form of worship was to burn children at the altar of it, which led to these horrifying statues of golden bulls with fires underneath them and people just throwing babies into it, because gotta love that Old Testament stuff. Now, it's not a secret that several demon or demon-like gods are worshipped in the modern sense, although we don't really hear a lot about
I'd never worship a
Whereas
demon.
here, we see someone dressed as Moloch at a park on the day that the child he's taking a picture with was burned alive.
That was who did it.
Where I'm going with this. The idea is perhaps this guy, as a form of worship,
Oh, sorry.
God, burned the children alive as several other children died in the train fire. This opens up the idea that some of these evil practices may still be occurring in the modern world. Neanderthal superiority is the idea that the main competitor with Homo sapien, Neanderthal, was actually the superior race. Basically, people who study like the evolution of humanity say that Neanderthal, who was our main competitor, who was possibly interbred with to create us, it's confusing, from the records of their technological capabilities, were actually the stronger people. However, yet they still seem to lose. And I mean lose in like the evolutionary sense.
Can you hear me?
It's not like there was a tug of war game over, although there might have been. That would have been cool. Anyway, now where they went, a lot of people say is just from a lack of resources and they died out.
Why did you not even enter properly, you little pussy?
But for now, I want to mention the one throwaway one that I appreciate is that they eventually evolved into Bigfoot. Which is going to be the leading theory from now. So like from this video, a Bigfoot is Neanderthal, although I'm going to retcon.
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry, I don't know what happened.
That's canon as of this
they
month.
almost got to me.
Atmospheric life forms is actually an idea that was originally brought forward by Robert Ford. The guy I mentioned way back in the Iceberg, the Fordian ideas of the supernatural, this was his doing. Basically, the idea of these energy beings or beings from a
I don't know what to
dimension
spam today.
is that UFOs aren't carriers from aliens from our plane of existence. Instead, there's other planes of existence and they're crossing over, and that's either what they look like or what our brains and like stupid human eyes process them as.
What?
Keep in mind, when UFOs were originally spotted, they were described as sky beasts, so that would match up. There's a ton of theories when you go into this, from everything that it is an extraterrestrial, but it's simply sort of camouflaging itself to our eyes, to some even saying they are souls in the afterlife, just visible to the human consciousness, whatever. I don't know what's more terrifying, the idea that there's like 100 living things on side of that ship, or the giant ship itself is a living thing. Actually, now that I say it out loud, yeah, that's definitely more terrifying. Expanding Earth is the idea that over time, the Earth is slowly getting bigger. In the modern sense, we can see that with things on the seafloor seemingly being relocated over the course of 100 years. And, you know, when it comes to conservation of mass, if there were things in our atmosphere that are now being harvested and turned into things on Earth, then that is slowly compiling to the overall size of it. This is even used as an explanation for continental drift and the idea of Pangea. The idea that they didn't break away and then float, they were sort of pushed apart as the Earth got bigger. And ideas such as global warming could be quite literally, since we're getting bigger, we're technically getting closer to the sun. Or, you know, there's the alternative theory that it's not because stuff's getting, you know, put on the Earth, it's that the Earth is expanding from the inside out, which would probably mean that the inside was, I don't know,
hollow.
Forest stairs is a concept I absolutely love and even did an entire video on, which will be linked in the description. But short version, the forest stairs are these random staircases that seem to be found in remote parts of the forest. Most stories around them relate to the idea of someone going up to them and either hearing or seeing some sort of spatial anomaly, with some cases that happen whenever someone goes to them alone, where they either get
Maybe it's a
mutilated or
portal.
just die. The leading
What?
idea with this is that the stairs are sort of leakovers from other dimension, and directly interacting with them is kind of like staring at a glitch in a video game. Whenever you do it, you are therefore inserting yourself into the problem, which makes sort of the spatial anomalies interact with you. Everything happens to people who walk on the stairs or touch the railings, from they begin to lose all their hearing and start to hear noises
Whoa.
that aren't there, to some where they just get eviscerated.
Yeah, but
all
I
at once,
climbed
which is
a
fun.
lot
Either way,
first
the four
stairs.
stairs exist in that
No.
perfect space of sort
No.
of neutral anomalies that exist in the mountains and the
I wouldn't
wilderness.
do that.
And I, for one, absolutely love it. Nephilim protocols. So Nephilim, if you didn't watch my Bible, Iceberg, is in relation to the concept of However, the Nephilim protocols aren't specifically about that. Essentially, there are these hidden files that exist on the deep web, which is a fancy way of saying a Tor browser, yada yada, that over time seem to be collecting data for an unknown reason. All of these files are encrypted, but they're each given a specific encryption key that if a certain event takes place, they will become open. Now, there's a lot of like rabbit holes to shoot down with this, but the short version is that anytime some public scandal comes out, they seem to compile more data. The idea is that these servers, named after giants for a pretty good reason, are compiling a ton of data about elites or secret sort of Watergate-style events that happen around the world.
It can't
and
be
then
on my hand.
for
I'd go
a
up the
reason that no
stairs.
one knows, they will become open and shed light on what the elites are doing. No one knows who's doing it. No one knows what opens them. But ideas range from everything that it is certain high-up elitist members who are sort of staging an anti-coup, to it being the Illuminati, to some saying that it's quite literally giants themselves, which is my favorite theory and the one I'm going with. I just imagine like a giant like underground in a cave, like wearing the Morpheus outfit from the Matrix with the glasses, like on a giant keyboard.
Don't push me down the forest stairs. What's your problem?
Makes me happy. Atomic renovation is one of two theories. I think it's the latter, but I'll say both. The first one is the idea that the stereotypical American 50s, whenever people had the idea of the atomic family, was part of a docility program, essentially get people to accept this one way of living.
No, I know
that
birds
they
are
don't
real.
think about the government around them or the concept.
Okay, this was a conspiracy theory that I think is a complete joke. And I do not think it has absolutely no merit towards it whatsoever, or like anything to do with anything. I feel like stuff like birds aren't real is a way to create skepticism around any kind of conspiracy theories. If my background is that I worked with animals for a long time, I studied veterinary science and I've worked with birds, and trust me, there is no way that birds are not real. And I do know that China is making bird drones now, but those are just small drones. So yeah.
Made for that. I think it's actually referring to the second idea. The second idea is that
I'm not in on it.
Were developed by governments as a means of immediately reclaiming a populace. Basically, think of it like this. If the evil lizard government gets together and decides that they can nuke a certain country because the people aren't doing well, then they can just nuke it, and then they can wait 30 years, and then they can go in and just reset it. So
I
essentially,
wish.
you renovate whatever group of people you don't like, if they're too insubordinate or whatever, and atomic weapons are essentially a giant reset button. So they weren't developed as an arm race or to better defend a country, as we're led to believe, basically as a giant system of population control. Since its programming has to do with your individual experience as a human on Earth. Basically, it's like this. You've heard concepts that your red is not my red, and that everyone smells different smells a certain way, or everyone tastes things a different way.
Not true.
And all of those senses have slowly been programmed into you over time. The interesting thing is, we don't really know what does that programming. Sure, people can see different shades of colors differently, but it's believed that that is a learned trait rather than a born one. So there are these hidden factors that exist around us that cause us to experience reality in the precise way that we experience it, creating a 100% unique humanity from every person to person. Paradigm recolescence is a sort of expanding idea when it comes to technology.
Maths is red, obviously. Science is blue. Duh.
Consciousness. Think of it as like having an out-of-body experience that you can control and interact with.
Cilantro?
The idea behind
coriander.
it is that we're really, really close.
People think it tastes like soap.
Everything technology can accomplish when it comes to medicine and psychology, and think if we can find a way to get consciousness out of the human body for a limited amount of time. A theory going a bit deeper than that. So there is this thing I've seen floating around whenever I talk about these sort of technological concepts on the iceberg called the Mariana Web. Essentially, it's supposed to be a very deep down part of the internet that is purely data. It's supposed to be the hard files on how to make the Broder's engine that I talked about. It has all the schematics to build a GGG-QEP, which is the supercomputer I talked about, and the paradigm recolescence as well. The idea is these are technological things that will push humanity to the next level. And even though we know how to do it, the elites or the powers that be are hiding them from us because either we're not ready or they don't want us to have that power.
They obviously don't want us to have it. It's not that we're not ready.
A super internet where we can make the next step in the technological revolution and become these super beings that can project our body and have infinite energy, and these forever computers and whatever. So if anyone can find it, I'll give you $5. Neolithic's contraption is closely related to the whole microchips found in dinosaur bones. Basically, looking at Neolithic devices or other ancient groups of people and the designs that they built, there's some interesting crossovers. For example, concepts like the aqueduct and even things like wind turbine engines had these sort of basic forms that were created in ancient society that we seem to forget about for 1,000 years and then reinvent later. So think about this. You have us now who is making technology, and then imagine that there was something like, I don't know, a great reset where all of humanity starts over. So then it continues on that pipeline, and then they begin to forget why they know some things, and then they're rediscovered. Essentially saying ancient world technologies that seemed quite advanced for their time are because of memories or remnants from technologies that existed in the previous generation of people. And I don't mean generation as in like their parents, I mean generation like the next cycle back. So these contraptions that were built thousands and thousands of years ago are due to contraptions that were built millions and millions of years ago. Iratus is something that if you're on this side of YouTube, I'm sure you've heard of before. Now there is an excellent video by Nexpo that I'm going to link in the description. He covers this in way better detail than I can go into right now.
Who did that?
Version's this. Basically, someone discovered that at UPS there was a word called Iratus that they weren't supposed to ask about, and anyone who asked about it got fired.
What?
And after doing some digging, the original poster figured out that this exists across several companies, and Iratus is essentially this program that compiles information about millions and millions of people and then throws it into assumedly a government database. Of course, this is super illegal, but the idea behind it is that it is a means of general population control by knowing everything about what everyone's doing. Where the creepy part comes in is that anyone who talks about Iratus online either gets shut down or silenced in some way. Now, Nexpo's video staying up after having like 3.6 million views about it kind of kills the fun there, but the idea of it being a super database that brings in information about everyone who seemingly just works normal jobs is
for advertising.
Diseases worship is exactly what it says. There are certain groups of society throughout history who have quite literally worshipped diseases. Examples of that would be gods like Sapano from older cultures that was quite literally the god of smallpox. So tie in what I said about the god of smallpox and put together this entire idea that if these great diseases that wiped out large portions of humanity were either extraterrestrial or supernatural in some way, then it would make sense.
Oh, Nurgle, true, Nurgle.
Which would mean, in the historical context, they have the same energy of that as a sort of pagan god. And depending on how you feel about pagan gods or the ideas of lesser gods existing in the world, then it may stand to reason that diseases themselves are sort of expressions or at least punishments from these beings. Because several diseases seem to come out of nowhere, and why we believe that to be mutation, the theory
I don't
is
believe
saying
they
that
come
it
out of
is,
nowhere.
in
I think the
fact,
government's putting them out
divine,
as
or
a
I guess you
means
could
of
say
population control.
Anti-divine, whatever the correct word is for like other gods. I don't know. It's supernatural, honky wonky stuff. Animal plant hybrids relates to the overall idea of convergent evolution. Essentially,
Like
there
leaf
have
sheep
been modern
nudibranchs.
microbes found that contain both plant and animal cells.
So such as a leaf sheep nudibranch that actually is able to absorb things through like chlorophyll and photosynthesize because they've been able to do that. Nudibranchs are a great example of this. They're sea slugs. I know a bit about these.
Cells, leaving them as sort of like a perfect middle on what we understand as the biological trees. And if things can be observed in the modern times heading that direction, then potentially a way long time back,
Yeah, they can
things from
photosynthesize
one
and it's a
tree
sea
jumped
slug.
over to the other.
That's why we should fucking explore the oceans, because there's so much shit in the ocean that we can learn about that has such amazing things to learn about and everything. We should learn about it. We should look into the ocean. The ocean, please.
Or the idea that all of biology itself is slowly going towards that perfect middle or perfect creature. Also, there were a bunch of like old middle-aged legends of like trees that like just made babies, or like these bushes and cabbages that made like goats and stuff. So that's
like Cabbage Patch Kids
related, I guess. Sky snag theory is saying that UFOs are the pure result of a chemical reaction in the air. Essentially, whenever two conflicting air waves hit each other at great speeds, or there's sort of a crosswind, the friction that's produced between them along with the trace particles in them starts to form essentially a snowball that keeps expanding. That sort of aluminum sphere that's created seems to be a UFO to us, but is actually an accumulation of whatever trace metals or
shouldn't they have
other
like
particles
tried
are
to
floating
experiment
around
on
in the
this?
sky. This is saying not only are UFOs just objects in the air, but can also be induced by governments. So if they want to encourage UFO sighting in some place, all you got to do is release a bunch of trace
A
elements in the air,
distraction.
make
It's a
the air trace go
distraction to
together,
a UFO
which
sighting
we
could be a
well established at
distraction
this
from
point in the
people
iceberg,
finding
the
other
government
things
controls the
out.
weather, and then boom, you've got a UFO. That would also explain the perfect shape, because the sphere is created because they're like perfectly adding the atoms wherever they seem fit, and that's why it's a circle. Also, every single video describing this, or like animation describing it, is really creepy and unsettling, and I'll let you find that for yourself. That is your
Well, I'd like
homework.
to look at
Have
it.
fun with that. Veltislayer, which stands for World of Ice, or World in Ice, something like that, is also known as glacial cosmogony. It was an idea brought forward by Hans Horbinger, whatever, in the early 19th century as an idea of the existence of humanity. The story's really long, but short version is one night he was looking at the moon and realized that the iridescence of it is exactly that of ice. And then after having a dream in which he was shown the cosmos and how ice broke apart and formed everything as we know it, he came to the idea that the base root of everything in the known universe was ice. Essentially, the theory says that trace amounts of hydrogen went through the air.
I wouldn't be
then
surprised
they
if this
froze
is
in the
true.
depths of space and created ice, and then those were broken apart, and that's what led to modern
Guys,
life.
I feel
And
like I may be
water and
gullible,
life.
because like half the shit I see here, I'm like, that makes sense. Yeah, that would make sense, I suppose. I feel like I'm way too like, I'm way too gullible, because a lot of things I'm like, oh yes, this makes complete sense. Yeah, only slightly. Oh, maybe a little. I'm sorry. Well, it's just, I'm just very, this is a tricky thing with me. I'm very, like, easily, swayed. I'm very easily, like, manipulated. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I'm very easily, like, you can make me believe a lot of things, you know, just by, like, telling me, you know? I don't know. Because you're noticing? Yeah. Conspiracies are either schizo or have a point, yet physical conspiracies barely make sense. Social conspiracies do, though. Yeah, I guess that's true, right?
Life and oxygen and everything like that, comes from melted or different versions of ice itself. This also relates to really old world ideas that on every side of the Earth were essentially these giant ice walls, which is actually a theory that's still put forward
I just
by
have
some
an
flat
open
Earth
mind.
believers, that around every corner of the Earth are these giant walls of ice that hold in the barriers of what we know, or essentially
like I don't like actually like these aren't gonna be like part of my this isn't gonna like be part of any of my like base ideologies or anything, but it's interesting to learn about and to consider the fact that it may be true. Like, you know, like it's a fun thing to consider.
Melting outwards. Also, several old stories like a Norse mythology talked about giants beyond the ice wall. That's not related to this. I just had to mention that. And also, these ideas of the Weltslayer led to a lot of the German research that happened in World War II into theories like the occult and all of that. So that's something. Cosmic censorship cottage, I'm convinced, is a typo. And I know that nothing else on here has been a typo, and that doesn't make sense, but you also got to realize this iceberg was made by one person, and you also got to realize I spent like a day searching everywhere on the internet, all of my resources for where cosmic censorship cottage goes together.
Cosmic censorship cottage!
However, there is a very known thing called the cosmic censorship conjecture, which I'm going to retcon here and say that's what he meant. Because cottage, for one, doesn't make sense here. There's a term that would fit on this iceberg that has a very closely related word, or at least spelling related there. And I have no idea how cottage could tie into this at all. So it's conjecture now. Just saying that now. The cosmic censorship conjecture is an idea that relates to things like black holes. So in the realm of physics, there are several things that we get to known as singularities. These are points where either gravity reaches an infinite point, or mass reaches an infinite point, or whatever. The reason black holes are a big example of that is because gravity goes to such a point that mass's weight goes to a near infinite. So every time that we get to one of these singularities, something really weird happens. That's where the idea of like E equals mc squared and other ideas that Einstein came up with come from. The idea that if you reach a theoretical infinite in energy, you can do really wonky things like travel through time, or I should say a near infinite speed, but whatever.
Thank you for following.
Basically, it's like there's these hard walls with our understanding.
Wait, why are they called white holes?
We just can't.
Why are they called them white holes? Don't say they not wait, but what why are they called white holes? Black holes are real because they are white. How do you know that?
Can't seem to break. Things like starting a black hole,
They're
despite our lack of
inversive
trying
and
with
emit
things like the
light.
Hadron Collider, or breaking the speed of light.
Well,
However,
that's interesting.
anytime that happens in our known world, anytime that something breaks those rules of physics, there's like a weird veil put over it. Like a black hole, right? The
Well,
reason
that's
it's called
cool.
a black hole is because
I love the
it
idea of the
carries such
opposite of
weight
that.
light itself cannot escape the pool, which is a really wild concept to think about, but that doesn't mean nothing's going on there. It doesn't mean it's an empty space. It's just that from our rules of observation, whenever something gets to such a wild point in physics, it's impossible for us to view it. The same with something traveling faster than the speed of light. If something were to do that, we would have no way of seeing
Because
that
it's
or processing what it's doing.
because our eyes are in the because our eyes are part of the simulation, and the simulation we don't have the ability in the simulation to be able to understand that amount of rendering. It needs more rendering, so it's not able to do it. That's what the speed of light is. Yeah, because in the simulation you can't. It's not fast. It's too fast, and because we're in a computer, the rendering is too much and everything. Yeah, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Yeah, that's what the speed of light is. So maybe if they downloaded more RAM, the person whatever thing is making the simulation is to upload some more dedicated RAM, and then hopefully the speed of light will get quicker, and then we'll figure out what's in those dastardly black holes.
Doing, it would simply occur. The cosmic censorship
20 plus
conjecture
chunks.
is that
Yeah.
anytime something is allowed to break our rules, we're not allowed to watch it. Now, if you want to get into the idea that that's God, that we're in a simulation, and those are like the parameters set by the CPU we're in, or whatever other theories you have, it's saying that whenever something does something that we ourselves can't, we're not allowed to look at it. This has led some to theorize that maybe if we could see into a black hole, we would see the supernatural or the afterlife or some.
Did we talk about the guy
really
who's the laser to see the computer code behind the simulation? Is that
because
true?
There's no specific rules that just because mass gets so heavy, we no longer can see it. It's again just like a sort of veil draped over our heads. So all of
Hopefully,
these
like
gaps
about
in
maybe 3 or
understanding
4
of
more
how the world
updates.
works may not be accidental, but purposefully put there by someone or something. Tier 9 is called Man of the World, and the description reads, "The final understanding is so close you can almost feel it. At last you ascend, leaving behind all the conspiracies, all of the mysteries, all the known and unknowns. Finally, you can see past the iceberg." The despair code is a theory of a sort of anti-life equation. If you're familiar with concept that we've discussed further up in the iceberg, like sleeper agents,
Big soy? Is that really a big soy conspiracy? Ew, what the fuck?
of a mountain and therefore be more on top. Number 3, sold to or fluoride or other chemical a sort of mental picture up here. Solar plexus clown gliders is supposed to be a sort of mental virus. Essentially, the idea is that saying the phrase that I just said or viewing this image directly causes you to become opened up to a sort of demon that humans that are the conscious.
Why would you tell me that? Sorry. I'm sorry.
Conscious. My job. Skin is an alien parasite is saying that at some point at the beginning of humanity's existence, humans were essentially the nervous and conscious system of our body as we know it, and the skin and more physical parts was another entity that bonded together. This is a process that is seen in the wild known as endosymbiosis, and there's theories like the mitochondria within animal cells and plant cells, I suppose, was that exact thing happening. One organism bonded with another,
I need to peel my skin off right now. Ew, I want to peel off my skin. I want to peel my skin off. No, I need it to go off of me. It's an alien. I want it to go away. Guys, I want my skin to peel off my hands. I want to peel my hand skin off. No, I don't like it anymore. I want it to go away. It's not true.
Realize that they could exist better while together. This is saying that perhaps humans that are the conscious part of our body are not fit for the body that we currently have it, and that's why things like death occur. So therefore death is not necessarily the death of you as you exist, but instead the separation of your consciousness from the alien parasite that you bonded with however many million years ago, separating between the two. So essentially humans exist as a form of spiritual and physical.
I'm feeling my skin is the alien feeling it.
Is the idea that some, and in a few theories all, of modern medicine is just a means to make you worse, not better. This all relates back to
Does he feel it and then the brain it tells my brain
hiding cures from us, but instead are purposely giving us things that make us sick and therefore make us more reliant on them. And also ties into the New World Order and blah blah blah, you get the point. Original Earth has to do with an idea known as gap creationism. So for those that don't know, there are several different theories when it comes to biblical scholars of how the Earth itself was created, at least according to the creationist theory of the world. In the book of Genesis, it says that the world was created in 7 days. Now there are some that quite literally believe that means 7 24-hour days, and that's what it took for the earth to be created. There are some that believe the term day is more of a metaphor for maybe 1,000 years, and that explains the sort of age of the world compared to the supposed age it could be in creationism. And then there's gap creationism, which is the idea that there is a very distinct difference between the first and second version verse of Genesis. The opening of the Bible reads as, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth." And then the second verse reads, "The earth was without form and void." And then from that, it begins to describe how the creation of the earth took place. So Gap creationists ask the question of, if heaven and earth were made and then after that the earth was developed, then what was the original earth? The theory with this ties back into something I've mentioned before called the Great Reset. The idea that we as humanity exist continuously on a sort of loop that occurs every so many million years, where we reach ourselves to a break in the world in order to just eat them. Well, this is one of the theories for why that may be the case. By consuming the essence or body of someone else and then forcing yourself to regurgitate it, you're making the essence of that human clean your own soul, basically. So if you're driving home at night and you see 10 hooded figures circled on the road just throwing up in a circle, you probably shouldn't be there for several reasons, but being eaten's one of them. Hook Operators comes from a book known as Operators and Things. This book was written by a woman named Barbara O'Brien, who was writing about her experience when it came to schizophrenia. Basically, she had this idea because of her schizophrenia of how the world worked, so she wrote a book describing exactly how she saw people and existence. According to her, there's a small part of the population known as Hook Operators. These Hook Operators have the ability to spread their core charisma or sort of essence onto other people and make them see the world as the way that they see it. Or in other words, there's this small percentage of people who work as these sort of charismatic figures that can manipulate others to do whatever they want. And as for the majority of people, they
when
are
you're in
simply
a
the
friend group and it's like an echo chamber and you all believe the things that someone else believes, even if you had a different idea.
A hook operator in order to guide them. The term hook operator comes from the quite literal metaphor of people being hooked and then operated in order to act however the operator wants them to. And in a lot of these cases, Barbara said that these hook operators operate as a sort of psychic vampire, or in other words, they leech
like
energy
puppet
off of
masters.
the things, and then after the hook operator has left the thing's presence, that thing doesn't have the energy to continue without its operator. This can be expanded into many things, from politics and world leaders in general, and people who exhibit signs of control over others. However, that's a whole bag of worms I don't want to get into, so we're just going to keep moving. Regenerative death consumption is similar in a lot of ways to that regurgitation ritual thing I just mentioned, only a bit more gross. So going back to old pagan beliefs and traditions, there was another specific idea when it came to eating the dead. In a lot of old world beliefs, there were ideas that the body and soul are much more intertwined than we understand them to be. Like, for example, if you ask your average religious person today what happens when someone dies, there is a distinct separation.
Here's a short trailer for the documentary about a guy who says he uses a laser to see the code running our simulation. Do they show it?
I remember things very vividly from a very young age. When I was a little kid, I actually spent a lot of time with my grandparents.
I'm nervous to show the whole thing just in case, but... Did I show the code?
They're almost like this big here, and it looks like code.
It looked like programming code.
It's definitely saying something, and I just want to take a picture of it and translate it.
Wow.
You see that?
Okay, so yeah, it's not stuck.
No.
It's not because of the light.
No, it's on its own side. Light is just literally revealing it.
And each angle shows you different layers, different ways through it.
I could see through the wall. It's not like a hallucination. It has spatial awareness and permanence. I don't know. Whoa.
For centuries, mankind has attempted to explore these psychedelic, altered states, but we've never had a repeatable, testable phenomenon to observe until now.
Wow. I'm obsessed.
It's like you can see through the laser into another dimension.
I mean, like, take yourself to that. Like, I just made a connection that nobody made before, which is a simple connection. The claim is, if you project a diffracted laser on the surface and you smoke DMT, you will see code running in surfaces.
And you smoke DMT? You fucking kidding me, dude? And you smoke DMT? Well, that's the whole difference, you goose. You're smoking DMT. What a waste of time. I don't care if it's naturally occurring. That doesn't count. Would you be willing to check out Valiant Thor? What is that? I'll look it up. What? Easy. Reports of UFO sightings regularly appear in the media and around the world, often in the form of actual unidentified flying objects. Huh? But UFO sightings are nothing new. Humans throughout history have reported seeing strange objects flying in the sky. Okay. One of the strangest accounts of UFO-related incident occurred in 1957. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like my model and voice. I appreciate that. According to the... by Dr. E. Frank Stanges, on March 16, 1957, a person identifying themselves as Valiant Thor came forward claiming to be a visitor from planet Venus. Fuck. Well, that's impossible. That's impossible. No, that's impossible. Sorry. That's impossible. No. That's impossible. Venus is like a rocky planet with an iron core that's next to the sun. It's the second planet in the solar system. How could a person from planet Venus, where the like all of that could be different and stuff, like even exist and not look fucking crazy? We would have... No. Sorry. No. Behold a pale horse? What is it? And I looked, and behold a pale horse, and his name... and that sat upon him was death, and hell followed with him, and power is given unto them over fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with the beasts of the earth. The idea and conclusions expressed in the work are mine alone. One basic truth can be used as a foundation for a mountain of lies, and if we dig down deep enough in the mountain of lies and bring out the truth to set it on top of the mountain of lies, the entire mountain of lies would crumble under the weight of that one truth. And there is nothing more devastating to a structure of lies than the revelation of the truth upon which the structure was built, because the shock waves of the revelation of the truth reverberate and continue to reverberate throughout the earth for generations to follow, awakening those people who had no desire to be awakened to the truth. What is this about? Let's look at page... 448. Wait, what's chapter 5? Oh, yeah. It's 103. Wait, no. 109. Book author was part of the naval intelligence and saw some insane stuff about cults and backup governments. Ooh. Let's put it back on again. Let's put it back on. Hang on. Wait. Let's put it back on. Wait. I wish to put it on the record. Wait. I wish to put it on the record. The secret treaty of the Venora of November 22, 1822, showing what this ancient conflict is between the rule of the few and the rule of the many. I wish to call the attention of the Senate to this treaty because it is a threat. It is a threat of this treaty which was the basis of the Monroe Doctrine. It throws a powerful white light upon the conflict between monarchical government and government by the people. The Holy Alliance, under the influence of Metternich, the Premier of Austria, in 1822 issued this remarkable secret document. The American Diplomatic Code, 1788 to 1884. The under-designed, specially authorized to make some additions to the treaty of the Holy Alliance, after having exchanged their respective credentials, have agreed as follows. Article 1. The high contraining powers, being convinced that the system of representative government is equally as incompatible with the monarchical principles as the maximum of the sovereignty of the people with the divine right, engage mutually in the most solemn manner to use all their efforts to put an end to the system of representative governments in whatever country it may exist in Europe, and to prevent its being introduced in these countries where it is not yet known. Article 2. As it cannot be doubted that the liberty of the press is the most powerful means used by the pretend supporters of rights of nations to be detriment of those princes, the high containing parties promise reciprocally to adopt all proper measures to suppress it, not only in their own states, but also in the rest of Europe. What? Wait, what do you mean the audiobook might be better? You don't like me reading? You don't like my reading? Convinced that the principles of religion contribute most powerfully to keep nations in a state of passive obedience, which they owe to their princes. The high contracting parties declare it to be their intention to sustain in representative states those measures which the clergy may adopt, but the interest of... What's this about? I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, here. It could probably be shown by facts and figures that there is no distinctively Native American criminal class except Congress. When our forefathers wrote the Constitution of these United States, they provided safeguards against despotism by providing a balance of power. The Constitution was set up to provide clear divisions of legislative, judicial, and executive powers. It was believed that the system would ensure that if one branch got out of hand, that the other two would act to keep the one in check. This balance of power was predicated upon to the assumption that none of the three branches could or would infringe upon the power of the others. The Constitution is clear on the functions of each of the branches. The legislative will make the laws, the judicial will interpret the law, the executive will decide policy and enforce the law. This, of course, is the simplest of explanations, but this is not a textbook on government. My intent is to acquaint you with the simple basics of the balance of power so that you can understand how it is being subverted. The legislature, or the Congress in the form of the House of the Senate, is required to publish the laws that are made, and this is done in the Congressional Record and the Federal Register. Pending or passed legislation can be obtained by citizens through their congressmen or from the government printing office. Citizens cannot be held responsible for the law if it is not made available to them. Oh, well, I understand. Yes, it is paradoxical that the government body most representative of the American citizen is the one that has been most easily subverted through PACs, payoffs, pork barrel politics, professional politicians, congressmen who were members of secret societies, and through greed and fear, our representatives and senators quit representing us long ago. Congress has tremendous powers but fails in most cases to exercise even a token amount. What? How is it that our legislature has allowed and at times encouraged the executive branch to write law? You probably do not know that the president and others in the executive branch of the government execute orders are listed in the Federal Register or presidential findings, which are made known to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees. Well, actually, this makes no sense to me as well. Something about, and I hate to really be political about this, but something that I've never been able to understand is recently with Donald Trump being able to just create laws and somehow bypass these systems, even if he's all the stuff in place with democracy and stuff. I don't really understand how that's possible or how legally he can do that. Not that I disagree with the things that he's putting in place for the most part, I just don't really understand how in a democracy you're able to do that. So I don't really understand that how that's executive orders aren't laws. Oh, I see. So it can be reverted. I have no idea kind of how it works, and the only reason why I know about it now is because my sisters mentioned it. So I don't know how. I'm not saying him specifically, I'm just talking about the government generally can do that. I don't understand how they can do that. And also, say if something like that happened, is there things in place to stop certain things, say if I was the president of America and I could put an executive order out and say, everyone, you must, I don't know, you must like, let's ban, say if anything good happened, you know, say if I did something great, let's ban all testing from animals right now and like stop it right now, you know, and they stopped it, right? But say like they could stop it, but like say if people like, oh, well really we want to test on animals, we have to test on animals, like could that even like happen? Like could they stop it if I said something like that? Or I'll say, oh, everyone needs to go out every day and run a lap around their local park right now. They must do it now. Like, can anyone stop it? Or are they like, who is in charge of the president? Is there anyone in charge of the president? Who's in charge? Because I know in Australia we can't make any decisions on like a federal level without checking with the Queen, technically, or before it was the Queen, now it's I don't get it. Here in America, literally everything is owned and controlled by billionaires, including the political system. But like, oh, the king now. Congress. Is there anyone in charge of the Congress? Like, who's the top dog of the world? Is there someone who's the top dog? Like, who's top dog? Wait, why would I not be able to read this on stream? Is this a bad book to read on stream? No one's gonna care if a rabbit VTuber reads stuff like this. I'm not exposing anything crazy. It's a book from 1991. What's wrong with that? The Congress has a speaker who's basically the leader. Wait, what protocols? Am I reading protocol? I don't know what I'm reading. Like, this is just on the internet. Like, why can't I read it? It's nothing bad. This is just stuff we know, right? Oh. Okay. I'm fine, okay. Congress has turned a blind eye to these abuses of executive power at 3:30 a.m. Saturday, August 4th, 1990. The Senate made it easier for the executive branch to subvert Constitution and may have made George Bush the first American king. At the time of day, a minority of United States senators, maybe 10 at most, passed Senate intelligence authorization at... What this page about? What? This is the protocols of what they're talking about. I literally just looked up a certain page, I swear. Okay, I'm stopping, I'm sorry. It's not my fault, it was a random thing. Guys, stop getting so upset at me, I didn't mean to do anything. Am I gonna get in trouble? Am I in trouble? Oh, sorry. Well, I wasn't meaning to read it. Okay. Well, I'll cut it out later. Sorry. It was an accident. And I was just trying to read about the Congress and Well, I didn't mean to do anything. And I like everybody. I'm sorry, I'm just a rabbit. What, do you really think I should delete the VOD? Thank you for subscribing. I don't get it, me neither. Are you guys joking or not? I can't tell. Okay. I don't want to get in trouble. It's probably fine. I can't tell people joking or not. Yeah, I know, they're way too paranoid. And they're scaring me. Yeah. I didn't mean to do anything, I'm sorry. Okay, well I didn't read it. No, I'm not trying to be rude. Yeah. I don't want to look at anything about like, because some people asked me about this today. Someone asked me if I could read about that kind of thing, and honestly, you know, about like Epstein and stuff, like I really don't want to talk about that, because that kind of thing talking about, I'll turn the music off for this. I feel like that kind of topic is way, like, I'm fine with aliens, I'm fine with theories about the world and theories about, you know, these kinds of things, but when it comes to like real horrible crimes and terrible things happening to other people, I don't think I'm in the position to talk about it. Nor do I know that it's bad probably, like, to try to ignore things like this, but I absolutely do not want to read about it. Yeah. No, it's okay. I'm just throwing out ideas. Yeah. I don't think I'm like the right person to talk about it, and I don't think it is entertaining. Yeah. Like, I definitely don't want to be, I don't think I'm the kind of, I think me being a rabbit VTuber and having a stream like this, I don't think I should talk about stuff like this. Yeah. Yeah, not that I'm ignoring that those things are happening, but I don't think I have the right place to speak about those kinds of things, if that makes sense. Sorry. Oh, I see. I see. Well, I don't know. I'd rather talk about aliens and stuff. And can I read about one? There's one more thing I want to read about before we finish up, because I'll probably finish up soon. There's something I really want you guys to learn about before we go. Now, this is something I think you'll enjoy speaking of. This is the jackalope, and he is a fellow, and he's really cool, and he's named Jackalope, and I want to quickly read about it. And he's not mythical, he's real. He's a real animal of North America, described as a jackrabbit with antelope horns. The word jackalope is a portmanteau of jackrabbit and antelope. Yeah, many jackalope taxidermy mounts, including the original, are made with deer antlers. No, it's true. In the 1930s, because if you guys are interested, I do want to do a stream where we talk about creatures like this. So this is just a little bit of a teaser, okay? Yeah. Oh, thank you very much for following me. Yeah. So this is someone who is called the jackalope. I don't know if you know him. And Yeah, he's really nice. And we'll learn more about cryptids and stuff. Yeah, we're gonna do a cryptid stream where we're talking about... Yeah. In the 1930s, Douglas Herrick and his brother hunted the taxidermy skills, popularized the American jackalope by grafting deer's antlers onto a jackrabbit carcass and selling the combination to a local hotel in Douglas, Wyoming. Thereafter, they made and sold similar jackalopes to a retail outlet in South Dakota, and other taxidermists continued to manufacture the horned rabbits in the 21st century. Yeah, did you know that? Yeah. Jackalope is what Kiki tells Jabby not to worry about. Oh, look at him! Look, I like him. I like him. Any Champions here, Jackalope? Yeah, so I didn't even know what that was until like right now, so I'm sorry for looking at that, but I genuinely did not know what it was. I'm sorry. Stories of descriptions of animal hybrids have appeared. Oh, thank you for the $7. I went to bed and woke up and you're still streaming. They're gonna dick. I hope all is well and you're having fun. Yes, I'm having fun because now I'm reading about Jackalope. Yeah. A 13th century Persian work depicts a rabbit with a single horn, like a unicorn. In Europe, the horned rabbit appeared in many medieval and Renaissance folklore in Bavaria. And elsewhere, natural history texts such as Historia Naturalis de Quadrupedis Libri, the natural history book of natural quadrupeds, maybe they really existed at some point. Yeah. Yeah, if you have any ideas for the cryptid stream, please let me know. I'm gonna do it next week. Including the horned hare. These early scientific texts described and illustrated the hybrids as though they were real creatures, but by the end of the 18th century, scientists generally rejected the idea of horned hares as a biological species. References to horned rabbits may originate in sightings of rabbits affected by the Shope papillomavirus named Richard E. Shope, MD, who described it in a scientific journal in 1933. Shope initially examined wild cottontail rabbits that had been shot by hunters in Iowa and later examined wild rabbits from Kansas. They had numerous horn-like protuberances on the skin over various parts of their bodies. The animals were referred to popularly as horned or warty rabbits. Legends about horned rabbits also occurred in Asia and Africa, as well as Europe, and researchers suspect the changes induced by the virus might underlie at least some of those tales. Aww, that makes me sad. I've never heard about the Mothman. I guess we'll learn about him. In Central America, mythological references to a horned rabbit creature can be found in Huichol legends. The Huichol oral traditionists passed down tales of a horned rabbit and a deer getting horns from the rabbit. The rabbit and deer were paired, though not combined as a hybrid, as day signs in the calendar of the Mesoamerican period of the Aztecs, as twins, brothers, even the sun and the moon. Oh, well, rabbits live on the moon, so I suppose it's true. Yeah, so anyway. Yeah. The jackalope is subject to many outlandish and largely tongue-in-cheek claims embedded in tall tales about its habits. Jackalopes are said to be so dangerous that hunters are advised to wear stovepipes on their legs to keep them from being gorged. It's true. Stores in Douglas sell jackalope doe milk, but the New York Times questions its authenticity on grounds that milking a jackalope is known to be fraught with risk. One of the best ways to catch a jackalope is to entice it with whiskey, the jackalope's beverage of choice. The jackalope can imitate the human voice, according to legend. During the days of the Old West, when cowboys gathered by campfires singing at night, jackalopes could be heard mimicking their voices or singing along, usually as a tenor. I love that little like that little what's it called, like addition to it. That's so funny. That's really funny. It is credited as being able to throw its voice and mimic the calls and cries of many mammals, even a chainsaw. It is said that jackalopes, the rare Lepus antilocapra breed, only during lightning flashes, and that their antlers make the act difficult despite the hare's reputation for fertility. Even the ordinary jackalope only mates during lightning storms. Such breeding habits accounting for their scarcity. Is that true? Like a jackalope? Well, next time I stream, I'm gonna have to dress as a jackalope. I suppose when I stream and learn about cryptids, I suppose I'll have to become jackalope for that stream. Yeah. The giant faceless mermaid, I think I learned about that, yeah. Well, yes, jackalope live in America, but he also like living in other places. He also like living in other towns. Like sometimes he live in a house and in other places. Now I'll show you a photograph of him, if anyone was interested. Now, if anyone interested in who jackalope is, I'll show you a photo. Now this right here is a real photograph of jackalope. He live in many places, but mostly he live in America. And he liked the swamp. And actually this jackalope, he eat loaches. He eats loaches. So he's quite ferocious, and he swims in the reason why he can swim, because this one can swim, the reason why he can swim is because he eats loach. He eats loach for breakfast. Anyway, that's enough silliness for today. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming to the stream, everybody. And I love you guys so much. Thank you for coming. And I appreciate everyone being here and for watching the stream today. It was really awesome that everyone watched it and everything. Yeah. It was a very, well, not really. Sometimes I stream for 6.5 hours. It's not huge for me. But I had a really fun time talking about this. I'm going to do a part 2 at some point. So if you'd be interested in watching a part 2, please be sure to come back and have a little look. But yeah, in a few days, I'm going to do a stream where I talk about cryptids and stuff as well, if you'd like to learn about that with me and read about it. But yeah, I had such a fun time learning about new things today with everybody. Yeah, and it was really awesome to learn about as well. Yeah. And yeah, I hope that everyone had fun learn learning about things and stuff. It was very interesting to read about it. Some things are a bit crazy, but other things were kind of believable. So it's really cool to learn about it. I think, you know, to wrap it up, I do think that learning about conspiracy theories and stuff is fun. I think as long as you don't take it so seriously. But it's quite interesting to think about, you know, kind of all the things that are happening in the world. I do like really enjoy learning about stuff like conspiracy theories with other life and aliens and about our past. I feel like today that was my most fun. Obviously, I feel like people really rather the social aspect of, you know, conspiracy theories about people that run the world and, you know, the Illuminati and really high elites that are really, really bad. But honestly, like my favorite part is learning about like all the other things that may be in our past and trying to learn about the world and about science and things. And I think those kinds of theories are just about like they're just like, you know, the basis of science is to question things. So I feel like it's really fun to question things and learn about the things and everything. So I think it was really cool. So yeah, I think it was really fun to learn about it. I like the ancient history and aliens and other things. If you want to send me some ideas for cryptids, post them in the bread, or you can send it to my marshmallow. You can find my marshmallow link on my Twitter. So yeah, the Great Reset is very interesting to learn about. But yeah, I'm gonna do a part 2. We'll go more into the Great Reset and learn a little bit more about stuff. Maybe about like really like about Egypt. I feel like we need to do a specific one about Egypt because that's like crazy. I feel like there's more that meets the eye about that. But yeah, I had a really fun time streaming and hanging out with you guys as well. But I will do a stream about it really soon. If you guys are new to my channel and you want to watch my streams, sometimes I yap like this. Other times I play video games. I play mostly retro games. But I play some new games too. I would really appreciate if you'd subscribed and watch more of my content because I may do more things like this in the future. Well, I definitely will, but I'm also going to learn about other things as well. I've done streams about like the Roman Empire, learning about history, other things with science and stuff like that. So yeah, I do a ton of different things. But yeah, if you like me as a person, please make sure to subscribe and watch more of my streams and stuff. But yeah, I had a really fun time. Yeah. Yeah, I learned more about Hyperborea and Atlantis would be cool. Yeah, that'll be awesome. But yeah, anyway, I had a really fun time. I hope that you guys had a really good time at my stream as well. And I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much for coming. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna either play Final Fantasy 9. I think I'll play Final Fantasy 9 tomorrow. And then maybe the next day we'll learn about cryptids. I guess we'll see. We'll see what I feel like. But anyway, bye everyone. I love you. Thank you for coming. Bye. But you know, I got things to do, I got places to see, so I better head off. But I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much for coming.